Good evening, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, it is just gone 5 and we are now live. I can't believe we are officially on episode 50 of Sundays with Craven, the live podcast that I host every single week. Thank you so much to everyone that has tuned in from the very start. Again, as always, I really appreciate all of your support. If you do enjoy these shows, I have a feeling you're going to enjoy tonight's show. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss a show. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening is going to be a conversation that I truthfully believe will go deeper than we have ever gone before. We're going to be talking about all the things we know and love: silver, gold, precious metals, stacking. We're going to touch on things deeper than that with our special guests. We're going to talk about the politics side, the religion side, empires before us. And we're going to talk about potentially what the future might hold. And there could be some shocking revelations revealed on tonight's show. So I don't want to waffle for too long before I bring in our special guest. I would like to say hello to people that have joined in and dropped a comment from the very start. Don't be shy, guys. Get involved in the live chat. We're going to be live for quite a bit this evening. It's going to be a long one to celebrate 50 episodes. There's lots to get through. And don't forget, there is going to be a designated Q&A segment, as always, where you will have the opportunity to share your thoughts and ask questions, which myself and, more importantly, my special guest will answer live. And I think after our conversation, you're going to have a lot of questions this evening. So, massive shout out and thank you to Shiny Silver, Shotgun, good to see you. Seol4 Hordian, thank you so much. Investable Collectibles, thank you for being here. We have Bobcat Pro. We also have Big Green Stacker. Amina, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here as always. My man from across the pond, Silver Dragoon, good to see you, mate. My better half, Miss Stacking with Craven, Evening Early Birds, thank you so much for being here. Always supporting, really appreciate you. Robot Toaster, thank you for being here. My brother from across the pond, America First, massive shout out to you, my friend. I really do appreciate you being here. Jack Stack 64, my good friend. Hello, Craven, Miss Craven, and all in the chat. Thank you so much, Dave. Appreciate you being here. I really do. Benson, good to see you, my good friend. Really appreciate you supporting as always. Who else we got, guys? Don't be shy. Who's in here? Really active chat from the start. I think it's going to get more active. Let me tell you. We're going to be going deep tonight, guys. We really, really are. And I want you guys to be just as active in the conversation as me and my special guest. Ian Atterbury, the world's #1 sniper with a custom-made currency, the 1,000 guinea that apparently you can spend anywhere in the entire world. Our special guest this evening owns one of those notes. So we'll look out for that. I don't know if he has it, but he does own one. Bear, another one of the brothers from across the pond. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everybody. Yes, everyone's on different time zones, but I really do appreciate you being here. Who else we got before we start? I don't want to miss anyone. If I do apologize. True Legend with a thumbs up. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for popping in. Who else have we got? Ooh, the Humble Stacker. Big shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here, as always. Legend from across the pond, Humble Stacker. Mr. Todd, thank you for coming in. Really appreciate that. We also have Silver Serpent, of course. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you being here. East End Dave, oi, oi. Britsad, solves the legend that is. Thank you for being here, as always, mate. Really appreciate you. What else have we got? Potentially one of the best names in the stacking community, but that's down to opinion. So, Barra, good to see you. You made it. That's amazing. Thank you so much. Who else have we got? Guys, there is so many of you. I'm trying to keep up. David, Michael, what's up, Craven? What's up? Good to see you, my friend. Bo, thank you so much for coming in, mate. Really appreciate you. Hope you're doing good. We also have Pretty Things. Rachel, good to see you. Thank you so much for coming in and for all your support. I really, really do appreciate it. Don't be fooled. Isn't the UK economy collapsing, or is that a lie? Well, my friend, that's a great question. And I have a special guest this evening that will probably answer that question and more. So stick around. You don't want to miss this one. Let me tell you. Lots in store. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. CY Sterling, my friend. Afternoon, Craven, everyone. Thank you so much for coming in to my 50th episode. Guys, if I've missed anyone, I truthfully apologize, but we simply cannot wait any longer. It is time to bring in my special guest who has featured on my channel before. If you followed my channel, he has been on the channel a few times. You haven't seen his face, but you have heard his voice. Before I bring him in, it's only right that I explain to you a couple of things here, which makes this very interesting. We're going to hear more about it from his side, but my special guest this evening, Gary, the infamous Gary, who you may have seen in relation to the coin exchange, which I've regularly visited. He is an ex-Freemason. He is a very experienced antiques and coin dealer. He is a historian of arguably all of history. He's a man of knowledge, very wise, and he has a lot that he has to say. So where better to bring him than here on a Sunday evening to join us live? And I'm going to click a button here and make that happen. Gary, thank you so much for joining me for a very special 50th episode. Thank you so much. How are you, mate?
Overwhelmed, really. I mean, how do you follow that one? Listen, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Craven's show. And hopefully it should be a good one. So I'm here tonight to hopefully answer some questions that you may have. Maybe some interesting things in your life that have happened and you're not quite sure why. And many other things on top of that. So without further ado, I shall pass it back to Craven because I'm sure he has a question or two before we begin.
I do. And Gary, some people might not realize this, but you do in the shadows follow this show. So that means you understand what's coming first. You know the general format of this show. And we start with a question from last week's guest. Now, you know that question, but for our guests in the audience, over 40 of them already, guys, thank you so much. I'm going to repeat that question so everyone knows what question you're answering. So last week, guys, I made the trip to Dan at Cardiff Gold itself. It was a fantastic trip. It was a brilliant experience for me to go down there on a day that wasn't even open for business. It was great to meet Dan and Jake and go around the store. And we had a fantastic chat, a good old chinwag, as we always do on a Sunday. And he left this very interesting question for this week's special guest. So, guys, the question was, if you became the Prime Minister, what would you want your legacy to be? Over to you, Gary.
Now, that is a very interesting question. I actually heard Dan. I have to call him, it's very interesting what he was saying about various things. And I was following it very closely. It's a very interesting show. And I was interested in what he was going to ask, obviously. And that was the question. You were the Prime Minister. What would you want your legacy to be? And it took me about 30 seconds to come up with the answer. Now, ordinarily, okay, you could say, well, yeah, but hang on a minute. You're just doing it off the cuff, really. You're not thought about it. Well, no, I've thought about it for a long time. And as it happens, the very question he asked me is one that I have always been asking myself. And so what would my legacy be? My legacy would be that I would be the only Prime Minister in history that abolished income tax. That's it. No more income tax. Now, you've got to think about that very carefully, because how popular would you suddenly become as a Prime Minister if you actually said, look, guys, no more income tax? And people are going to be thinking, well, hang on a minute, how can you not have any income tax? Because this is how the system works. This is how government builds roads, gives us the NHS. All these things come from taxes. Although the roads are a bit iffy because, yeah, you got potholes, so has everybody else. But the question is, how can you work a system with no income tax? Well, you can, because many of our senior viewers will remember, going back in time, that we had something called purchase tax. If you wanted a luxury item, you paid purchase tax. If you didn't have the money, you didn't pay any tax.
Yeah. I really like where this is going. I've just got to step in for 2 seconds. Just a little bit of generous feedback from the chat is that they're finding you a little bit quiet. Would you be able to see if you could just go on that volume button and see if we can get you any louder?
Okay, guys. Yeah, we don't want to miss out on all of these. Let's find out if we can. So we'll go onto our audio. We can set that up a little bit higher. How's that? Is that better? We're coming over a bit clearer. Does that make any difference?
I'll wait to see the response from the chat. Thank you to everyone in the chat that is giving feedback. We are live, so sometimes we need some honest feedback about the quality, the sound. Can you guys hear Gary now? Gary, if you want to speak for a few seconds.
Yeah, okay. So as I was saying, we had purchase tax back in the 70s. We could do it again. We could just tax people who have the money if they want to buy a luxury item. That's fine. If you were in a position where you didn't have the money, why would you want to pay income tax? Everybody else is paying income tax. Why would you need to pay it? Because you're not earning enough. And we know that a lot of people are talking about it at the moment, you know, tax wealth, not work. Although I'm saying that there are some camps which are actually looking at it as tax wealth don't work, maybe. And this is the other thing, because it goes on to many other issues. So listen, how's the sound, guys? Are we there, or are we still a million miles away? How is it?
So once you turn yourself up, we got lots of people saying much better, mate. So you've got it just where it needs to be, I believe.
Okay, great. So yeah, so this is it. I mean, you know, we are in that position at the moment. We don't need to pay income tax. There are many alternatives, of which we will come to during the show. It's a bit early to tell you what they are as yet, but we will get to it. And as I say, it's going to be an interesting ride. So stick with it. 3 hours. It's going to be a good show. There's lots coming. There's some special things which I've only just announced to Craven tonight, so he doesn't actually even know what they are. And hopefully the community will enjoy that, and hopefully we'll get some good feedback from you guys. Which is well, don't forget to press and like. We need to do that, don't we? Press and like.
We do.
Like the show. Like the show.
Well said. Now, Gary, this is a show, of course, of real conversations and in some cases strong opinions, and that's okay. I welcome it. A healthy debate. It's always good about the topics that we love talking about every single week. Now, before I start, and we're going to go back to you, find out more about you before we go into the real good stuff. I'm going to, and guys, this is not the Q&A section. I'm going to bring one comment up because we welcome people to put thoughts in, and when they really stand out, I'm going to bring it up on screen. So we have a challenging comment to what you just said there, Gary, in your answer from Robot Toaster, who says income tax was abolished in 1802 and 1816. So you wouldn't technically be the first. Do you have a response to that?
Well, very interesting. Technically, he is quite right. But in the modern era, as we know and understand income tax, it's slightly different because every year they vote to keep income tax in the statute. Now, this is very interesting because what he's saying is true to the effect that we as a society do not need to pay income tax. Now, I'm not saying don't pay it. Okay, so this is not financial advice by any means. But the statute says that we only need to pay it because every year they make a law that says you do. And this goes on to income tax returns. I mean, you're going to have loads of people out there listening to this show who are self-employed. They filled in income tax returns, and they know when they come to fill in the box that says turnover and expenditure, underneath in brackets it says optional. Now, why would it say optional? It's saying optional because it is a confession. You confess to what you've done. If they know differently, you're in trouble. And that's how the system works. It's basically a confession. And every year they vote to keep that on the books, as it were. The Napoleonic Wars was what it was set up for. It was set up to fund a war. We'll come to wars later. But wars are funded by income tax. If there wasn't any income tax, there wouldn't be any wars. It's as simple as that. Okay? And so if we got rid of income tax, theoretically, there would be no more war. And you've got to remember, we need to think about these things because we do not want to carry on in this country, or the world for that matter, killing and fighting and everything else when we don't need to do it. We've got other profitable things that we could be doing, like stacking. There are many more things that we could be doing. And of course, we're not given the opportunity because governments interfere with our lives. And they do interfere with our lives. This is the big problem. So, and again, we'll come into it later, what governments are actually for and why we don't need them.
Gary, I'm going to have to rein you in. You're giving too much too early. We'll come to these things, but I never normally do that, but I had to highlight it because, guys, feel free at any point. If there's anything that you want to challenge, if I see it, if it's relevant, if it's important, I will bring it up. But don't forget, there will be a live Q&A section towards the end of the show, more the second half, where we will focus entirely on the live chat. Before we do start the good old chinwag with Gary and find out more about him personally and his journey, I want to really quickly take 10 seconds here to say thank you so much to Bear788 for becoming a member of my channel. I really appreciate that support, mate. Thank you so much. And also the humble stack of my good friend, a brother from across the pond, a member for 3 months. Let's go. Be responsible, stat responsible. Great comment, mate. Really appreciate you being here. So, what a start. Gary, I want to go back to the start with you, because for people who are listening, they may be enjoying the conversation so far. But before we talk about all the things we'd normally talk about and more, I want to give you the opportunity to tell people more about you, more about Gary. As I mentioned, I will just once again repeat a couple of things here, and then you can connect the dots for everyone watching. You are an ex-Freemason. You are a experienced antiques dealer, a coin dealer, a historian of history. You are into politics. You've been around the world. Where did it all start? Can you tell everyone more about your journey and how you got to where you are now?
Okay. Well, let's start at the beginning because it all starts in early life when you're a child. And in my early life, my mother was a housewife and my father was a business owner. He owned his own business. He was in the RAF during the times that we had national service. And after leaving the RAF, he started his own business. And my mother was also a bit of an entrepreneur. And she decided in the late 60s, so going back a little bit, she decided to open what you would call today a charity shop. You've got to bear in mind, this is in the late 60s. Now, yes, there were charity shops around in the 1940s, 1950s. These are all run by the Red Cross and Oxfam and various other people. But the actual private, shall we call it, private charity shops, they didn't exist. So my mother decided to open a shop. Now, she didn't call it a charity shop, obviously. And what she did is she had a pram, an old pram. And she would walk around the neighborhood. Okay, so you're going around the rich, well-to-do neighborhood. And you would literally knock on the door. So they were called knockers in those days. Not rude, by the way, guys. And people would literally donate things to you. They didn't want them. They wanted them out of the way. It could have been an oil painting. It could have been a grandfather clock. It could be some clothes, maybe an old silver dish, this sort of thing. And she would be giving them for free. She would take them to her shop and sell them. And guess what? She made a profit. And as she made a profit, she moved into other things, including antiques. And by the 1970s, I was coming home from school and I'd open the door and a suit of armor would fall on me or something. And it was not uncommon to see these sort of things at home. You might find an old medieval sword in the hall, this sort of thing. But these were things that happened in the 1960s, 70s. These were at the beginning, really, of the antique shops. And as I say, my father, he was gifted. He was very gifted with his hands. He built an extension on the house. I think I helped him for about 2 days and gave up. But I was only about 16 or so I had other things to do with my life, including the girlfriends. Anyway, so yeah, he built this extension on the house, which is still there today. It still stands after all these years. And my uncle was a very interesting guy, really. And a lot of people listening, maybe they've got the same sort of thing. They've got a relative in their family, an old uncle, that sort of thing. And he was not a hoarder, but he was really a tinkerer. He loved to tinker. But he had a shed, it was more of a garage. And this thing was so big that it was bigger than any hardware store at the time. And my father used to send me around because he was building this extension, and he'd send me around to go and get, a 3/8 width screw or something. And I'd go around there and say, Uncle, have you got us? And he'd go into his garage and he'd go down all the drawers. It had hundreds of drawers. It must have been hundreds of drawers. And he'd go to the drawer and he'd pull one. I'd say, there you go. I mean, it's just incredible. These people in those days knew everything. They had all this knowledge. And of course, I'm only a young guy. I'm probably like 11 or 12 at this time. So this to me was amazing. This guy knows everything. And of course, he started tinkering with radio, as most did in those days. Tap the valve, see if it works, because I'm not getting any sound and all this. And eventually, of course, it got me into it because I was interested in what he was doing. I then sort of moved into the electronics business. I became an engineer, a television engineer, as it happens. Radios too, hi-fi, video, you name it. I was doing it in the 1970s, 1980s. I trained at a well-known college in Liverpool. In fact, I'll actually name it because it is a good college. It's called Riversdale. Now, a lot of people listening might say, I know where Riversdale is. That's in Egbert, Liverpool. And Riversdale was a very interesting college because not only was it a technical college for electronic engineering, it was also a marine radar college. So if you were going to sea as a radar operator, a navigator, then this is where you trained. So obviously, I got the first look at radar, which I found very interesting. And then, of course, I went to work for a television repair company, quite well known. It doesn't exist anymore as such, which is quite sad, really, because we've moved into an era now where you don't need to have anything repaired in that line. You just go out and buy another one, which is another issue we'll discuss later, because obviously we are in a replacement society. Anyway, so I trained at college. I then, whilst I was there, I went in for my radio license. Now, you've got to remember, in the 1970s, 1980s, we had a craze in the UK. And because the craze came from America, like it normally does, and it was called CB radio. Everybody was on CB radio. If you didn't have a CB radio, you weren't in the club, mate. Right? Everyone had one, even the girls. They all had their own handles. Everybody knew everybody else, and it was a community, not unlike this community. It was very, very similar, and you would go on. You would meet. You'd have arrangements to talk to people at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock on the way home from work. I'd be traveling home from work, and I'd be talking to the Americans. I'm talking to the Americans whilst driving a car. I mean, this is unbelievable. Never heard such a thing. I mean, okay, now we can just put the mobile phone up and do it. But in those days, these were unheard of things. And of course, there was a lot of interest. I opened a shop. I was selling this equipment. I was one of the only ones in the whole of the area selling this sort of equipment. I had people coming to me from everywhere looking to buy, looking for me to modify it, change this radio ham stuff over into CB radio because they wanted to talk to the Americans. Because that was the big thing, it's all going on in America. And
shout out to our American friends.
Well, this is it. Yeah, we got a lot of American friends, and they'll all confirm all this, I'm sure. They probably even spoke to people in the UK. Who knows? Obviously, we did have a time difference, but that was more the fun. So there we go. So it was when I then sort of opened my own business. I opened up some television shops. I was into electrical stuff as well. So I just sort of covered all that area and all that base in the 1980s, 1990s. I was there at the turn of the millennium when it all changed, because in the year 2000, we had the dot-com boom, as it were, and everything started to go down the pan, which is pretty much where we are now, except we're further down the pan than what we were at the start. But we're on the way. So in the year 2000, it was a new millennium. Therefore, I looked at it as a new start. I got out of the television industry because it was finished. The writing was on the wall. I was no longer changing tubes in television. I was no longer fixing transistor power units. I didn't need to do any of that because now this panel just hung on the wall. And eventually, when it packed up, you just chucked it in the bin. Anyway, moving on from all of that, we start a new career and we begin in the antiques business. Now, what do I know about antiques? I come from an electronics background. What on earth do I know? The only thing I knew is my mother. My mother somehow managed to get it in there. I don't know how she did it, but maybe it's because I fell over all those suits of armor in the hall or whatever it was. She actually did have a Constable painting, which was a lot of money at one time. I don't know where that went, but she probably sold it. But in either case, these sort of things stick with you when you're a child and you sort of pick it up. You pick it up later on in life. And with the antique world, it isn't a young person's thing. I mean, yes, there are a few young people, I dare say. But as you get older, you start appreciating what you've got or what you had. And all of a sudden, the interest is there. This is why you see most people in these antique centres walking around in antique shops tend to be of a certain age. And why not? Because they're looking at things that have been. They're looking at history. It's all about that trip back in time. And we all enjoy it because we all like to go back and remember our younger days. For that reason, I thought, well, you know what? Let me look at this and let me find out where it goes. And I moved into it. I enjoyed it. In 2010, I remember I was an assistant veteran at the NEC in Oriental ceramics. I went into Oriental ceramics. So what I don't know about Chinese porcelain isn't worth knowing. I'm not very good on other things in Chinese, but certainly the porcelain. And I was selling it over into mainland China. Ming vases. Come on, guys. You're talking thousands of pounds for a Ming vase. They were going over to China like Billy-o. I couldn't sell enough of these things. Of course, it was getting hard to find. And then, of course, it all changed in 2011. Because in 2011, we had that terrible, terrible tsunami in Japan. And I lost contact with probably 2/3 of my customers, literally overnight. It was a very sad moment. And no, I've never heard from them since. You can only assume the worst. And as I say, things move on. So Gary moves on. And we then move into a different area. Now, you've got to remember, I'm selling Oriental things. I'm selling Oriental ceramics. I'm dabbling a little bit in jade and other things. But I don't really know much about that. I'm all right, but I'm not 100%. So then somebody one day turned around to me and said, you wouldn't have such a thing as any Chinese coins, would you? Coins? That's interesting. At the time, I didn't. But shortly after that, I did buy some coins off another dealer who had no idea what they were. And most of the point, neither did I. But as you do, you start researching and you suddenly realize that, hang on a minute, these things can be worth quite a bit of money. And of course, there's a lot of fakes out there, which we'll come on to again later, but you know, they are out there. But in the early days, I was buying and selling coins, Chinese coins, and medals, funny enough, because their medals are something else when you get a really nice one. I'm talking about the medals from the 20s, the 30s, that sort of period. Very nicely made, very good quality, and they can command a very high price. Anyway, so since then, in 2013, I decided to go on a nationwide tour. Now, this is the biggie. All right, so what I did is I decided to book into hotels and pay for it using my knowledge. And I was going around to antique shops, antique centers, buying things during the day, going to the hotel, selling it on a well-known auction site of an evening, and funding my lifestyle. So it wasn't coins. It was purely these ceramics, these plates, there's dishes, figurines, this sort of thing, anything that the Chinese will be interested in, and I could turn a profit. And I did that all the way through 2013. By 2014, I started working at, it was a Saturday job. Funny enough, it was a Saturday job that got me into all of this. And it was basically, they needed someone on the Saturday to run this antique centre. Could you be the manager for a Saturday? I said, well, yes, I can be, no problem. And I started working on this Saturday. And this guy came in, this old guy came in. And he said to me, he said, would you be interested in buying these? Now, they were English coins. And I looked at them, and obviously I knew Chinese coins because I've been selling them. But I'm thinking, wait a minute, am I missing a trick here? Should I be in the numismatics circles? Because there seems to be something here that I can make even more money out of. You got to bear in mind, my Chinese bits, my Oriental Japanese ceramics, they've all gone quiet because of this tsunami. And we all have to adapt, which is basically what this show's about, by the way. We all have to adapt to the future. This was my way of adapting. So I said to the guy, I'll buy those. Now, I had no idea at the time what their value was. I just took a guess. Now, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But on this occasion, it worked. And what I bought was things that you cannot find these days. I mean, I was very, very, very lucky that I bought what I bought. And I sold those coins on to other dealers who knew what they were. I obviously did a bit of research, and I made a bit of money. And I was very pleased with myself. And from then on, I worked at a few other antique centres. So I've built up my knowledge of what's genuine, what isn't genuine. We know from previous videos that I have a Sigma machine. I also have an XRF machine, which an XRF gun, which actually tests metals and things like that, because we know these days you just cannot be too careful. And it's out there, and I've found a lot of it, which you'll see later. But it's all out there. And as I say, it was all the knowledge, and it was all about my expansion of my antique knowledge, because at the end of the day, you have to have a lot of knowledge in this business to survive.
Gary.
Yeah.
I am loving hearing this story. I'm also keeping an eye on comments as people are listening to you tell this story. I am curious, as it's been mentioned a few times in the chat, where does your time as a Freemason come into your journey?
That wasn't that funny, because I was just about to come to that. So
let's go.
So we're actually in 2005. So in 2005, I was doing bits and pieces of my Oriental. I was in and out of the NEC. Every year there's a fair they call the Antiques for Everyone Fair. Presumably some of your listeners may have heard of it. And I'd be there every year with one of the veterans who sadly passed away a few years ago. And it was around that time that I was actually approached by a Mason. Now, I always thought that was the way it worked. I always thought that Masons approached you if they thought you were a fitting character for their society. But in actual fact, when I joined, when I accepted the invitation, I was actually told, well, no, that's not strictly true, because you can actually ask to join. Because like anything else these days, when you ask to join the Masons, you are vetted. And it can take a few weeks for them to vet you. I have no idea what they're looking into. Well, they're probably looking into everything, because you've got to remember, the people in the Masons are not your average Joe, as the Americans would like to say. These people are in the higher echelons of society. They're your solicitors, they're your barristers, they're your magistrates, they're your police officers, they're your senior police officers. They're people in business. They're people of renown. These people have influence. And although you do not join the Masons for that influence, you do actually get that influence. If you know the right people, if you ask the right questions, you get the right answer. So it all began, as I say, 2005, invited to join, and I became what you would call, and again, you'd need to look this up, but I would be what you would call the remembrancer. My job was to remember things. And this is probably why you introduced me earlier on as someone with a vast amount of knowledge. It's not really that I wouldn't say I was a clever person, but I would say I have a good memory. And if you have a good memory, then you tend to retain a lot of information, which can come over as being clever. But really, I don't know. But the remembrancer is called that because you are not allowed to write or delineate. You cannot write anything down to do with the Masons. If you do, you face their wrath. And you swear an oath. You've got to remember, when you join the Masons, you do swear literally a blood oath, if you want to call it that. Because you're basically saying, I am going to uphold your secrecy. I'm going to honor what you have told me in confidence. It's like anything else. If you tell me something in confidence, I won't tell anybody. And likewise, yeah.
If you don't uphold your oath, you will face their wrath.
Yes.
What does that mean? What happens in that scenario?
Okay, I'll give you an example. I think it was 1983, but I may get the date wrong, so do forgive me if I got the date wrong. But there was an incident that happened at Blackfriars Bridge in London. And again, a lot of your listeners might be saying, aha, yes, I heard about that. Where this chap was found hanging under the bridge. Okay? Now, you would say, well, okay, there's nothing unusual with that. People do that sort of thing every day. It's very sad. I agree. You know, these things happen. Yeah, but this was slightly different because this chap had no shoes on. And every pocket he had was stuffed with money.
So that's a message there.
It's a Masonic message. Yeah. Yeah. So
wow.
when you say what can they do, then there's lots they can do. The oath that you swear as a Mason is that you would rather be, and I'm not going to say this verbatim because A, I shouldn't do anyway, and B, I actually can't remember it, to be honest. But what you're saying is when you swear your allegiance as a Mason, you're swearing on the Bible. You're swearing an oath before your God. Now you've got to remember that the Masons don't call it God. It's a supreme being. And any Mason out there will know that that is the case. You are swearing an allegiance to a supreme being. Although ironically, they ask you during the ceremony, who is your allegiance to? Who do you believe in, as it were? And you obviously answer to God, whether it's your God
Gary,
or God. Yeah.
I'm enjoying listening to everything you're saying, but sometimes I have to cut in just briefly because there's some great questions and I just want to bring them to you as we go along with where we're at in this conversation. One of which, just to give further context, based on what you're saying, Thousand Air Radio, friend of the channel with a fantastic YouTube channel himself, thank you for being here, Thousand Air, says, is the guy talking, breaking his oath right now?
That is a very good question. And in a way, he is sort of right, because obviously you cannot write or delineate. So in other words, I cannot tell you verbatim, word for word, what happens during the Masonic ceremonies, because I would be breaking my oath. He's quite right in what he said. However, I can sort of generalize. So I'm sort of trying to generalize exactly what goes on. Because again, if you listen to anybody on the internet who comes out and says, I was a Mason, this is what happened, and that's what happened, take it with a pinch of salt, because he ain't going to do that if he's a real Mason. Purely because you swear an oath. I mean, unless he's a real dirtbag, then obviously, yeah, fine. But, you know, if you're not, if you're an honourable person, and you've got to bear in mind, these people are honourable. That's the whole point of you joining the Masons. They're asking you to join because they class you or consider you an honourable person. And being honourable is part of it, because you are part of society that regulates everybody else. The point of the Masons is purely, well, I was going to say not purely, that's the wrong word, but part of it, shall we say, is that you are regulating society. You are controlling what people think and what people do, which is why it's a society. Anyway, just going back very quickly before you ask me, I think I'm going to ask another question. Just going back before you ask another question. I just need to just go back to that guy who just said, am I breaking my oath? I wouldn't break my oath, absolutely, because I wouldn't do that, because I'm not that sort of person. I swore an oath, and I will keep it. I will keep it not because I necessarily believe that what they said would happen will happen. It's not that. It's because I'm an honourable guy. I left the Masons because I'm honourable. I didn't leave the Masons because I didn't like it anymore, or it wasn't for me. I left it because they lied, and I caught them out doing it, and that is not honourable, and therefore I gave it up. I left. I walked away. Now, I don't know how many other people around the planet have said, well, actually, I walked away from the Masons too because I didn't think they were honourable. Maybe there isn't any. Who knows? I mean, people have said to me, how can you leave the Masons? They'll come and do you in and all that. No, they won't. They won't. If you break the oath, they might. And I'm not going to test that by telling you any more than what I need to tell you. But all I do know, and this is the oath, and bearing in mind, this is what you're swearing to. Okay, so the guy who asked the question, you're not breaking the oath now. What you are swearing to, and this is true, and again, you know, I'm sure that people out there are going to come back to me and say, oh, that's a load of rubbish if it isn't. Okay. You will be found at low watermark with your throat cut if you divulge the secrets of the Masons. Now, I personally like my head, so I'd like to keep hold of it for a little bit longer. And water's not bad, but you know what? I'd soon have the sunshine.
Wow. Well, I mean, look, if that's not a bit of a teaser for what is to come as this conversation grows, I don't know what is. Gary, before I start my own questions, one question that came up before, and you spoke about oaths. The gentleman who asked that question did reply with a good comment, which was, people get divorced all the time. They swore oaths. And I thought that was true. But this one, you talk about not breaking your oaths and everything you explained. Gary, do you know secrets?
That's a very, very, very good question. Do I know secrets? I would say yes. I would say I know a lot of secrets. Now, when you say secrets, if that noise in the background you hear, that was a Mustang going by. Kid you not, honestly.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a Mustang. I love it. These are my neighbours. Heaven help me. Right. So yes. So secrets. Yes, I know a lot of secrets. I know too much. I know too much. Now, when I say I know too much, I'm not bragging. I'm not saying, oh God, I know everything, you know nothing. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to say I know something you do not know. Right? I'm trying to come across as trying to guide you, because I know things, and I think that if I guide everyone out there in a certain direction, they will be better off for it. You know, I mean, this is the saying, you go back to the original question, what would you do for Prime Minister? Then income tax. Why would I do that? Because I care for people. It's a simple. That's why I joined the Masons, because I actually really do care for people. I mean, you could probably testify to that if you wanted to, but I'm sure you would. But I do care for people.
You're a good guy.
Pardon?
You're a good person. I've had the pleasure of knowing you since before I owned my first silver coin. Before this journey, I met you. I spoke to you. I was in contact with you before I had a YouTube channel or anything like this. And you've been part of that growth. You've supported me through it, taught me so much. I'm delighted to have you on now. It's taken a while to get you on the show. It's very fitting that the 50th episode special is when it happens. Now, I want to lighten the mood a little bit before I move on, because I don't want to get too much out of you too soon. I've got some questions, and there's a bit of a structure here to really touch on all elements and bring silver and gold into the conversation, but with the deeper elements that we know we're going to go into. But you know secrets. I thought it was only right that I highlighted this. Gary, you said you care about people, you want to do good. Do you know the spices in KFC chicken?
Sorry, I definitely missed that. What was
that? You said you do know secrets. You know too much. You also said you're a nice guy. You care. Do you know what the secret spices are in the KFC chicken recipe?
Well, I should do, shouldn't I? If you think about it. I mean, I should know everything. Sadly not. But I tell you what, I bet there's no chicken in it.
Ooh, interesting. Right. Probably not. I don't know. Say no more. Gary, that to me is, I mean, we could spend the whole show and more on your introduction, but I think this would be a good time to move along a little bit and bring the history, your time in the Freemasons, your understanding of politics, your time in the antique and silver and gold, coin dealing business, all together with some questions. Now, can you tell me, why have silver and gold been valued for thousands of years?
Well, that's a very interesting question, because it all depends on your perception. So what you have to remember is, if you go back to the Roman days, for instance, right, they used this purely as currency. Gold and silver was for the rich, and copper and tin and whatever was for the poor. Okay, so when we saw, or today, when we find pots of silver coins, gold coins, for instance, that were buried by the Romans and forgotten about, and we find them, it's a treasure trove, it's lovely. In actual fact, that to them, it was just literally putting money in the bank. Now you have to remember, the word bank comes from the riverbank. That's what they did. They put the pot into the mud in the riverbank for safety. It's where we get it today. It's where the word bank comes from. It comes from the riverbank. So they didn't see it as saving for the future. It was basically saving for the food for next week. This is how they lived. They didn't live like we live. They didn't think in the same way as we think. They wanted gold and silver because it bought them their lifestyle, like it would buy our lifestyle today. But it buys them their lifestyle. There's an old adage that says, if you had an ounce of gold in the Roman period, it would buy you a lovely, Roman toga with all the fittings and everything else. And if you've got one today, you would buy a nice suit and everything that would go with it. Basically, it would buy you the same thing as it bought you in ancient Rome. So to us, it's the perception. We think if we save gold and silver, we're going to be okay. But that wasn't the original reason why they were saving it. They were saving it because it was money. To us, it isn't money. Yes, all right, we say it's real money. Yes, I know all this. And because we use
we can't spend it.
We can't. Well, no, because if you go in and try and spend a gold sovereign, you get something for £1. I'm not too sure whether a Mars bar is worth it. There you go. Anyway, whatever it is, you're not going to get much for it. So yeah, we just have this perception that for some strange reason, the Romans, ancient Rome, or any other society, doesn't have to be Roman, was actually doing the same things we are, and they were stacking No, they weren't. They were using it as money. That's what they had. It'd be like us.
What?
Stacking
Ancient Romans didn't stack silver and gold. No.
No, of course they didn't. That's the whole point. That was their money. See, a rich Roman, right? Okay, look, let's think of this logically. Okay, we have to use our intelligence on this subject. Let's just think about this. The ancient Romans, the rich Romans, did not have a bank. Forget about the river bank. They couldn't go down the high street and go to the bank. It didn't exist. There was no such thing, right? So they had to carry their gold with them. And I mean, this is where the Knights Templar come in, which will come on later, of course.
Yeah, there was a question about that. And I just want to quickly remind everyone, if you're building up great questions as we go through, fear not, we will have a live Q&A section and you can ask Gary any questions. If you think of something as he's speaking, I advise you to note it down, keep a mental note of it, because I promise I'll give everyone the opportunity for at least over an hour, probably more than that, during the show to ask Gary anything you want. So please do know I am aware there's lots of questions. You're putting them in the chat, but this is not that section yet. So please be patient. We will come to it. But Gary, carry on, my friend.
Okay. Can I just add to that as well, just to let people know that I am a Mason, or I was a Mason. Well, I am a Mason. You can't be unmade a Mason. I still am a Mason. But I'm also a Knights Templar. I'm also a Knight of Malta, and a few other things. Now you've got to remember, this is all. The Masons is a ladder. Just very briefly, the Masons is a ladder which you climb. If you get to the very top, you get to the 33rd degree. Beyond that is something totally different. But when you start at the very bottom, you literally are on number 1. So a Master Mason is the 3rd degree. But bearing in mind, you've got another 30 to go yet. So just being a Mason doesn't necessarily mean that you know everything, because you do not. I was a Knights Templar, which I think is the 11th degree. I can't remember from the top of memory, but somewhere around there. Which means that if the 12th degree, and if I was, if I knew someone in the 12th degree, and I said, "Can you tell me what your degree is about?" They would simply say, "No, I can't tell you, because you're not in it." I mean, that's it. That's how even the Masons are secret with each other, because you cannot be told what is in the next degree if you're not in it. You've got to join that degree. You've got to go through the ritual of joining it to learn what is in it. Do you know what? There was a thing many years ago in America. The American audience will remember this, but I think Nancy Pelosi said, if you want to know what's in the bill, you're going to have to pass it first. It's like, what? And basically, it's Masons. If you want to know what's in the next degree, mate, you've got to join it.
Gary, can you tell everyone? I'm sure you can't, but can you reveal what one of the secret handshakes is?
Now, do you know what? If you go on the internet, you will see many people showing the secret handshake. Okay. So, now, the common one is the entered apprentice. The entered apprentice is quite simple. Now, I'm going to show you the entered apprentice. I'm going to try and do it myself here. If I can do it. Here we go. Here's hands. Hands up, do dishes. If I'm shaking hands, if I shake your hand like that, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to place my thumb on your first knuckle. See there? And if it was the second, I would be here. Okay, so these are whatever. So I'm shaking your hands. This is why you'll see people on film in the newsreels, etc., shaking hands delicately like this, because what they're doing is they're doing this. Okay. Now, when they do this, it isn't just a matter of saying, "Aha, he's a Mason," because it doesn't work that way. What that does is that will initiate the contact. So now you've got to give the password. Every shake has a password. Unless you know the password, it don't work. Okay.
I did hear a rumor about what the password was. Can I say?
Yeah, if you want.
The password is subscribe to Stacking with Craven.
Do you know what? If there was a degree that If there was a degree I could create for you, that would be the password.
Oh, this is really interesting stuff, Gary. Look, the chat is really wanting to get involved in this conversation, and I love to see it, guys. I love the enthusiasm. I have so many questions for Gary too. If you are new to this show, please just know that we do have a designated live Q&A section. So if you think I'm ignoring your questions, I am not. This is just the general structure of the show. However, I didn't realize we've had a few super chats, Gary. So I'm going to respectfully take a minute check here, a little pause to this fascinating conversation to give a shout out and a credit to these people who have quite literally paid hard-earned cash to get this message on the screen. Starting with America First, who this is, it looks like I missed this one. Sorry, America First, brother. This was from before when you were talking about tax, who says, thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way. Thank you so much. Sales tax rate would have to be implemented on purchases to offset income taxes on everyone. Wouldn't it be cheaper to import items and pay tariffs? Would you be able to give a response to that, Gary, within less than 30 seconds at all?
Tariffs. Tariffs are another tax. They are a tax on you. If you buy an item that's coming to the country and there's a tariff on it, you pay the tariff. All this nonsense that you hear coming in from Mr. T, shall we call him, telling us that the other country, the other guy, he pays the tariffs. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. The people who buy the goods are paying the tariff. The importer pays the tariff, and they pass it on to the consumer. So tariffs ain't the answer. The answer is quite simple. If you are a rich person, you pay purchase tax. If you are a poor person, you don't pay any tax because you're buying food, you're buying necessities, you're buying things you need to live. You're paying rent in a house that you can barely afford. If I took away your income tax, or any taxes really, then you would be able to live reasonably well off, because it's the government that causes all our issues. The government tries to help you. And do you know what? The worst sentence that you can ever hear in your life is, hello, I'm the government. I am here to help you. No, you don't want to hear that. You do not want to hear that. No, you really don't. They're not.
I was waiting for your first joke.
I've got a good joke if you want. Oh, by the way, I mean, you were just mentioning before about the people in the chat, and hopefully we'll get to all their questions. And I really look forward to answering them if I can. I mean, I really will try, guys. But I got a couple of people who are listening tonight. I've left it till now, just obviously to let them tune in. I've got my friend Pete. Hi, Pete. Pete's in Wrexham in Wales, nice part of the world apparently. And Pete's just come back from Rome. His daughter, who I won't mention, has just got I think it was a first-class honours from Oxford University. So well done, Pete, and his daughter. I'm very proud. I mean, that is impressive. Yeah. And he's got a couple of daughters and they're really nice girls. And also, I'd like to say hello and good evening to my friend Dave, who's probably listening, not too far away from where I am at the moment. He knows who he is. And my other neighbour, my neighbour, Liam. Liam is. Do you know what? My friend Liam's very interesting. He's ex-military. He's an airline pilot. He's an ex-military, and he actually flew helicopters in Afghanistan. So I tell you what,
wow,
he's definitely got a story. He hasn't told me the story yet, but hopefully one day he will. And as I say, I'll whether or not he'll let me tell you the story, I don't know. But this could be for a future show, because you got to remember. I mean, what we got tonight, we got 3 hours now. Well, in fact, we got less than that. We've only got 2 hours. Apparently, there's some sort of football match on later. I don't know what that's about. Is it a football match on something? Anyway, it's nothing to do with us, is it?
No. There was a football match. After Wednesday's game, we decided there was no football match anymore. So really, there's no specific time limit. We'll see where it goes. And I feel strongly that we are building up to something here with where we're going with this conversation. And for those people that have enjoyed so far, I can only encourage you to stay tuned in. You don't want to miss this. And if you've enjoyed the first third of this show, hit the like button. I'd really appreciate your support. Gary, I'm going to quickly move. Was there anything else you wanted to shout out before I move on?
Sorry, no, guys. It was only because a few people had messaged me. They were interested in what I was going to be talking about, and I was trying to clarify to them. And also, yeah, there's loads of people. I'm sure there's a few other people out there which I've missed. I do apologise if I've missed you, but hopefully you might get something out of this conversation. I'm hoping I'm going to get something out of this conversation, to be honest.
Well, you never know. I'm going to also shout out this comment from Thousand Air once again, who says, with a $5 super chat, thank you so much. You guys are so generous across the pond. Really appreciate all your support. Thousand Air says gold and silver are non-perishable commodities with high stock to flow, making them valuable throughout time. Penny for your thoughts on that one, Gary?
Well, it's quite true what he's saying there, yeah. Well, now the problem you've got is where we're going with all of this, because this was hopefully going to come up a bit later. But I have to touch on this just now, and obviously this may switch some people off. It may switch some people on. I don't know. But if it does switch you off, try and bear with me. Don't switch off just yet, because there is more to it than what I'm going to say. First of all, can I just tell everybody absolutely 100% that I have a certain knowledge of the biblical book. Now, when I say that, don't get me wrong. I'm not what the Americans call a Bible basher or anything like that. I'm not actually 100% into this in any way. I've done research. My research leads me in a different direction, obviously, because I was the remembrancer. I've got all this information, this knowledge. Then I put it all together and I came up with different answers. But in either case, I have to tell you that if you consider the biblical book as a diary of events, don't look at it as a religious thing. Forget about that. Just look at it as somebody who's written a diary. Okay? Consider that. So you're considering what people have written in their diary. Now, if you think about this, if you consider what a diary is, someone will say, you know what, I've been on holiday, I went to Ibiza, it was lovely, weather was nice people, enjoyed it, great crowd, I'm going there again soon, blah, 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 end of, right? That's written in your diary. So this book is a diary of events. These things have happened. I wouldn't really think anyone would argue with them. We get to a certain area in the later new book. I'm going to call it an old book and a new book. The old book I class as a diary. The new book, maybe not. Maybe it's something different. But the old book, it's a diary. And in my opinion, these things that are written down can have a habit of repeating. And we are now living in a very precarious world. We know there are things happening in the Middle East. We don't really need to name what they are. We all know what they are. But if we go into that old book at a certain section called Ezekiel, and many people are going to say, I know where you're going with this. Ezekiel basically says, in a part of it, I can't remember the actual chapter, but it's in there somewhere, is we throw our gold and silver into the streets. Now stop there. I know exactly what you're going to say. That's ridiculous. Why would you do that? Oh, these are valuable things. Why would you throw them? Don't be daft. How stupid are you? Yes, you're right. That's right. You wouldn't throw them. I wouldn't throw mine away. Never mind you. The thing is, they did do that. Now, why did they do it? The reason they did it is because they were under attack from the Babylonians. Now, can I just tell you who was under attack and who the Babylonians were? The people under attack were the Israelites. Think about the people who were attacking them were the Babylonians, who basically came from around the Iraqi area. Does this sort of ring any bells to anyone?
This sounds very familiar if we are talking what we're seeing going on in the world right now and over the last few years. Yes.
The reason, by the way, is that they threw their money and gold, their gold and silver rather, into the streets, is not because to them it was not worth anything. It was because there was a famine. because of the invasion of Babylonians into Israel, there was, well, it wasn't Israel, it was Judea, wasn't it? But there was a famine, and because there was a famine, there was no food, and therefore it bought nothing. There was nothing to buy. So therefore, it's worthless. They threw it away. And that's what happened in ancient times. Now, all I'm saying is not, I'm not saying it's going to happen tomorrow, but it does appear, in my view, that certain things are happening very similar to this again in the same area. And it does concern me. Now, I'm not saying for 1 second that you should chuck your gold and silver away, obviously, and I'm not saying for 1 second you should stop buying it. But what I am saying is, bear in mind that that information is already out there in a diary, and it seems to be repeating itself. History does rhyme. We know this from history. We've had wars that have happened over and over again. We know it rhymes. We have to be very careful, because we are doing something that we think we are safeguarding our future. We're looking toward the future, and we're doing something that we think will safeguard not only us, but our family and their family. And I agree. I think that's what we should be doing. However, we do have to consider anything at all that could change that. And this is one of those things we have to consider. So, again, I'm not saying join the church. No, all I'm saying is that it's in there. And the question is, will it repeat?
Gary, you've left me a perfect pause moment there to ask you a question here. And there is that thought of this history repeating itself. And it leads me to a question. Do you think we're going to see, from our point of view as retail investors of silver and gold, precious metals, do you think that's going to potentially have zero value soon? Or in this modern world, and some of the talk that we see, I describe some of it as hype, but there is credit to some of the theories. What I want is your theory. Are we potentially on the verge of an absolute economy collapse and potentially a catastrophic uprise in the price of silver, for example? What's round the corner?
Okay. Well, first of all, I do think we are at the precipice of a catastrophic collapse. Now, when I say that, people were going to say, well, hang on a minute. Look, we've heard all this before. We've heard the end of the world is nigh. We've seen people with the signs walking down the streets. How many times do people have to say it's the end of the world? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is it could be the end of society as we know it. It could be the end of the empire as we know it. Why do I say that? Well, history is on our side again. We know that empires traditionally last around 250 years, thereabouts. We know that the American empire, as we've had recently, the celebrations, is around 250 years of age. And therefore, it's the age of decadence. Now, you're going to say, hang on a minute, the age of what? The age of decadence? What's that about? Okay. So in 1976, there was a guy, he was an ex-soldier, and his name is John Glubb. G-L-U-B-B. John Glubb. John Glubb wrote a book in 1976 called The Fate of Empires. It's a small book. It's about 20 pages long. It's not long. You could read it in 2 minutes. Right? And in there, he talks about what happens when it comes to the end of the empire. What's the signs? And this is what it's all about. It isn't about what you think. It isn't about what we read in the paper. Take no notice of what they're putting on the news. It's nonsense. Look, we had the Roman amphitheaters. They were there to entertain you. Bread and circuses. This is what it's about right now. We are living in a time where we're being entertained because they don't want you seeing this. They don't want you suddenly realizing it's all going down the tubes. Why would they? You're going to react to it. They want to keep you very happy, very placid. And, it's just like anything else. We live in a world where we don't want our bubble burst. We want our TV. We want our holidays. We want to have that little holiday. We do. We love our car. We've got all these things going for us. Don't tell me it's all coming to an end. I don't want to know. I'm really sorry, but it is. And very soon you're going to be woken up to the whole thing. When it happens, it's too late. This is my advice now is irrelevant because you saw the bullet points at the beginning of the show. You saw the thumbnail at the start. Bank balance 0. That's it. That's where you're going. This is like the Big Short film. Did everybody see the Big Short? Brilliant film. This is it. This
Gary,
is where we're going. Yes.
I'm hearing you loud and clear. And some of the things that I notice as someone with far less knowledge, but I am like a sponge and I love these conversations. And my question to you is this. I noticed that, we're at war right now in terms of the world. There are wars going on. Historically, when such wars to this scale have been going on, what has happened to the precious metals market? Well, it's generally gone up, right? When there's been wars. We're not seeing that right now. Why is that?
Okay. Yeah, of course.
I want to hear your thoughts on that in a level of how corrupt is this? What's going on? And beneath that, even deeper, Gary, this is the time for me to ask you that question. Who runs the world? I want to hear it.
In a word, in a phrase. Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs rules the world.
Who are the bank? The bankers?
Goldman Sachs is an investment bank. It's one of the largest investment banks in the world, and it's produced some of the very well. I was going to say strangest people, but I think that's being nice to them. Goldman Sachs basically has produced. Steve Mnuchin? The Americans will. Steve Mnuchin was the Treasury Secretary under Trump. First time he was in power. Mario Draghi, remember Mario Draghi? He was the president of the European Central Bank and Prime Minister of Italy. Remember Mark Carney? Mark Carney was the governor of the Bank of England and the Bank of Canada. He's now the Prime Minister of Canada, apparently. Malcolm Turnbull is another guy, Prime Minister of Australia, and it goes on and on and on. These people are shoehorned into these jobs through Goldman Sachs. Now, a lot of people will say, yeah, but Goldman Sachs isn't the largest bank in the world. Surely it's not. No, it isn't. It isn't the largest bank in the world, but it does produce the most interesting people. And these people are sent out to basically control the narrative. Because, you see, this is the problem is it's not about, it's just not about economies. It's about the narrative. They don't want you waking up to this narrative, because if you suddenly realize that your whole life, and I'm not exaggerating here, your whole life was a lie, you'd be really cheesed off. I mean, you really, really would. And the fact that it's true makes it even worse. Now, all right, you could say, "Oh, come on, Gary, what are you talking about? How can my whole life be a lie? Well, that's ridiculous. That's stupidity." No, it is, because you still think that when you pay your money into the bank, it's in your bank account, and it isn't in your bank account. It isn't even your money. This is a strange thing. People don't understand what they're doing. Right? Okay. You were a young person. I don't know, 16, 17, 18, whatever. Mum took you to the bank. You opened the bank account. Did you read the contract? Did you actually read it? Who reads contracts? Oh, come on. Who reads?
No, I didn't sit there and read that tiny writing, really long document full of pages. Of course, I didn't do that.
No, of course. And nobody does, because nobody has the time, for one thing. And even if you did read, you wouldn't understand it. But what he actually says in there is the money that you pay into the bank is no longer your money. It's the bank's money. Why do you think people have trouble getting money out of the bank? It's
because the bank don't have enough money.
No, they've got loads of it. They've got a computer full of it. They can make as much money as they want. That's how they make money. See, look, you've got to remember, every single person who goes out and gets a loan. Say you go and buy a house. You go and buy a mortgage, go and buy a house. Right, okay. And you buy this house and you think, well, you know what? I have to now pay back this mortgage. Right? Okay. Now, being an honourable person, being, feeling obligated because, your parents taught you should always honour your commitments. You should always pay back what you owe. Okay, fair enough. So you pay your mortgage. Right. Well, what if I told you that that mortgage didn't actually exist? You see, the problem is that when you take out a loan, you have to put up collateral. I think the Americans call it consideration. So the guys over the pond will know that. So you put up your consideration, your collateral, which in this case would be the house. They then would forward you the money, which you then pay towards the seller, through his solicitors, and happy days, everyone's great. And, you've got a house. The house is now basically owned by sort of you, but mainly sort of them. And if you don't pay the loan, they'll just repossess it, and that's a lot. Now, the only problem is, to put up the collateral or the consideration, you had a physical thing. You had the house. But the bank didn't actually have the money, because banks don't actually have any money as such. You see, what they do is they rely on the central bank. They borrow from the central banks. So the central bank, the UK central bank, Bank of England, or the Bank of America, or any other central bank, creates the money out of thin air. Now, this may be a bit of a shock to some people, that banks create money out of thin air. How's that? That's just stupidity. But there are other people listening who say, yeah, I know that. I do know that. And they can do it, and then they can let you borrow it. But what are you actually borrowing? You're not actually borrowing anything. So what they're doing is you've got a fraudulent loan. They have fraudulently lent you money based on the security that you were given. But because they didn't have the money in the first place, the loan is not valid. Now, you're going to say, yeah, all right, I believe you. I believe you. The thousands wouldn't, but I believe you. No, you don't need to believe me. Go to 1969. Now, 1969, a very interesting year, by the way. I just wanted to point this out. In about 2 minutes time, around about now, Apollo 11 will enter Earth orbit. Moon orbit. Moon orbit in 1969. In literally 2 minutes from now. That was the first. This was the first for the Apollo mission. It entered lunar orbit. This show is the first because it's telling people the truth. How's that? How's that work? Isn't that amazing? So we're in lunar orbit in 2 minutes. I think the moon landing is tomorrow, the 20th. Yeah, Neil Armstrong, or was it?
Yeah.
Was it a moon landing?
Well, that's a rabbit hole, Gary.
It's another rabbit hole. And, I'd love to have another show based on, did they do the moon landing? What was 2001 about? Let's go down that rabbit hole another day. But even so, yes, just to let you know. So 1969 is a great year, because in 1969, in America, there was a guy who took the bank to court. And his name was Jerome Daly. Look him up. Jerome Daly, 1969. He took the bank to court because they didn't have the money to lend him to buy his house. And he won the case. He won the case, and the judge said in his summary, only God can create something from nothing.
I'm just going to let that sit for a second, because that's powerful.
I'll leave that with you.
Yeah. And that's what they've done. And it's scary. It shows us not to believe everything that we've been led to believe all of our life. And there's certainly some clued up people in the audience. There is, of course, Gary, a lot of American interest this evening. I really appreciate all you guys from across the pond in the US, other nations as well, for tuning in and dropping your comments. I want to say a massive thank you to Thousand Air. Once again, Thousand Air Radio, whilst you were speaking about the small print that nobody reads, obviously from a UK perspective, we had a response to say, and $2 super chat, thank you so much. There is no small print in the US Constitution. Any thoughts on that one, Gary?
Interesting that somebody mentions the American Constitution. Just the guy who's posed that question, could I just ask you, are you familiar with the 13th Amendment? Just want to see what feedback we get from that question.
Is that a question to me or to Falzender?
No, to the poser of the question. Sorry, I didn't get who it was. But
Falzender Radio.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So yeah, if you could let me know if you are familiar with the 13th Amendment.
I'll keep an eye out to see if he replies. Falzender, are you familiar with the 13th
I'm sure
Amendment?
Googling 13th Amendment now, by the way.
Yeah.
Just to let you know, the 13th Amendment, just in case, I mean, obviously people will look at Google and everything. The 13th Amendment basically stops people in America, senior officials, shall we say, government officials, from calling themselves prince or kings or anything like that. In other words, Mr. T can't be the king of America because the 13th Amendment restrictions in doing so. Not that he'd take any notes.
Chat. I will keep an eye on the chat, Gary, to see if we get a response from Falzender. But I'm not sure where I want to take this because I want to keep going in this direction. But what I want to bring other factors in. There's still a lot of interest in the Freemason stuff. I think that will come up in the live Q&A. I want to touch on the religious side from some of my prompts here, so I guess I don't miss it. And I guess this would be my way of getting that from you in relation to gold, silver, all that good stuff. It's quite clear that gold appears throughout religious history. As someone that studied that, why?
Okay, well, that is a very, very, very good question. Okay, guys, so you need to go and grab yourself a biblical book here, and you need to open it at Genesis. We'll go back to Genesis. After all, it's the beginning. We might as well start with Genesis. Okay?
Sorry, Gary. Before we go on to this question, there's a few people in the chat saying the 13th Amendment abolish slavery, and Falzender himself now has just said, I want an amendment to make Mr. T king. He is a top gold stacker. It would seem that way.
Yeah, in actual fact, the 13th Amendment does cover slavery. The thing is, though, unfortunately, sadly, and for most Americans, they probably realize this now, slavery actually never ended. Yes, you were free. You could go and do what you wanted. You could go live your life, as it were, freely. The problem is, though, you've got to consider what happened. You've got to say to yourself, well, hang on a minute. Yesterday, I was a slave and I had a master, but I also was clothed, fed, and housed. Today, I'm free. I don't have a master, but you know what? I've got to feed, clothe, and house myself. Are you really free? I mean, really? If you think you are,
freedom. Gary, what's freedom? I've never heard of it. Tell me what it is.
Yeah, there you go, isn't it? That's the problem. No one is free. I'm not just talking about slavery. Slavery is a bad thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it wasn't. The point is that we are all slaves. It doesn't matter whether you're black, white, yellow, green. It doesn't make no, whatever. We're all slaves to a system. This system is keeping us in slavery. Why? Because you've got to go out, you've got to work, you've got to earn money, you've got to pay into the system. Now, look, just think about this for a minute. Go over to the Amazon jungle, right? Go to the Amazon jungle. In the Amazon jungle, there are tribes that have never seen humans, never seen Westerners, they've never seen people. They've been living there for, I don't know, hundreds, thousands of years, who knows? Are they slaves? Really? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because they're not in this system. They are free. And yet they've got nothing. I mean, I've been to Mexico. I love Mexico. But I've got to tell you this. I went to Mexico on holiday, right? First time I ever went there. And I was sort of befriended by the waiter, as most people are, because they're always looking for tips and one thing or another. Now, me being me, because I'm inquisitive, I want to know things, I decided that I'd ask him, is there any possibility I could come and see how you live? Yeah, you sure? Yeah, I am. Okay. So on Sunday morning, this is true. I mean, looking back at it, I'm thinking this is just stupidity in itself. So one Sunday morning, I meet this chap outside the compound, because we're in the compound, because in Mexico, you tend to holiday in a compound. And he took me with him and he took us on a bus. We went on a bus and we travelled on this bus and we travelled to another bus stop. We got off the bus, we got on another bus and went in a totally different direction. I had no idea where I was going. Absolutely. I mean, I'm thinking I'm dead. I don't know. And, you know, we ended up at this little shanty village. Everybody came out to see who these Westerners were. Who are these people who come to their village? Do you know what? I was overwhelmed. I mean, here I am. I'm coming from a wealthy country. I'm coming from England. I'm coming to Mexico. Mexico is supposed to be a relatively poor country. And yet I feel humbled by these people coming out to see me. They're coming to see me. You know, I am there. I'm the focus of their intent, their interest. They want to know about me. I can't believe it. We were taken into this little breeze block house, because that's what they have. They have this little breeze block house with normally 2 rooms. One room is presumably the dining room. The other room is where they sleep. And I was just totally taken by these people. They were so nice. I can't explain it, because I was so overcome with emotion, because they've got nothing, absolutely got nothing. I've got everything. They've got nothing. And they invite me in and they sit me down at this table, and there's these 4 chairs at this table in this room, and there's a bottle of tequila on the table. And because I was with my partner at the time, there's 2 glasses. And I said to them, I said, You're not joining us? You're not joining us for a drink? No. It's for you. It is for you. This drink is for you. And I'm thinking, and it goes through your mind. Oh God, I've got to be unconscious in 10 minutes in a ditch in a week. Oh, that's, this is what you think, isn't it? You don't know. And you know what? It was. I mean, the experience is so humbling. It really, really is. I just can't explain it, because I say to the guy, okay, what's in the back room? Oh, that's where we sleep. Takes me into the back room. They've got hammocks. There's children in there, a couple of children watching a black and white television. A black and white television in 2009, somewhere around there.
Really?
Yeah. Black and white television. In the lounge, I call it the lounge. It was just a room with a table and 4 chairs. On the window ledge, there was a radio with no case on it whatsoever, and bare wires going into the electric supply to make it work. I'm thinking, these people, I'm an electronics guy, I'm a television guy. These people are killing themselves with electricity. And I'm thinking, I've got to do something. I've got to help these people. I just got to, because they can't see it. Anyway, I asked them a question. It was about September. I said, can I just ask you, what do you do at Christmas? Because I know they're very religious over in Mexico. What do you do for Christmas? You know what they said? No? No one? Anyone? Anyone know what they said? Is there anybody sending any messages coming through? Is anybody saying on the internet what they said?
No.
Guess what they said? No. Do you know what they said? I said, what do you do for Christmas? We paint the walls a different colour. We paint the walls a different colour. Blinking neck. Do you know what?
Is that a celebration, or
Oh yeah. No celebration.
What relevance does painting the walls have? Why do they do that? Or they just don't care? It's just another day, I see in the comments.
No. Well, they obviously paint it a bright colour because they're celebrating. They want to celebrate the event, so they paint it a bright colour. I understand that. But the fact is, that's it. I mean, There's no Christmas trees in Mexico. There's nothing. There's no decorations. They've got nothing. I came home to a wonderful Christmas that year. But do you know what I did before I left? Do you know what I did? I went up to the guy. I went up to Wham. His name was Wham. They're all called Wham, by the way. And I said to him, I think it's Wham. Anyway, I said to him, I said, can I just give you this? And I gave him a radio and cassette player. It was only cassette, it wasn't CD, sorry. Radio cassette player that I bought at Manchester Airport the week we left because I forgot my radio. I gave him a brand new radio. I have never seen a man that just was beside himself, a grown man, because I'd given him a radio that to me was worth pounds, nothing. And to him, it was worth. You see,
that's powerful, Gary. I've got to step in here, mate, and go back a second. Let's just rein it in for a second, because the chat it may be 5, 6, 7, whatever, 10 seconds behind in real time. We're getting some reaction now. Now, when you said, and I'm going back to painting the walls, is it as simple as that? Is there anything more to that? And the reason I ask is because as soon as you said that, Gary, people are saying some very interesting things. We've had comments like ritual ? We've had hint quotation, paint the walls. We've got don't be fooled, interesting name in relation to this, who says, I think he's talking about murder. Am I missing something? Are these people onto something? What's going on here?
I do find that absolutely fascinating. No, guys, in all seriousness, that's what they said. They paint the walls for Christmas. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, if you shoot somebody, the blood goes all over the wall. I understand. Yeah, I get that. No, they weren't. They were being serious. They painted the wall a different colour at Christmas. That was their way. There was, I mean, I really don't know. I mean, I know there's been a lot of problems between the USA and Mexico, illegals coming over the border and all this nonsense and things. But unfortunately, this is what happens at the end of empire, and I'll just come back to that in a few minutes. But these people were being genuine. They were not people who you would associate with, high crime or anything like that. And you got to remember, I was in a village. I was in this shanty village. There were dozens of people there. I mean, they were all coming out to say hello. No, it was just a humbling experience. Now, yes, it could have been wrong. It could have gone the other way. I understand that. I could have walked into some sort of Western trap and ended up all over their walls at Christmas. I see where you're coming from. But it wasn't like that. It was purely humanity. This is the thing. We forget sometimes that we are human and we have an affinity with others. I know we all have our social standing, as it were. Some have more than others. I understand all that. But sometimes humility is the better part of valor, shall we say, because that's what it's all about. These people, in many ways, need us. This is what I'm trying to say. I gave him something he needed so he didn't kill himself, basically. And this is what we need to remember. We need to think, when we're looking at things like stacking, because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about stacking our gold. We're talking about stacking our silver. Are we considering ourselves? Are we thinking selfishly, it's for me later? Or are we thinking, no, actually, it's not for me. It's for my children. It's for their children. It's for their future. This is the thing. We've got to get in the right mindset. We've got to understand what we're doing this for. And we've got to think about this very, very carefully. Because there are people out there who will trick us. There are people out there who will try and get what we've got because they aren't interested in your family. They're not interested in you. They're not interested in your relatives. They're not interested in anything like that. They're just interested.
Do you know what that takes me back to? Before, when you said, hi, this is the government, they're here to help you, or something along those lines, which we sort of laughed at. Well, it's the same sort of philosophy, mate.
This is the whole point. The point is, we are the government. We are here to help you. Lock your door. I mean, really, just give it up. Don't go there. The thing is now, we are living, as I said before, we are living in an age of decadence. And At the age of decadence, we see the end of society. We see the end of the empire. Okay. Now, we're not talking about necessarily the American empire or the British empire. The British empire sort of gone ages ago. We're talking about the Western empire. We're talking about how we live in the West. Now, everybody listening to this, unless they've been living under some rock for a good long period of time, will know we have a problem with visitors. I'm not saying any more. We have a problem with visitors. Now then, can I just...
Gary, you're dropping a bombshell there. You're dropping a bombshell.
I am, but I'm trying to just explain to everybody listening exactly what the Fate of Empires by John Glubb, as I say, you can go and read it yourself. And he talks about the period that we're in right now. Okay, so you got to remember, this was written in 1976, so we're not talking about a recent book. It wasn't done last year. This is many, decades ago now, think about it. So what he's saying is, at the age of decadence, at the end of the empire, what do we see? We see an influx of foreigners.
Gary, I encourage you to, whilst where you're going with this, I've just had a $2 super chat from, he's been very generous tonight, from the US, Thousand Air Radio. You've probably become familiar with that name tonight. He has donated a lot through the chat to pay to have his messages on screen, and I really appreciate that. Thousand Air says, US preserving our borders is not nonsense. I'm highlighting that because it's kind of a long way you're going. Am I wrong?
No, I think he's right. The thing is, though, it's the thinking behind it. You got to remember, we are living in a world which is controlled by a senior hierarchy. Okay, forget about your politicians. They don't mean anything. Don't worry about your Starmers of this world or your Burnhams of this world or your Trumps of it. It doesn't make any difference. They're all the same. They all sing off the same hymn sheet. They all talk about the same thing. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all bread and circus.
I caveat that, and I agree with the point you're making, but I will not say they're all the same, because I don't think they are. I think some of them are different characters. Some are more likable than others.
No.
I agree with the point you're making. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
They've all got their own agenda. They've all got their own agenda.
Yes,
but
the problem
some are more likable than others.
Yeah, I agree with what you just said. I think there are politicians who are more likable than others. Yes, whether it's here or any other country in the world, I agree. The only problem is they are not the ones in control. They don't know that until they're voted in. Then they realize they're not in control, because nobody knows they're not in control until they're in power. But then they're not in power. Anyway, look.
So who is?
Well, I'm going to come to that. So we got the age of decadence. We've got the influx of foreigners. We've got the rise in welfare. Hello, anybody there? We've got an influx of foreigners. We've got a rise in welfare. Go and read this guy's book, The Fate of Empires by John Glubb, 1976. 20 pages. The rise in welfare is in there. And guess what? The weakening of religion. Now, we're not going to go down this road, guys. Don't panic. We're not going to talk about religion. Well, we are, but only on the peripheral. So we're not going to say who's good, who's bad, who's indifferent. We're not going to do that. What we're going to say is, this is what happened in ancient Rome. We had an influx of foreigners. We had a rise in welfare. And we had the weakening of religion. We also had something else that was very, very interesting, because it all became, in ancient Rome, it all became about your personal wealth. Hello, personal wealth. It all became about your personal wealth and your self-esteem. It's all about your self-esteem. The enemies, now this is the important bit, the enemies of the state were paid off. Think about that. Think about that. The enemies of the state. They're the ones who are doing things against the state. Can we call them criminals? I'm not going to say that, but I can only assume that's what he meant. Criminals are paid off. Now then, I'm not going to go down anything to do with anywhere in the north of England. But the enemies are paid off. Yep. The population, though, and this is the very interesting bit. This is the interesting bit. This is ancient Rome we're talking about. The population sees itself as evolved beyond violence. What are we doing right now? We're sitting here watching. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you need to get up and do anything, but don't you think it's very, very similar to what happened in ancient Rome before it collapsed?
Is history repeating itself, Gary, in your mind?
He says his words at the end of this book, and again, these words are there for anyone to read. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
That's powerful, once again. And this happens every time I speak to you, whether it's on this live for the first time or on our phone call conversations or even in person. I usually sit back and I'm just like a sponge listening, just like a happy penguin smiling and waving, just listening. It's fascinating stuff. I love the amount of engagement in the comments who are following along with this episode. If you are enjoying it, guys, please do hit the like button. I really appreciate that support from you. Gary, I want to divert you slightly here. You've ended that there very nicely, and I want people to think about that and come back to it if we have specific questions a little bit later on. Something tells me we're going to run a little bit over the 3 hours this evening, guys, but I'm happy with that if Gary is. And if you guys are still here with questions, let's go on as long as we need to. This is the 50th episode, and it is special. I've got more I want to ask. So, Gary, a lot of things here with deeper meaning, okay? And you've spoken in a lot of context. And I want to take you down, I guess, religion and symbolism, more the symbolism side. And kind of ask you, why are symbols so important throughout history? And just to tie in the gold as well. Yes, silver, precious metals, but more gold in terms of it being mentioned and brought up through history. We tend to hear gold referred to more than silver. So why are the symbols important for our history? And why has gold always been associated with kings, temples, and power?
Well, that is a very interesting question. So, two questions.
It is two questions there. Start with the symbols, then move on to the gold if you can for me.
Okay. So symbols are very important because what do symbols actually mean, or what do they do? Symbols are there to transmit information without you knowing about it. In other words, if you're a Mason, you will see things in society. You will see television shows, news broadcasts, and you will see symbolism that you understand. The Masons communicate in symbolism. It's not really, it's not really about words. It's all about symbols. It's all about allegory. It's all about things that you see, but then you don't see, because the Masons want to impart information without your knowledge. Now, for instance, the number 33 is the main Masonic number. If ever you see 33 anywhere, it's something to do with the Masons. Now, you could say, oh, that's just poppycock. It's just coincidental. Yeah, I've seen 33 in the news report. 33 people were injured in a... Yeah, that is connected to the Masons. Now, initially, it doesn't look like it is. You just think, no, what's it got to do with 33 people on a train who were injured because they stopped suddenly? What's that got to do with Masons? Well, the Masons impart knowledge to you. Sorry, they impart knowledge to other Masons through those symbolisms. Now, how can I give you an example? Okay, right. If we go back to the, the very sad case of the bombing in Manchester, talking of Andy Burnham, we might as well. And it was at the Ariane concert, if you remember. There was a big thing about it. And sadly, and it was sad too, that 22 people actually died at that evening. The question then starts revolving around the symbolism, because
the numerology.
Correct. In this case, well, there's symbolism and numerology seem to be pretty much combined. So we look at this and we see it on the news and we think, oh my God, that's terrible. Those poor people. It's so.
No way.
So, no,
Gary,
yeah,
sorry, I'm only interrupting you for one reason, and you'll forgive me when you know. We have got 33 people watching, and apparently we are on 33 likes as we're having this conversation.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
All I can say is it wasn't me, guys.
Guys, it wasn't me either. But go on, please. Carry on where you were going. The chat's just jumped up to 39. But yeah, that was crazy. I saw it in the comments, but go on.
Yeah, well, there you go, you see. So, is it a message there? Who knows? I mean, got to remember I'm not in the Masons anymore. But then again, if I was actually watching the show and I saw that and I was a Mason, I'd be thinking, hello, who's listening to this? Anyway,
there is a question about that. I'll give you a warning. There is a question about the Masons I'm going to come back to that somebody asked before. But keep going with this point first.
Okay. So we got this terrible thing that happened. 22 people sadly lost their lives. And it was a horrible, horrible thing. But then you sort of look around what actually is seen in the images. So we now need to go to the internet. I'm sure people are doing it as we speak. And they go on Google. And we notice that there's a lot of imagery with the number 22, because we see balloons that say 22, because obviously that was the number of people who had died. But what is 22? What is actually 22? Now, 22 is just a number. It's just 22, isn't it? Two little ducks, 22, if you're into bingo. But 22 is very symbolic. 22 is the Masonic number for chaos and destruction. Now, you might say, oh, yeah, just made that up. I'm sure that's not true. Well, if it's not true, can you explain why the bombing happened at 2200 hours? Can you explain why, if you look over at America, and again, the American audience will be zooming in on this one, the Yankees played a football match. Was it a football match, or was it? They're going to correct me now. It wasn't a football match. It was a baseball game in honor of the 22 who died. And there's a photograph. You can actually see it very clearly on the internet. I haven't got the photograph with me, so you'd have to look it up. And in that photograph, you will see 3 players standing together. Their backs are to the camera, and the middle one is number 22. That's the number on his back. Either side of him are 2 others. I think one's 32 and one's another number. I can't remember quite what the number was. But I looked into who they were. Their name is Aaron. Both of them, their first names are Aaron. Aaron is the Jewish word for pillar or post or mountain. So he's between 2 pillars, Masonic pillars, maybe. Okay, this could be all coincidental. Oh, come on, Gary, this is just coincidental. What are you on about? Okay, but look above. Look what it says. It says Manchester. It's got a big sign up there saying Manchester and a burning candle. The whole in the signage in the ground, there's a burning candle. Zoom into that candle for one moment, and what you will see is the all-seeing eye in the candle flame. You tell me. Is that symbolism or not. I'm only a Mason. I don't know.
I'm just letting that sit.
It's
I'm
one of
just
those
letting
things,
that
isn't it?
sit.
Yeah.
There's a lot of comments coming through, mate. I'm gonna throw you something to you, Gary. The all-seeing eye. Now,
Yes.
I'm gonna go further and ask you: is the Illuminati real?
Yes.
How do you know?
I know.
Are you in a position where you can't say anymore because you just can't?
No, it isn't that. I know that the Illuminati exist. I know the Illuminati have always existed. They were actually disbanded in 17 whatever it was, but they weren't really disbanded. Rothschilds are part of it. They always have been. They always will be. Their symbol is the red shield. If you look again on the internet, all the stuff's on there for you to see. The red shield, of course, is the name of Rothschild in German. Red shield. They've been.
Sorry. I don't know if you can see this comment, mate. Thousand Air Radio, who's been very lively tonight. We love to see it. Thousand Air, I'm a big fan of yours, mate, and it's great to see you with so much enthusiasm tonight. Comment is the Illuminati is real, but they are Italian, so it's not a big deal. Gary, over to you.
The Illuminati is real, but they're not. But they are Italian, so it's not a big deal. No, the Illuminati aren't Italian. I can see where you're coming from because you got this mafia mindset, which we'll come to later because we're going to talk about Albert Pike. Anybody know about Albert Pike? Actually, yeah, just see how many people in the comments say, I know about Albert Pike.
If you want to ask the question to the audience, you need to give them a minute to respond. I'm going to take this opportunity, Gary. I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break just because my bladder is going to go and I want to free myself of that feeling before we carry on with the show. So I'm simply going to cover my camera, mute my mic, and if it's okay with you, unless you need to go yourself, I'm going to hand over everything to you. You just talk.
Oh, he's gone. Right, okay. Well, I mean, obviously, we're talking about the Illuminati. The Illuminati is very interesting because the Illuminati is connected to a lovely gentleman called Albert Pike. And Albert Pike is well known in America because he was a Confederate officer. And he has a statue erected to him. I think it's in Washington, from memory. Again, the American audience might correct me on that one. And he basically wrote a letter, supposedly, we don't know this for certain because there's a lot of rumors to say that it didn't happen, and there's other evidence to say it did happen. A lot of people say this letter appeared in the British Library and you could physically see it. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But anyway, this is 1871, I think, from memory. Again, I've not really made any notes on this one because it goes back into Masonic law, as it were. So he was a Mason, and he basically connected to an Italian, funny enough, we were talking about that a second ago, called Mazzini. Now, Mazzini was the M in mafia. Okay, so this is the one of the first perpetrators of the mafia family, shall we say? And anyway, he was basically in contact with him. He wrote this letter to him, and it talks about a third world war. And we are going to explore this one because this is very interesting. Because if it's true, and if this information was written down and was sent over to Mazzini, we seem to be on that path because it talks about the very things that we see around us today, those people that we see, the visitors who are visiting, and I do say that lightly. I'm trying to protect the algorithms here, but you know, it's all about what's next on the agenda. Now, you've got to remember is this is the Masons communicating with the, well, I mean, is it possible? I mean, would they actually be talking to the mafia? Now, I don't know because, and I really don't know on this one because I am a Mason. I am not a member of the mafia, so I don't know whether or not that was true or is true. And should we be worried? But if it is true, then we are about to go into absolute Armageddon. I mean, it's the only word for it. This is what the letter talks about. I'm sure. What is that? Well, Armageddon is a funny thing because Armageddon actually isn't a thing. Armageddon is a space.
Sorry. I know what I'm aware of Armageddon, but what do you mean when you say the words "we are about to go into Armageddon"? What does that mean for us and the abundance of silver stackers, collectors, and people who are just generally interested in this conversation right now? What does that mean when Gary says, a Freemason says we're about to go into Armageddon?
Right, okay, right. We have to consider certain things where we are currently. We have, in the Middle East, we have a war. Now, this is interesting because this is all very biblical stuff. You know, you're talking of an Arabic nation fighting against a Jewish nation. Okay, we obviously have to be very careful because we are on YouTube when we are talking about things that are sensitive. However, both of these peoples, and I'm talking about their governments, not necessarily the people themselves. You got to remember, people aren't bad. There are no bad people in this world. Governments are bad. Governments make people bad. Okay? Because when you come to see, oh, this guy's gone.
I disagree with you.
Oh, go on.
I disagree with you. When you say the statement, there are no bad people, I strongly disagree with that. If you look, I'm just saying this from the point of there are some sick people in this world who have done terrible things, regardless of what's going on with the government. I don't think that all people are good, or I disagree with the fact that there's no bad people. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. Well, I'm going to correct you there because I disagree with that. Because if you think about it, all right, you're a baby. You've just been born. You are a little baby. You are helpless in your mother's arms. Are you a bad person?
Was Jeffrey Dahmer a good person?
Was he a baby? The point is, at one point, the point is when we are born, we are not born with bigotry or hate. We aren't born that way. We are innocent. We are born innocent. We don't have any views on people, or we are taught those things. We are made that way.
So we become bad. We are not born bad. This is the point you're trying to make. No, what you're saying, rather than there are no bad people, maybe a better way of wording that would make more sense to me is there are no people born bad. They become bad as they are a product of the environment around them. And for some people, they can't choose what environment they're born into, unfortunately.
And the only reason that they become bad people is because of governments. Now, that is a statement I've just made that statement. We become bad people because of governments. And we will go on to that a little bit later. But that is aesthetically what it's about. Governments make you a bad person. So don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty if you think you're a bad person. You've been made a bad person. You can become a good person. It's because the government has made you that way. The government is taking it off you. They're taking things away from you. They're taking your money from you. They've made you poor. They've made you suffer. They've made you put you in a bad place. They've made you reliant on them. And that's why you become a bad person. Because
Gary, I stand corrected by you there, Gary, and I know you want to elaborate further. I'm going to, just for a second, just give the chat a little bit of attention. Okay. I have to do this sometimes, mate. I could sit here and listen to you for hours. I have to pick and choose sometimes to say, Gary, hold on a second. Just hold on a second. I want more, but just give me 1 minute. Because we have a lovely audience of 40 people watching, tuning in, and some of which have put some really good points. The first thing I want to highlight here is a super chat. There's 2 super chats. So really quick, thank you so much to Jumping Into Silver, £5 super chat. Hi, my friend. Sorry, I've not been about. I didn't even know that's what you said, mate. You don't need to apologize for having a life. Thank you so much for making the time to tune in. The great thing about YouTube is you guys can always come back when it suits you, when you can, and watch this on play. On like when it's just uploaded. Okay, you can watch it back. That's the thing. Family always comes first, and I appreciate you coming in when you can. We're having a great conversation tonight, Jumping, and I think it's one that you would like to watch back. We've covered loads, and don't worry if you think you've joined too late. You haven't. We have got so much more to go. I think me and Gary are going to go way over what we plan to do, and that's okay. You guys can enjoy, sit back, grab a drink, relax, and enjoy the show. If it wasn't for you guys, there wouldn't be a show. I wouldn't be doing this. If it wasn't for special guests such as Gary, who is showing the Ian Atterbury banknote. Let's see it. Stop teasing us. Show it again as I read out the next super chat. Ian Atterbury, if you're still here, brother, that iconic 1,000 guineas. Gary has it, and he's very proud of it, mate. Next one. Thank you so much, Thousand Air Radio, with another super chat. $2. I learned bigotry. Did I say that right? Sorry if I didn't. Bigotry and hate. Bigotry, sorry. I learned bigotry and hate by meeting other people. That makes sense. Thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. And Vegas Stacker, another brother from across the pond. One of my American brothers, great friend, great person, great channel. Check him out. Gifted 1 Stacking with Craven membership. Thank you so much. You have supported more than pretty much anyone. There's a lot of people supporting me. I appreciate it a lot, but you are right up there at the top, the creme de la creme, mate. Thank you so much. And whoever got that, I can't see, but congratulations. Now, thank you to those. Gary, I need to come back here, mate. I need to come back. Where were we? There is a question for you that I can't let you go without answering. And, oh, my God, it's like a train. This is what happens, Gary. People start going for it. Right. Gimli, who I love that name as a massive Lord of the Rings fan. £5 super chat. You've not been around for too long, Gimli, but since you have, you've made a big impact. You've been very supportive, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the £5 super chat. Question for Gary. It's not the live Q&A yet, guys, but since you paid £5, I cannot refuse you. I will ask the question. Question for Gary. Are you a red or a blue?
That's a really good one. Now, is that in political terms, football terms, religious terms? Where are we going with that?
That's a dangerous question. I mean, if somebody asked me, am I a red or a blue, I would assume football. And I'd say red, and I'd say, but not the red that you think. I am Manchester United. But I don't know what Gimli means. But guess what? He's paid £5 to ask you, or he or she, I think it's a he, asked you that question. You have to answer it. I can't, you're going to have to take a risk, Gary. Red or blue?
I must admit, I do like his avatar. That's great. I like that one.
Gimli, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'll answer it, but I don't know in what context. Red, the green. Is he? Sorry. Are we from England or are we from America?
I don't know where Gimli's from. I'm sorry to say.
Okay, because obviously, if it was in America, I would probably be. Bloody hell. You know what happened?
Gimli, for the first time all night, we have made Gary speechless, guys. Well done to Gimli. Let's go.
Yeah, I am speechless because if it was America, to be honest, I wouldn't vote for either of them. I'm not either red or blue. If it was the UK, red or blue, could that be political? Could that be Labour or Conservative? in which case I'm still the same. I wouldn't be for either of them. If it was football, okay. Well, now then, that is a very interesting story. This is a very, very interesting story. Right. When I was, I think I was 11 years of age, I took a photograph, and I took 2 photographs actually, and the camera I was using was only a small camera. Well, not a very good camera. Anyway, I took the film in to be developed. Anybody remember the word developed? He took the film into the chemist, obviously.
Does anyone remember?
Yeah, to be developed. Anyway, they developed the film. I go in to pick up the photographs. The pharmacist, the chemist, so he says to me, "Did you take these photographs?" I said, "Yes." "Why?" He said, "Well, I've never seen anything like this." The reason he said it is because I took 2 photographs of a flying saucer. Now then.
Okay.
It went further than that. A couple of days later,
Gary, take us with you to that place.
Well, I'm going to take you there now. So, a couple of days later, on the door, it's the local press. "We believe you've taken a photograph of a flying saucer." I am 11 years of age. "Yes. Can you tell us a bit about it?" "Yes." So I told them about it. I'd seen it in the sky, and I took a photograph, didn't know what it was. And here's my camera, and there's the photographs, and blah, blah, blah. And they took my photograph, and I was on the front page of the local newspaper. In other words, that was my 15 minutes. Well, actually, it wasn't. I was a bit famous later on as well. But 15 minutes of fame was when I was 11 years of age on the front of the newspaper. People who may be listening to this in the northwest of England might say, "I remember him." Anyway, if you do,
they've seen the face of the infamous Gary.
They probably have, but I was only young then. But even so, they probably remember the occasion, and they think, "My gosh, I remember that." Yes, he was famous for one day or 1 week or whatever it was. Anyway, they asked me a couple of questions. One of the questions was, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I said, "Yes, I do, and she's 12 years old."
You were 12 too, right? Just to give a context, you were 12.
I was 11. I like the older women. Anyway, so yes, yes, I do. She's 12. "What is your favourite football team?" Now, do you know what? I'm a young boy. I'm 11 years of age. I haven't been to a single football match except one. And I was taking a friend of mine said to me at school, "I'm going to the football match. Do you want to come along with me? It could be fun." I said, "Yeah, I'll come along." I didn't know. I just went. And it was Everton. So Everton is blue.
So you're a blue.
I'm a blue. I'm a blue. Now,
I didn't know where you were going with that.
Right, okay. So you're going to say now, I'm with it. You're going to say now, so if you're a blue, do you vote Conservative? Funnily enough, no. But I have voted Conservative in the past, only because I actually believe they could do something positive. Can I just tell you a very, 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 very quick story? Because I think it's quite funny. Many years ago,
I'm here all night, mate.
No. Many years ago, when I was working in the television business, the television industry, I went. I was based in. I'm going to say the place because everybody in America is going to love this. I worked in Liverpool. Do you know the Beatles? I do actually. Yeah, I know one of them. Anyway, so I worked in Liverpool, and I remember going around every day fixing televisions, because that's what I used to do. I used to go to people's houses. Probably, again, people of a certain age would know this. You rang up the local repair shop. You rented your television. You didn't buy one. You rented your television. You rang them up. It's gone wrong. They sent someone out to fix it. I was the guy that came out to fix it. I used to visit these houses full of housewives. Yes. No remarks, guys. But full of housewives. And, of course, I asked them all the same question. I said to them, "Are you going to vote for Margaret? Margaret, Maggie Thatcher, you're going to vote for Margaret?" "Oh, yes, we are, because she's a woman. We're women. She's a woman. She'll show you how the economy should be run. She'll show you how it should be done. Great. You know what? Years later, I went round and it was poll tax time. Remember poll tax? And I'd say to these same ladies in the same houses, because you remember, that's what I did. You went around the same houses. Well, you voted for her. I didn't vote for her. Nobody voted for her. Funny that. You know, it's true. It's a true story. I went round and everybody wanted Maggie in power, and then all of a sudden, poll tax comes along and nobody voted for her at all. And you'd wonder who the heck voted for her, because it obviously wasn't them.
Well, I mean, judging by how you've explained it, of course it wasn't them. They wouldn't have voted for someone like that. No way. Surely.
No.
No.
I mean,
no.
But again, because Liverpool, politically, Liverpool is a very volatile place. They're very staunch Labour. And, you know, the fact that Conservatives could actually get into power is like beyond their comprehension. And don't get me wrong, I've got no problems with Liverpool. And I'm Liverpool, actually. I went there for a long time. But you've got to still consider, you know, why people tell the difference. They tell you a different story. Did you buy silver rounds when they were cheap? No, I didn't know. Because, oh, hang on a minute. Well, hang on a minute. You just told everybody you have. This is the thing. This is where we are. We are living in a world where we sort of make it up as we go along, when everybody else seems to be doing it. So this is what's happening. We are literally making it up as we go along. And on that note, can we just move on to my next question? Because I've got a question. I know you're asking me questions, and I know we're going to do questions at the end. Yeah,
Gary, we can, but I've got to step in because I once again I could listen to you all night. Before we move on to Gary's question, there is more. Some people have paid for this more. I need to cover. I didn't want to. So let's finish this little segment, and then I'll come to you for your question. I'm guessing for the audience. So I don't know the context behind this, but I will say thank you for the £1.99 super chat from Richard Baton, who says, "I think the Jews." I'm sorry if that's been lost in, and we're a bit behind. That was sent 10 minutes ago. We got talking. I don't know what the context is. I'm sorry. It just says, "I think the Jews." It's very, very short and sweet. I don't know what you're referring to, buddy, but thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And thank you for the £2 super chat. Gary, do you know what that could be referring to? I think the Jews?
Can't play football? No. I truly think that what he means is that they rule the world. It's yes. You've got to look. I know we've been down this road many times in history. We don't want to be seen to be anti-Semitic and all this nonsense, because I'm not. I mean, I know people who are Jewish faith, and I love them. So it's nothing to do with that. It's purely economics. You've got to think the Jewish people are very clever. They are a very clever race of people. And yes, if you look at the banking system and that sort of thing, it is seemingly occupied by a lot of people of the same faith. They're not all sort of Zionistic faiths and all this nonsense, but they are of the Jewish religion. And yes, they seem to navigate towards the banking system. I've got no problems with that, you know. I'm sure there's English people that navigate towards the football system. But in either case, the question is, do the Jewish population rule the world? This will be the banking population, of course. It does appear on paper that is the case, because obviously we see that a lot of the banks, a lot of the people in the banks, a lot of people who control the banks are of that faith. There are certain things in the religious text that come across as it's something to do with the Jewish faith. I mean, you've got to remember, if you go back to the times of Richard I, I mean, going back a bit, I know, and a lot of people ain't going to be able to remember it, even though I'm struggling. But in the times of Richard I, Richard the Lionheart, as he was known, because they was obviously fighting these religious wars over in the Middle East, the actual nation, no, actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. The actual people who were Israelites, because you got to remember, the Jewish nation has only been a relatively new thing. Before that, they were from Judea, they were Israelites, and they basically were expelled from England. They weren't allowed to be in it, or they shouldn't be in England. I mean, there's a film, I think, going back a bit, with Elizabeth Taylor. So obviously, a lot of the early viewers will remember Elizabeth Taylor, who's a famous actress, and the film was called Ivanhoe. I think that's funny enough. I think the main character actor was actually American, but there you go. But in that film, it was seen that the Jewish population at the time was frowned upon. Yet they managed to bail out the King of England. They managed to get Richard I released from his captors in Germany, I believe. So yeah, I mean, they obviously are very handy with money. They seem to be centered around it for whatever reason. There are certain things in religious texts which indicate that money is always being connected to them. I mean, I'm thinking of things like the temple, when the guy claimedly overturned the tables and the money went everywhere and all this sort of thing because there were money changers. So they seem to have had their hand in it from a very early point. Whether or not they control the world, I'm not sure. But I certainly know one thing: without the money, you cannot control the world. So if they don't control it directly, they could certainly have an input into it. And on saying that, I have to ask this question because it's what I said earlier. And I would like the audience, and I know we have to give them a few minutes to respond, which is good, to answer this question, because I'm going to answer this question. I am going to give you an answer. But the question is this: why do we need money?
That's a great question, guys. I've got a few more things to highlight and show you. So whilst I'm doing so, put in the main chat, why do we need money? Question from Gary. Put your thoughts in. I'm going to quickly highlight some things, Gary. Great question. Gimli Stacker, that question was a footy question, the red or the blue, Gary, from a Merseyside person. So not US. He's from the Merseyside. Thank you so much for the £2 super chat. And Gimli, straight back in, mate, afterwards with 5 stacking with Craven memberships gifted. Thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't need to do that. That's very, very kind. I appreciate it. I can't see who got them. Congratulations to the 5 people that have now got a membership gifted by Gimli. Please do say thank you. I'm sure you already have. But yeah, guys, please drop a comment. Why do we need money? There's so much. I can't wait for the live Q&A section tonight, Gary. There's so much I've missed. I've not been able to get everything in as and when it's coming, guys. Let's get it right. So, yeah, appreciate that, Gimli. Thank you so much. All the support means the world to me. So, I can see where we are. Gary, I'm going to highlight some responses to you before you give the answer. So, the question set by Gary to the 43 of you watching live right now. If you're enjoying, hit the like button. I'm certainly enjoying being part of this conversation. Gary's question was, why do we need money? And before we come back to Gary for his answer, I'm going to read the questions from the chat based on what Gary's asked. Kalilo, who is from the US, one word, Gary, says debt. I don't want to ask your opinion on all these. I just want to whiz through them and then come back to you. We have Emerald Coast, who says, best interview I have listened to in the precious metals community in recent months. Thank you so much. Listen, there's a reason why I've been poking Gary for months to get him on this show, and now you are seeing why. Next one is from Wicked Sticky Flowers. Great name, by the way. To store labor or wealth wages. Okay. And we have the coin cutter in the house, ladies and gentlemen, a VIP audience. One of my best friends in the community, an absolute legend. He does amazing work. Check him out on TikTok and YouTube. Big shout out to him. He is fantastic at what he does, and he's just hit 3,000 followers on TikTok, great friend of mine. So thank you so much for being here. That means a lot. He says to facilitate trade as an answer to why do we need money. There's more, Gary. You're going to have to give it a bit of time, mate, because everyone deserves a chance to answer your question. You ask a question, you open a tin of worms, we're going to let the worms come out. That sounds disrespectful. I don't mean that. Thousand Air Radio. Money facilitates trade more efficiently than barter. Okay. Can't wait for Gary's answer. Paper or actual money? For a standard barter tool, everyone will take paper money. We don't. Lol. Okay. Amina. Okay. Interesting. We don't need money. We are just tricked into thinking we need it as we can trade with other things. Benson, I completely agree. Shiny says, Gary, we need money to buy silver. Vegas Stacker says, we need money to be able to gift stacking with Craven memberships. Now, that's one that Gary can't argue with because that is true. That's very, very true. If I work, my boss can't pay me in what I need. There we go. Serpent says money equals universal exchange. Okay. I can't wait for you guys to hear Gary's answer because I think I know where he's going to go with it, but I'll keep reading them. Direct barter equals direct need, says Serpent. Interesting. There's a quote here from Thousand Air. Gary, you have got a big reaction from this question, mate. Good Lord. Supreme force is the power from which all other power is derived. That's a quote from Starship Troopers. Mystery, good to see you. Because it increases the options of bartering and allows the government to get their cut of all transactions. Ooh, that's good. Robot Toaster says money was invented to pay fines. Instead of blood feuds, they would pay wear a guild. Sorry if I butchered that. To compensate the family of the injured or deceased. Okay. We have Alfarius Loki in the house. Good to see you, buddy. To barter, trade, and measure value. Okay. I can't wait for this response from Gary. Next up, guys, we have Vegas Stacker with a very familiar $7.77 super chat. We need money for super chats and gifting memberships. Absolutely, mate. Thank you so much. $7.77. Very generous. Thank you. I hope you're enjoying the show. I really, really do. Guys, there's so many comments. I don't think I'm going to be able to keep reading them. We need to hear Gary's answer. One more from Kalilo because he is a legend. Check out Kalilo if you haven't already. One of the best podcasts in the entire space, in my humble opinion. Gold is the money of king. Silver, the money of gentlemen. Barter, the money of peasants. Debt, the money of slaves. ... Mic drop. And that is where I am going to stop. Because, Gary, if you couldn't tell, that you dangled a carrot there and you had to sit back for a few minutes to let people have their say. Because that was a big question. So, Gary, we've thrown the boomerang. It's come back. It's spinning around the air. It's picked up some bits. It's back with you. Gary, why do we need money? Over to you.
Well, listen, I was watching all the comments there coming in. And I agree with them all. I mean, they're good comments.
Most importantly, before you start, I have to get this out there really quick. 1,000 Air, £1, $1.99, 777 Vegas, Masudimati, yes. But Gary, please, can you just tell people the reason they need money is for stacking with Craven memberships? Is that correct?
well, yes, of course. I mean,
it's not financial advice, guys.
Why wouldn't you want to be stacking with Craven and paying him to do so? Yes, I mean that's one of the things. But no, money was created very simply because it restricts access to assets. That's why it was created. It was created because it stops you as an oik, I'm saying that politely, by the way, buying things that the rich want to buy. So when we look around everything at the moment, one of the questions I've been asked, I'm sure I'm going to get asked in the questions anyway, and you're going to ask me, is if we're at a war situation right now, why is gold and silver falling in price? The reason it's falling in price is nothing to do with the war. Okay.
It's nothing to do with the war.
It's nothing to do with the war. What it is to do with is the political situation. Okay, what we have, and I said this earlier, and I keep saying it again, we're coming to the end of the cycle. The the government, if you want, if you a better phrase, of the United States, the United Kingdom, most of Europe is about to collapse. And what do you do if you know it's about to collapse? You buy gold and silver. Yes, but I don't want to pay those silly prices that the oiks are paying. I want it less. Don't worry, we'll push the price down. And then you can buy as much as you want for less. Because the oiks will be selling it because they bought it high, thinking they were being clever. And now it's dropping. They're going to panic and they're going to sell it in panic, and you're going to pick it up for nothing. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. That's the way it works. And the problem with cash is we don't understand what it is. Somebody mentioned earlier in the chat that we need it because we have to buy things. That's true. Of course we do. But then you can buy anything. 2,000 years ago, the Chinese were buying things with grains of rice. The Indians were buying things with tea. I mean, it goes on and on. But we've created an economy based on a lie, because this money that we take a piece of metal, we stamp some lovely patterns on it and the king's head, and you think, oh my word, that's a shilling, or that's a 10 pence or 50 pence, or whatever you think the economy is at the time. And you think, oh, I can go and spend that. I can go and buy something with it. Yes, you can. I know that. But you're falling into their trap. It's their money, not your money. Your money is what you can save and what you can stack. Now, the problem is what you're doing. You're stacking money that is historically ancient. Gold and silver is ancient money, right? They can't alter it because it's in, I think it probably is in the very, very early charters of King John when he signed at Runnymede. And I'm pretty sure it is in there somewhere. So the gold coins, the silver coins, the weight of coins, all of these are classed as currency. And as currency, you cannot be taxed on it. You cannot owe tax on it. You don't have to pay capital gains on it. I mean, this is what I don't get it, because I see people out there today and they're buying silver items. They're looking at it almost as a work of art. They're looking at it like a work of art. They're paying hundreds of pounds more than what it's actually worth in the metal, and they think they're doing something beneficial, but they're not doing anything beneficial. They are literally lacing up their future. They are basically telling their children, look, I was a clever man. I bought this silver designer piece because it's a rare item. They only ever made 20 of them. It's worth a fortune. It isn't. It's worth the silver. It's worth the gold. It only becomes valuable in the moment. The person buying it in the moment sees the beauty in the art. They buy it because it's beautiful. But then that's what always happens to us. If you ever go to a supermarket with your children, you've got your kids, and they're sitting there and waiting for the payout, and what do they do? Can I have this sweet? Can I have that sweet? Why? Because it's right next to the till. It's the temptation for you to buy it.
It's strategic. Supermarkets set themselves up like a map. Have you noticed you can only go in through one way, and then the aisles are set up in a certain way? So you have to go past the things that you'll buy there and then because you're hungry. All the great deals on snacks and drinks are right by the tills. It's strategic. A wise bit of advice that was given to me that I never truly understood until I've been doing it more often in life as you get older is never go shopping when you are hungry. By God, guys, that is such good bloody advice. If you're the person that does the grocery shopping, listen to me. Don't go grocery shopping when you are hungry, I guarantee you've picked up something from the hot counter. You've picked up a meal deal. You've picked up an extra few packs of biscuits that you didn't really need. It's amazing. But Gary, this is fascinating. Gary, go on. I've got a question. I've got to read it. I've left it on screen for honestly ages. I've highlighted it for a reason, mate. I've got to ask it.
Oh, go on. Yeah, go on. Ask that question.
Because this question will relate to what you were saying before, and it's from Silver Serpents, friend of the channel, friend of mine. Great channel, Silver Serpents, guys. Check it out on YouTube. Kalilo, he's talking to Kalilo, who is also a legend, but basically, Gary, when banks can print cash and they can buy anything, why are they buying gold? Can you answer that for everyone?
Yeah, because they're clever. Listen, if I could convince you that I had something worth money and I wanted to swap it for your gold 1 ounce coin, would you swap it? Really, it looked really good. This thing I've got in my hand, this is like, oh, I have to have this. I've never seen anything like it. And what's it made of? Oh, I don't know, paper. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Oh, well, wow, that's fantastic. I've never seen. Yeah, I'll swap it. I think it's worth a fortune. I'll swap it. Look, guys, people, you've got to realize that banks are creating money all the time. And what you're saying is correct. You know, they're going out, they're buying gold. Why wouldn't they buy gold? I mean, this is the thing. We live in this world of make believe. I mean, this is a Potemkin village. It's not real. You know, we've been taught over all our lifetime. We went to school. What did they tell you? Oh, you have to have money to buy things. Mummy's got money.
You have to get a job. You have to get education. You have to go to work and pay taxes.
You have to have all of these things before you can be happy. You won't be happy unless you have money, unless you have a house, unless you have a job. Now, look, the people who are telling you these things are the same people who told you that there was a fire, Bobby, coming to get you if you didn't go to sleep. Wake up, people. These people are lying to you. There's not a Father Christmas. There isn't one. You were told it because they wanted you to go to sleep.
Gary, this is a good time to ask you if you, Gary, the infamous Gary, the character that you are, if you could print money and buy gold with it, wouldn't you?
Oh, good God, yeah. You're joking. Of course I would. I'd be there first in the queue, mate. Wouldn't get rid of me. I'd have the lot. Okay, can we just look at this? Can we just look at this a little bit more? But okay, we're coming up now. By the way, we've got 25 minutes before we hit the closing time. We've got questions to take and everything else. I know that, but I just need to go through this.
I don't think there's a. I think that proposed closing time has gone out the window.
Is that because we're not in the football match?
Yeah, like I said before, on Wednesday, sure, there was potentially a big football match. Tonight, I'm afraid there isn't. But if you want to go in 30 minutes, we'll go. But I think there's just too much to cover here, mate. I think we need to give it a bit longer tonight. What do you think?
Well, I always supported Argentina because they were blue. Hang on, just a minute. I've got to take this phone call. Just a sec. Yeah, sorry, what was that? Wait, Argent what? No. Who? Oh, Galero? What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't realise. Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, apparently I'm not taking that call because I don't support Argentina, obviously. I support Everton, apparently.
You support Everton, yeah. And do you know what? My missus will love that because she is a Toffees fan as well.
Listen, can I just tell you a joke? I mentioned it earlier. Can I tell you a joke? Okay, so I'm going to tell you this joke. All right, now, apologies if you've heard it before, and if our American friends or our European friends, haven't heard it before, then you might enjoy it. Anyway, so we have 3 nuns, okay? 3 nuns, and one of them happens to be a mother superior. She's like the senior nun, okay? And sadly, they are all involved in a car accident, okay? And the 3 of them are sent to their particular heaven, okay? Anyway, when they get there, there's a chap on the gates. I think his name's Peter, but and he says to the first nun, he says, "Excuse me," he says, "I have to ask you questions before you can come in to this environment." Be very clever here. So he said, "Okay." He said, "Can I ask you, who was the first woman on earth?" "Oh," she said, "that was Eve." "That's fine. You can come in." The second nun, he says, can you tell me, where did Eve live?" "Oh, well, that'll be the Garden of Eden." "Okay, you can come in." So he says to the Mother Superior, "Look, I know you're the Mother Superior, so it's got to be a little bit more difficult. But I'm going to ask you, what were the first words that Eve said to Adam?" And she thinks about it for a minute, and she went, "Ooh," she said, "that's a hard one. Yeah, you can come in." So, moving on, quickly. We're moving on. We're moving on to hard times. This is where we are. It's a hard one.
That's a hard one, guys. You can come in.
Hard one. Okay, bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, frivolity. We've done it. Right. So we're going to talk very, very quickly. Hopefully, are we okay for talking about this at the moment, Mr. Craven?
Honestly, Gary, I reiterate, we plan to do 3 hours. We're going to do longer than that. Gary, I will ask you this now to set the precedent. Are you good to go for a little bit, quite a bit longer than that this evening, because it is a special episode?
Well, I did think 3 hours was a bit short, but that's only me. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Okay, so can we just talk about why do we need cash? We've asked that question. Obviously, we've got some feedback. Can I then point out a few things, because I'm going to go through a bit of a list, which I have in front of me, which I did earlier, and I basically wanted to get over the concept of cash. Not digital cash, not the money that you see on your digital card, as it were.
Physical cash.
We're talking about physical cash. Physical. Well, actually, it's not even cash, is it? Really, it's actually well, we would term it differently. So, I mean, physical cash would be gold or silver.
I'm so sorry, Gary. I don't wish to interrupt you, but it's just Robot Toaster just quoted and said 3 hours is a bit short. Was probably the second thing Eve said. Well, yes, quite right, and very good point, actually. Sorry, mate, as you were.
Maybe she didn't say that. I don't know. Anyway, so we need to look at why do we need cash, right? So what can you do with cash? It's a good question. I'm not asking the audience. I'm not asking you. It's a rhetorical question. So what can you ask? What can you do with cash? Well, you have 3 choices. You can either spend it, you can either bank it, or you can save or hoard it, as a word. So same sort of thing. So there's very little you can do with it. If somebody gives you a wad of cash, all right, the immediate response is to go spend it. Is it not?
I'd say for most people, yes, probably. You've got money. Your mindset is, I need to spend this. I don't know what to do with it. For most people, yes.
Okay. So the next question is, where does cash actually come from? Or currency in this context. But where does the currency actually come from? Well, currency, again, it's a rhetorical question. Currency, you can either earn it, you can borrow it, you can win it, do the lottery, you can steal it.
Gary, we've lost your camera signal, mate. You've gone black. Guys, I think we've lost Gary. Uh-oh. He's had a phone call off people. He's been saying stuff he shouldn't. Guys, we've lost Gary. What's happened to Gary, guys? I'm gonna give him a call right now. Guys, the Masons have got him. No, guys, they haven't. Surely not. They got him. The Masons got him. No. Right, guys, let's call Gary. We need to check he's okay. Speak up.
Hello, and thank you for calling.
Oh, it's gone straight to voicemail. Guys, where's Gary? He had said too much, says Bear. Guys, what's happened to Gary? He's disconnected. It's gone completely straight to voicemail.
And thank you for calling.
What are we gonna do? I was in Aldi. What does this say? We'll get him back. I was in Aldi recently, and a man in front of me apologized for paying with a £10 note. He said sorry for the cash. Why would you say sorry for the cash? Yeah, I agree. That's weird. On a serious note, his phone battery could have died. I suspect that happened. Yes. We'll get him back, guys.
Thank you for calling.
Well, look, guys, 35 of you guys, we are nearly 3 hours into the show. We've got a lot longer to go as well. This is, as I explained, a special episode for my 50th episode. If you are enjoying this so far, do me the courtesy of letting me know in the comments. If you haven't already, please take 2 seconds out of your evening and hit the like button. It seems like a small thing to you, something you might not just naturally do, but it means so much to me. It really, really does. And it encourages me to keep doing this every single week and get more guests on, such as Gary, the infamous Gary. Wow. He's got a lot to say. Congrats on the 50th. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. And don't forget as well, we do have a live giveaway to do this evening, which is exclusive to Apex. The whole month of July has been powered by Apex. If you are not a part of the Apex Bullion Discord group, I would say check it out. Join. Real people, great support, and there's something in there for everyone. As Capcom has said very kindly, hit the like button even if you're broke. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Thank you so much. Yeah, Thousandaire knows. I hit the like button on the way in. Yeah, that's how to do it, my friend. Let's call Gary again. Where's he gone? Hope he's okay. Oh, we have a signal now. Let's go. Gary, it's Craven calling. I'm just wondering if you're available to join me on the Sundays of Craven live podcast. You might be busy. I do understand.
The whole thing went down. It seems to be back up and running again. Nothing went flat. Actually quite know what happened there, but for some reason, it cut off midstream. So yeah, that's we need to be able to connect back up again.
Simply join by clicking the same link as you clicked before. That link has not changed. It is still valid to you. Join the studio. I'll get you back on, my friend. The main thing is I can put the audience to rest and reassure them knowing that the Masons haven't taken you. All right, mate. Click on that link. I'll get you back on.
I'll be back with you in just a minute. Just stand by, and I'll be back.
No problem, mate. See you in a second. There we go, guys. He is okay. He's coming back. There we go, guys. Thank you so much, by the way. I will take this opportunity to say, look, thank you so much for all of your support. Whether that means you've hit a like button, whether that means you've dropped a comment, whether you've shared my streams, subscribe to my channel. So many of you are a member of my channel. You've gifted memberships. You've done super chats. It goes beyond what words I can give you right now, how much that truthfully means to me. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. And this is just the beginning. Craven, thoughts on the movie V for Vendetta? Don't think I've ever seen it, buddy. I'm so sorry. That's it, Amina. Start the trend. Spam the knickknacks emoji. Show some knickknacks love. If you are a member, you can do it. If you're not, you cannot. That is a custom knickknacks emoji. Let's go, Amina. Thank you so much. And let's bring Gary back to the main stage. Gary, are you with us?
It does appear to be, yes. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can hear you. We can't see you. It's white, nothing more, but we can hear you.
No,
are you okay?
Right, we're trying to get there. Let me get. Problem is, of course.
Oh no, he's gone again, guys. Oh no, we just got him back. They've taken him again. Oh no. How were the spicy ones? Honestly, the ones that Shiny sent me, Shiny Silver, my good friend, they were very, very spicy, but they were also very, very nice. Extra hot and fiery, I think they were called. Yeah, look, no, says Emerald Coast. Where is Gary? I don't know. He got disappeared. Remember the 5th of November. Guy Fawkes remembers. I don't do much commenting, but I have to say I've been enjoying listening to Gary very much. He has an excellent mind and knowledge of the world. He really, really does. He is just such an interesting character with so much to say, so much knowledge. And this is why I say when I speak to Gary, I am just like a sponge. I ask the questions, I hear his answers. I don't really know what to add that's value, but it's so great. And I'm so glad that we could get him here on for the 50th episode. I think we've got him back just now. Add to stage. Have we got Gary back this time?
Right.
Gary.
Well, we appear, yes, we appear to have me, but I'm trying to find out where my camera signal is, which should be here somewhere. But this is very strange. But anyway, we'll give it a go. Hang on a sec. Where have you gone? Oh, you're back. It's okay. Right, we're all right. I think we're there. I'm trying to get my camera working. It appears to be not showing.
There you go.
There we go. We're back.
Right. I think we're good.
I hope so, because nothing went wrong. Nothing was done. I have full power. I have full internet, but for some reason it just went down. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist. I don't know.
Guys in the chat, let me know. Is Gary coming through clearly, or is it just my headphones? I can hear a pretty awful. I don't even know what that is. But Gary, when you speak, I can hear this like noise. I don't know what it is. Guys in the chat, before we carry on, please let us know if Gary's clear. Gary, speak a few sentences for everyone. A little, a little crackle. Yeah.
Yeah, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that okay? Anybody hearing me? Am I there? Can anyone hear me?
People saying they can also hear crackles when you're speaking, mate. It's like they've interrupted the transmission. There's definitely some feedback. Yeah, there's something when you're speaking right now, mate, that can only be described as like a. I don't know what it is.
Oh wow! Do I? I mean, that's bizarre. Okay. Do I need
your microphone? Is your microphone in a different place? Are you on the moon? Says Amina.
I wish I was. No, I'm not on the moon. I think Mars is probably better this time.
Gary, I will remove you, and can you just rejoin the same way? Because this is the only way I know how to fix it. I don't know how else to fix it.
Okay, we'll give it a go.
I'll kick you now, mate. I'm so sorry to do this. It's the only way I know how. Just like if you call a tech firm, they tell you to turn it off and on again. Let's go. I feel bad doing that. Guys, we just kicked Gary. Can we just take a second, like a minute of silence for Gary? I just kicked my special guest from the show. Gary, lock your windows and close your doors. I agree. Boomer tech interlude. Phones are tapped. When you know, you know. Boot him, says David James. No mercy, boot him. 33, the number that does not go away. Yes. JC Penney or Sears intercom system from the yeah, ham radio. Radio ham. MI5, I'll do 10 seconds and don't order in, cook your own food. Oh, yes, good advice. Great advice. Yeah. Hopefully, guys, in the next couple of minutes, we should be back up and running. If I were you, I would take this opportunity to grab yourself a drink, get yourself some snacks, and prepare for the latter half of the show where things could be about to get very interesting. The part where we fully get you guys involved in the show and we focus entirely on the live chat. Any questions you have, bring them to the live show. Third time lucky, Gary, talk to me.
I am here. Can you hear me? How are we doing?
That was clear to me. Guys in the chat. Guys, is this good? Are we good to go? Kalilo saying 10 out of 10 stream, brother. Well done, legend. Thank you so much, mate. I advise people to check out Kalilo01 as well. He is a character with one of the best streams in the entire space, without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, sound is better. Sound is great now. Let's go. Right, Gary, we have you back in one piece. Can I just ask, are you okay? Did they hurt you when they took you, or did they just give you a slap on the wrist? What happened there, man?
No, it's more of an injection. I think it's to keep me quiet, really.
Yes. Now, Gary, look, it would be impossible for us to cover all the things I want to discuss in one podcast. I'm going to leave it to everyone when we finish to let us know if they want a part 2 to this in the near future, because we can make that happen. So that's down to you guys watching. If you're enjoying this, let us know if we want to make Gary return to the podcast, or equally, if you never want to see Gary on the show again, let us know. But I doubt that'll be the case. It's down to you guys to, if you wanted to say, look, Gary's gone, that's fine. But be honest, your feedback means the world, and that shapes the way that the show goes. It's all about you. That's why we do it. I want you guys to enjoy it. And when there's a special guest you want to hear more from, you've got to let us know. Now, Gary, before I do hand over, as you show us some beautiful, that doesn't look, is that platinum?
No, it's a silver half.
Okay,
ounce.
Right. It's silver art, you say?
Well, technically it's silver art. It's just a half an ounce of silver. Would you get off this art thing? There's no such thing as silver art. Think of that. Where are we?
I plead the fifth on that one, my friend, I'm afraid. Right, so before I hand over to the chat, my last few questions to you are quite simply about your coin. As you are a coin dealer, experience, yes, you come from an antiques dealing background, but you have also taken on the role of a coin dealer, and you've done so for years. What trends have you, and I'm going to move through these, not quick fire too much, but try and answer them in a way that you can summarize quickly, because I have a few questions, if you can. What trends have you seen in collectors over the years, collectors of coins?
Well, I have seen an uplift in things like proof coins. However, the people who are buying proof coins are very finicky. They want absolute perfection. Anybody open that capsule, forget it. You're done for. I mean, I mean, we're seeing a trend of two. It's going in two ways. Okay, we're looking at a division. We're looking at people who are stacking gold and silver purely because of the aesthetics of the metal. We're looking at people who are stacking proof coins, specialized coins, collector's coins. Yes, they're lovely. Don't get me wrong. I think they're absolutely divine. But you've got to consider the future. It's not you. It's your children or your children's children. Because when they take it to that shop on the high street, if there is any there, and say, I want to sell these coins, they're going to see silver or gold. They're not going to see the thing you saw. You're not going to be seeing that sort of, oh, this is lovely. This is a proof coin. It doesn't wash. Dealers aren't interested in proof coins. It's as simple as that. You are, and other collectors might be, but the guy you take it to sell is not interested in a proof coin. Now, whoa, stop. You're going to be jumping on me any minute saying, I'm not. No, I disagree with that totally. I've got a guy down the road, he buys off me, he buys proof coins, and he gives me a little bit more. Yeah, that's fine. If that's his choice, that's fine. We're talking about the majority of dealers who are looking to buy gold or silver. They're not interested. They're really, really not interested. it's gold or it's silver. That's all they want. They're going to melt the thing. If you don't want your coin melted, don't go along, sell it to somebody who's going to buy it as a metal coin. Go and find somebody who's going to give you the price you pay for it or more because they love the coin as a work of art. Work of art are nice. I'm not saying they're not. I'm not saying they're worth more. All I'm saying is you're paying for the workmanship that's within it. The second-hand market doesn't work that way. Okay, consider this. You go and buy a new car. Okay, it's lovely. It's everything you want. It's perfect. It's clean. It's tidy. There's no marks on it. It's absolutely wonderful. You drive it for a year, you come to sell it. To get your money back? No. Why? Because it's a second-hand market. And the guy who's going to buy it is going to buy all the bells and whistles you've put on it and pay half the price. See where we're going? It's nice to think that they're going to be worth money long term, but it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. If you're going to do that sort of thing and you're going to go down that road, maybe you should consider maybe buying something like a Constable picture, maybe Leonardo da Vinci, maybe something like that. Because that's the only way you're going to make any money if you're going to go down that road in the art world. I mean, even the can of Campbell soup has lost its flavour, pardon the pun. But it has. These things are long gone. These are all fads. And we live in a world where fads are basically there and they are designed to take your money. Stick to what you know. Stick to the basics. Stick to gold. Stick to silver. Do not diversify. Stay with the metal. Forget the proof. Forget the specialist coin. No disrespect to the people who are making it. Those people are working hard. They're trying to make a living. I understand that. I am not talking down what they do. But if you're a stacker and you're talking long-term investments, you do not want to go anywhere near them. If you want to buy a work of art, however, that's a different matter. Because if you've got the spare cash and you're not worried about the future, you're not worried that the government's going to take all your money, you think I'm telling you a pack of lies, then stick with it. Just do what you think is right. But if you're a stacker, don't do that. Please. Stick to the gold, to the silver. Don't even buy copper. What's the point of buying copper? Are you mad? I mean, come on. It's copper. They stick water through it in your house. For heaven's sake, people, you're not going to make any money. Yes, it's lovely. And I know Craven's got one. No disrespect. No disrespect. It's lovely. It's nice to look at. And it's a work of art. It's fine. It doesn't cost you a lot of money. That's okay. But don't go down that road thinking if I buy a load of copper, I'm going to make a lot of money. You ain't going to make a lot of money. You are going to spend a lot of money, but you're not going to make any money. Silver, gold, buy it now. Stick it away. Not financial advice, by the way. And in the future, you will find you're in a better place than what you are now.
Gary, my cam's gonna go off for 2 or maybe a minute as I disappear, but I'm gonna leave you with a question off the back of that. Well said. Really enjoying listening to your opinions on this. This is what I want you to answer to the people whilst I disappear for a minute. Gary, what is the biggest mistake that new stackers make today? I'll be back in 1 minute. If you could answer that one for our audience.
That's a very good question. What is the biggest mistake? Well, you could argue and say the biggest mistake is getting into this in the first place. You see, we all want to be ahead of the game. Let's be honest. It's what we want to do. We don't want to be behind the curve, as they say. So we want to go out and get it while it's still fresh, still there, still at a good price. Question is, though, what is a good price? I mean, we've seen the price of silver and gold rise dramatically in January, February this year. And we all dived out and bought it. Well, not everyone, maybe. But a lot of people did. And then they suddenly thought, uh-oh, it's going down now. What do I do? I'm going to panic. I'm going to sell it. It's an instinct. We live on instinct. That's how we are as humanity. I mean, we do, don't we? If you think about it, if you're out at night and you're walking in a dark area, you hear a noise, instinct tells you to walk quicker, to get away from that area, because there could be danger there. And that's just the same thing with metals. We live on the instinct. We think it's going to go up. We think it's going to go down. Nobody knows what it's going to do. Yes, there's a lot of people out there who can guess, and guess well, don't get me wrong, but we don't really know for sure. I don't know for sure. I mean, I'm buying gold and silver every day, but I don't know whether it's going to go up or go down. I've gone down on my holdings quite considerably since I was buying for the first time in 2015, and that period. I mean, I was paying like £180 for sovereigns in 2015. Yes, I've still got them. Yes, I've made a lot of money. And yes, I don't pay any tax if I sell them. And I don't even have to tell the revenue that I've actually sold them. I mean, that's the best bit. But how many sovereigns do you need to buy before you're going to make money? You see, again, it's all about this perception. We discussed it earlier. I mentioned it earlier, told Craven earlier. We need to think about where we're going, what we're doing, and how we're going to get there. And we need to be sensible, because you've got to remember, we still have a life to lead. We still have to pay those bills. Although theoretically we shouldn't be paying them, but we do. And we still have to pay the car loan, and we still have to pay for the food and everything else. So we don't have a lot of money left over at the end of the day. Nobody does. I mean, even I don't. I mean, technically, I'm sort of retired now, although I don't think I'll ever retire myself personally. But I'm certainly well over 50, shall we say. So I am in a position where I'm thinking, well, what do I do for the future? Well, the way I've done it, and obviously the way I would advise you to do it, and it's not financial advice. Hey, what is this? We've got to keep saying this all the time. It isn't financial advice. Okay. But my theory, shall we say, is that if you're in America, or if you're in the UK, or Germany, or France, or wherever you are, you should buy the currency of the nation. Because from my understanding, and I obviously stand to be corrected, if you buy the currency of the nation, there is no tax to pay because it is pure currency. So if you're in America and you buy silver eagles, then theoretically you shouldn't be paying tax on it because it's only currency. Now, whether or not they have a different law over there, I don't know. Sure, they'll tell me. But in the UK, it is different. If you buy gold sovereigns, or if you buy any coin that was in circulation, or any coin that has a value stamped on it, so we know, for instance, that Britannias are £2 coins, because they have a value stamped on them, you do not pay tax when you buy them, you do not pay tax when you sell them, and you do not have to declare to the revenue that you have sold them. It's a winner, people. Hello. If you buy gold bars or silver bars or poured beautiful art pieces, you've got to declare them, mate. You are going to be paying capital gains tax. What do you want to do? Do you want to pay tax, or do you want to live free? Live free. Buy coins. Buy the realm. Buy those coins that were in circulation. I've got half crowns going back to 1920, 1930, 1915. Why? Because there's no tax to pay on them. I don't have to declare them even. It's all free money. You just buy them, you wait for the price to rise, and you sell them. You make money. It's easy. I mean, I'm stupid in many ways, but even I can do this. So yes, you need to be in on your own economy. You need to be buying your coins that you know from a child, very important, that contain silver or gold. You buy them, you keep them, you give them to your children. You tell your children you do not need to declare them. There is no tax to pay. You don't have to tell them anything. End of.
Gary.
Yes, sorry.
You've explained the same. No, you are not. I could hear everything you said from the moment I left, thanks to these amazing headphones. Great piece of technology. Wireless. I was really enjoying what you explained, and it's something that you have explained to me many times, and I agree with you completely. However, could we be sat here in 3, 4, 5 years and be saying, God damn it, they changed the rules on what is and isn't taxable, and all of a sudden the smart stackers right now who are buying capital gains tax exempt coins in the UK are like, crumbs, as you would say, crumbs. They've changed the rule on it because they can. What's the possibility, in your opinion, of that happening?
That's a good question. Very good question.
Because it challenges the argument of what's good now might not be good in 5 years. It's just a hypothetical, bear in mind, and we're preparing, right, for the worst. To me, with how I'm preparing, based on what you said, which I agree with, I'm preparing in the UK by stacking Britannias, silver Britannias. Some say, stick to your Britannias, it's boring. Okay, well, I agree they're good right now. What if everything changes and they are no longer capital gains tax exempt when someone who is still new to stacking like me comes to sell and I have to pay tax? What would you say to that? What's the likelihood of that happening?
Right, okay. Well, first of all, you've got to consider any coin of the realm. Now, everybody laughs at this. Is in statute. You cannot change it. Well, it could, but they'd have to bring the law out to change it, and that would be very difficult. So your coins, your Britannias, your £2 coins, as I said earlier, they are coins of the realm. They are circulating coins, or could be. Well, they are. Well, they aren't. I mean, this is this legal tender nonsense, which we'll come to in a minute.
Well, you don't buy your fish and chips on a Friday with a 1 ounce silver Britannia that's got a face value of £2. You don't give them 10 of them to pay for yours and whoever you're with fish and chips, do you? It doesn't happen. It's legal tender, but it's not quite that simple.
Yeah, but it might happen. This is the thing. You see, I go back to this original statement. I've said it twice now tonight. It's all about perception. How do you perceive things are going to go? What do you think is going to happen? Now, it's very difficult because, I don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. The audience doesn't know what's going to happen. We're all waiting on someone to tell us what's going to happen. But from my own experience, and I can only give you that, I can only tell you what I learned in the Masons, what I've learned since the Masons, and obviously what I've picked up from other sources. It would seem to me that this particular game, it is a game. This is a game. It's like Monopoly. All right, we've all played Monopoly. Okay, if you haven't, you need to get on the board. Right.
It's a dangerous game to play with your family, by the way.
Yeah, it is. You can fall out very easily. But even so, the game of Monopoly is basically a game of life. You buy houses, you buy roads, you buy utilities, you buy. This is what it's about. It's about amassing wealth. Okay. Now, if you play the game of Monopoly and you're good at it, people will say, well, you cheated. Yeah, probably. Who doesn't? And this is the game. And it's a game we're all playing at the moment. We're all playing the same game. We're all thinking, well, hang on a minute. The economies seem to be in disarray. We appear to be on the precipice of a collapse. What do I do? How do I save myself? How can I make? What do I do? It's a panic. It's a situation. Right. Okay. First of all, calm down. Just calm down. You have to think about this thing about cash. We talk about cash as though it's some sort of god, and it is a god in many ways. I mean, it's like sport, football. We've talked about football before. You blue or you red. It's a god. We worship football. It doesn't mean anything to us in our own lives, but hey, we're going to go there on Saturday and we're going to chant and we're going to shout and we're going to scream because that's our team. We want them to win. Does it make any difference on Monday morning to your pay packet? No. But it makes you feel good. And that's what it's all about. It's all about making you feel good. It's bread and circuses. It's the illusion of life. It makes you feel good. The government are very clever because what the government do, and I think I told you this the other night, the government come along and they point a gun at you and they say, right, give me £100. So you give them £100. The next day, they come up to you and they give you a sandwich. And they say, look, I know I robbed you yesterday of £100, but today I've given you a sandwich, so that sort of makes it okay, all right. Well, yeah, no, not really. No, it doesn't really, because you robbed me yesterday of £100. Today you give me a couple of quid. No, and this is what the governments do. The governments do this all the time. They will rob you, and then they will give you a little bit back because they feel sorry for you. You've got to be one step ahead. You have got to be in charge, not them. We are letting the government take over our lives. We need it to stop. Now, okay, I've been there many times with many people. People have said to me, you cannot rise up. You can't revolt against the government. You've got no weapons. You're not like America. They've got guns over there. We've got nothing. What have we got? Like a pitchfork? I mean, what's that about? We've got nothing. That's true. We've got absolutely nothing to defend ourselves. But we have got one thing. We've got one thing they fear more than anything. And that is, we've got volume. There's a lot of us. There's a lot of us. And we have a voice. And we will always have a voice. Now, you could argue and say, well, we give our voice. We vote every time. No, that's not your voice. That's you complying with them. That's you giving into the system. Your voice is, you know what? I ain't going to give you any more. I don't care what you say. I am not going to give you any more. If you don't give them any more, guess what? They fold. If you don't give an alcoholic more drinks, guess what? He folds. Why? Because you've got no alcohol. Don't feed him. Do not feed the beast. Beast is the government. If you feed him, he will be there forever. He will be in your face. He will come after you. He will chase you. He'll take everything you've got. Stop now and say, no, I ain't giving you any more. I am out of it. I've finished. I've had enough. I can't cope with it anymore. You are getting nothing off me. Now, I can't condone that. But if we all did that, the world would be a totally different place than what it is today. The government...
Is that realistic, though?
I think so. You see, the government, as I said, I was about to say, the government does not have a bank account. It does not run a bank account, right? Where does it get its money from? It gets its money from us because we are the cash machine. You have to realize that you are a utility. You are an asset to the government. Let me explain. If you were a farmer, and I'm sure there are many farmers listening to this or may listen to this, and you go to the bank because you need a loan because you need to increase your stock. You maybe need to build a new barn. You may need a new tractor or a harvester or whatever it is. And you go to the bank, you say, can you lend me £100,000? The bank will say, well, yeah, but what's your collateral? What are you going to give us in return for the loan? Well, what's the farmer got? He's got a farmhouse, yeah. He's got a bit of land, yeah. He's also got a lot of cows. So guess what? He uses the cows as collateral for the loan. It's not uncommon. I'm sure many farmers will confirm it. Because the cows in the future will produce milk. And that milk will produce cheese, milk, and profits. And that profits will go to the bank. So the bank is quite happy to lend the farmer the money because he's got the assets to back it up. So on that basis, what has the government got as assets to back it up? And the government might say, people might say, rather, the government's got, well, they've got buildings, haven't they? No, they haven't. Sold all those. Well, they've got railways. No, they're solar. Well, they've got water. No, all the water, electric, they're all gone. Okay. So what are they using as collateral? Do you want the answer, or can you guess?
Keep talking.
You are the collateral. You are the one that the government use to borrow the money against. We are the cows in the field.
We're being farmed.
In a
We're being
way.
farmed in a way, you know, however you want to look at it. It's these conversations, Gary, and what you're talking about, for me, and I'm sure many in the audience, it really opens your mind. And it's not to say that everyone here is naive. There's so many people that are really switched on, and they're doing a great thing by being here and being part of these conversations. Part of a minority, a percentage of people that are looking and preparing and thinking about these things, planning ahead, really thinking about the bigger picture and not believing everything they see and believing everything they hear. I've got two more questions for you, Gary, before we hand over and open the floodgates to the live chat officially to ask you all the questions. I've got two more questions. I'm going to allocate until 25 past, 8 minutes for my last two questions. So 4 minutes a question, if you can, please, to try and balance the two questions. And then that's it for my questions, because I think the chat deserve their time. And honestly, guys, I could speak for 10 hours and still have a million questions for Gary. This is why I'm saying, let me know after this show if you want a part two. Gary, my last two questions for you. Thank you so much for being here today on my 50th episode. It is a pleasure to share the stage of you on this big occasion, my milestone episode, my biggest podcast so far. I'm proud to be sharing that with you. Going back to your coin dealing and antique dealing, which is still active. I'm not saying it as it back then, but you know what I mean. Going back to that topic. First question of the two. Have you ever handled a piece that genuinely left you speechless? Whether that be anything, really. Whether that be an antique, a coin, a bar, some silver art that left you speechless. Whatever it was.
Well, funny enough, I don't know if you can see this, but this is I'm not too sure. We need to do this stuff. Yeah, okay. So this is Edward VII.
King Eddie.
King Eddie. But what's on the other side is the important bit. And that's what's on the other side. See that? Hang on.
I've not seen this before. What is that?
That is it's a medallion. It's a medal that was presented by Edward VII. The only medal that Edward VII ever produced in his lifetime. You can see the guy there. He's holding a colleague under his arm, and he's holding up the beam. It is a silver medallion from a mine collapse in Wales that happened in 1860 something. I can't remember.
A mine collapsed.
It's a mining disaster, yeah. And this was presented to those people who were there helping their colleagues that were buried alive almost in the mine. And this is probably not only the rarest thing, but probably, and it is rare, by the way, it's probably the most poignant thing I own. It's something that gives me a feeling that I am insignificant, really, in comparison to these guys who were down hundreds of feet or maybe even further in the ground. And yet there they were, supporting their colleagues, helping them and saving their lives. I mean, words really famous. This goes back to Mexico and the rest of it. It's how we are so insignificant when we look at these sort of things. How can somebody be hundreds of feet down and not want to save themselves, but they're saving their colleague? I mean, how humane is that, really? And this gives me hope. This gives me the reality that, you know what? I think we've got a chance. We really do. If we can grasp it, if we can go back and say, do you know what? This is where we need to be. We need to be in a place where, you know, we do give a damn. Americans say that, by the way.
That's powerful, mate. What
it is.
I know that looks to me intrinsically about the same value as potentially a shilling or a half crown, but what value would you put on that with your coin dealing background?
Well, if you go onto a certain website in London, I tell you what, I won't name the website, but if you think about London and coins, and you put it together, as it were, and you go on a website down there, you'll see that particular one. They sell for around about 1,500. It isn't the value. It's not the money that interests me. It's the humanity. It's what we can do for each other, and that makes the difference. You can't look this in the eye and say, do you know what? I want that because I want the money out of it. I want to make loads of money. No, you do not want to make loads. You want to be human. It's others that you need to consider. This is, in my opinion, the most considerate thing I've ever seen. A man saving another man's life under a falling beam in a mine shaft. How awesome is that?
That's incredible. And I you know, there's some people in the chat that said they recognize that, and they've seen that before. I personally haven't. I think the story behind that is incredible, very powerful, and I think it speaks beyond value and money, and it goes back into that realm of symbolism.
Yeah,
that's an incredible piece, mate. It really, really is. There's going to be some great questions from the live chat coming your way. I know it. One of which I'll come back to, and that's from CPM. Thank you for being here. I'll come back to your question. I've got one last and final question before we open the floodgates. Guys in the live chat, prepare your questions. We're going to go to a live Q&A in about 5 minutes. But Gary, thank you so much for answering all my questions. I have one last one, and it is this. Gary, what role do you think gold and silver will play over the next 50 years?
Wow, hey. Well, you're not giving me a tight schedule there, are you? 50 years. Well, it all depends where we're going to go next. You see, my research tells me that we're not going to be anywhere near 50 years. We're not going to see it. Don't get me wrong.
What do you mean we're not going to see it?
Okay. Yeah, as I say, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we're not going to be there in 50 years. The planet will be here in 50 years, no doubt about it. But we're going to be in a pretty different place in 50 years because we've got to get over this hurdle of, of money, because we look at currency and money as everything. If you haven't got a good job and you haven't got a good wage and your neighbors are doing better than you, the natural assumption is that you're not good enough and there's something wrong with you. Well, that's not the case. The reason that this is happening is because of where we are with the economy and the governments who are ruling that particular economy in that particular country. So I struggle to think about the people who, well, they struggle with money and their lot and the fact that they have all these bills and debts they have got to pay. They've got to pay their mortgage. They've got a car loan. They might have to send their children to private school. They got that to pay, and they've got loans outstanding, and maybe they've got student loans and that sort of thing. And they owe all this money from various sources, and they're struggling to pay it back. And you see people in the news and they've jumped off the local bridge. They've just done it. They've just gone for it. They thought, I can't cope with it anymore. I'm off. I'm jumping off the bridge. And I see this and I say to myself, why have you done it? Because it's not your fault. You haven't done anything wrong. It's your government that has put you in this position. No matter how you feel or how you think people will think of you, the government has done this to you. I really struggle with this. I mean, I know people have mental health issues. I mean, I hear this all the time. You hear it on the news, and I'm not judging. I'm really not. But I'm saying that most of these people who are having these issues is because of the economy, because of the government, what they're doing to people. And I really can only say to these people, have hope. Stand fast. Don't give in to the temptation to say to yourself, you know what, I've had enough of this. I'm off. No, don't do that. Because that's what they want you to do. They want you to do that. They want you to fall away. Because guess what? They don't need to pay you a pension. They don't need to look after you in old age. They want you to go. Don't give in. Do not do it. These people have an agenda and it's not in your favor. And I'm speaking as a Mason. They know very well what they're doing. These governments, these people, these individuals that we see on the TV. Oh, this guy's gone, a new guy's coming tomorrow, which actually there is. He's going to be a lot better. No, he's not. It's going to be a lot worse. They're just giving you smoke and mirrors. Take no notice of it. You need to rely on yourself and you need to rely on your friends. And they are your friends. People around you, family, friends, people you've known for years. They're there for you. You just need to go and say, look, I've got a problem. The government are making me poor and I feel as though I've got no outlook. I don't know where to go. I don't know what the next thing to do is. I feel lost. You need to speak to these people because they're there for you. They're your friends. And together, you can make a difference. Take no notice of these politicians. They don't mean you any good whatsoever. So, what will gold do in the next 50 years? Can you guess?
I don't have a guess because that's why I asked you the question, and I've given you 50 years because it's a ridiculous time set. I don't believe anyone has the answer for, but I'd love to hear yours because I respect your knowledge, your opinion, and I really value everything that you're saying. That's a nice piece, by the way. All I can say is that it goes back to the reasons why we stack.
Yeah.
Long-term wealth preservation, storage of wealth, all the seemingly now boring answers, boring, that we all repeat. It's a hedge against inflation, Gary. That's what it is. We've heard it all before. But what I don't believe in is our current currency, fiat, which is slowly merging into a digital era. We will see CBDCs. I believe that. I can't tell you when, but it's going to happen. Digital IDs, whichever form they mask it in, are coming. Things, like you quite rightly suggested, are going to change. But everything you've explained tonight, Gary, has explained that through the fall of empires for thousands of years, people have trusted gold and silver. So in 50 years' time, I would still trust gold and silver, and I would trust it a hell of a lot more than working my ass off for a wage that just gets me by. I'm not here to sugarcoat, guys. I work full time. I don't live a lavish life. I get by. And what I have left, I convert, I exchange from fiat currency into physical metal because I believe in it. It's a very open question, Gary. I'd like to think it's a smart move. But in 50 years' time, what role do you think gold and silver will play? Or what role do you think silver and gold will play over the next 50 years? Give me a definitive answer, please.
Well, this is a very, very interesting question. It's a very pointed question. Okay, because we are.
It's a good question.
It's a very good question. I really do think it's a very good question. The problem is we're living in the now. You're talking about the after. And
but we plan for the future, don't we? We do it because we're preparing for the future, the unknown.
Okay. So basically, you're planning on cashing in when you're in your, and I don't mean disrespect for this, in your 80s, perhaps, something like that?
Not necessarily. But yes, I'm 29 now. If you're doing the maths, in 50 years, I'll be 79, if that's what you want to sort of work out. I don't know when I'll cash in, when I'll liquidate and use it as a tool for something else. I definitely will do that, in my opinion. But, 50 years is probably more relevant to me than some people in the chat because of my age.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, move. Got a little tray here for people to have a look at, which I'm going to put in because I've got a little announcement to make as we go towards the end of the show. I'll put that there for people to have a look at. I'm sure people will see something in that they may be interested in. Yeah, I think so. Actually, I'll move it a bit further forward for you. There you go.
Is that gold?
Yeah, well, put it this way, are you saying you don't trust my ability? Come on.
I trust you. I trust you completely. I don't always trust what I see. Everyone that brings stuff to you as a coin dealer is not necessarily real. It might look nice, but that might not be real. What is it?
It looks lovely, doesn't it? Well, that, my friend, is my experience in my... Where is it? I'm going to find it for you. Hang on a sec. It's in my...
Here's one I prepared earlier, guys.
Here's one I prepared earlier. In my machine. Okay, we all know what this is. We've seen this before. It's an American system, so the guys over in the States, they'll know what this is. And
a well-respected machine.
Correct. And we've got the XRF as well. And guess what? All of this is junk.
Fake.
All fake. All junk metal. Everything I've found on my XRF travel, because don't forget I've got an XRF machine and also the Metallica machine. And yeah, every single thing you see here purely is junk. Now the question is, and the question really is, would you know it was junk? Do you know that this is not real? And would you buy it off someone on the corner of the street? Says, you know what? I've got all these lovely gold coins here. I want to buy them. No. This is the problem. We are living in a world of illusion. This is the illusion. We think that this is valuable. This is worth, wow, loads of money. It's not worth a carrot. This thing, I mean, it's about 20 quid here. It's actual metal. So, no. It's where we go. We're going 50 years in the future. We're going to find out what gold is going to be worth in the future. Do you know what? And I'm not being frivolous on this. I'm not trying to make light of the situation. But in 50 years, do you know what I think? I think gold will be manufactured just like diamonds are today.
You think they will find the formula to create, well, real gold, but lab-formed gold, just like we see in diamonds now, even though gold, from my knowledge, comes from outer space originally.
Gold,
am I right? Am I wrong?
No. gold comes from outer space.
It does.
This could be a whole new program, by the way, that I could discuss of how the planet actually got here. What you know as a child, what you were taught in school, what you've learnt in books since then, what you've heard on the news is totally wrong. The planets were not formed by this theory of a dust circle wandering around, forming all sorts. No, it's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Not only that, I can prove it. So it's not as though I'm not sort of saying I'm thinking it's real. I can actually prove it to you. So no, it's not. We're living in this make-believe system. You got to remember, this is all about making money. They are making money from you and me. They pretend that we've got this global crisis going on. Just give us some money and we'll fix it for you. No, they won't. They'll just take it more and more. I've been listening to these sort of things since I was a child. You've got to remember, I'm over 50 years of age. I've heard all this before. It's nonsense. Absolute nonsense. We are not living in a climate controlled zone. There isn't any climate crisis. It's a natural cycle. It's happened before. It will happen again. Go back in history. Read history. Read what the Romans were telling you. The Romans were telling you that in England, they were growing grapes in vines in northern England and making wine with them. There's even a street in London called Vine Street. Wakey, wakey. That's because it was warm. It was hot weather then. It was like it is today. It's a cycle. It's always been a cycle. But if I know it's a cycle and you know it's a cycle, we can make a lot of money, can't we? By telling people who don't know it's a cycle.
The way you changed your voice then, I don't know why, it made me chuckle. Sorry.
But it's true. We need to realize that we have been kidded up. We've been told a lie. We've been sold a bill of goods that does not compute. It doesn't work. If you want to carry on paying the government hundreds of pounds to travel on a plane because you're using your carbon credits, well, you carry on using your carbon credits. You pay them out. It does. For me, no. It's stupidity. And I don't mean that as a personal thing, but you've got to consider it. I mean, we know these things do happen. I mean, if we go back in time and we look at people who sort of gave us the clue. I mean, there were people who gave us the clue many, many, many years ago. I mean, for instance, Conan Doyle. I mean, we all know Conan Doyle. We had a character called Sherlock Holmes. What did Sherlock Holmes say in his book? Sherlock Holmes said, when you excluded the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Well, if you want to contest that, then that's fine. In my mind, what we're looking at is a scam. I mean, we all fall for scams. Don't get me wrong. Everybody does. You know, send me £1,000 and your bank details, and I'll send you £1 million. I'm only in Nigeria. Oh, that's great. Oh, thanks for that. I'm looking forward to it. I've spent the money before I even got it. No, it doesn't work that way. We live in a world of trickery, and we live in a world of people who are trying to con you all the time. Most of the time, it's the government who are trying to con you. Most of the people who are around you are not that bad. The government are the biggest con merchants in history. They've been there since the beginning. I mean, it's like when we look at things like terrorism. I mean, I did a huge thing on terrorism. We have a system where we believe for whatever reason that these terrorists are basically people who don't like us, and they're going to come around, they're going to shoot us and whatever, they're going to blow things, whatever. Okay, I can tell you now, true terrorists wear $5,000 suits, and they work in the highest possible positions of finance, government, and business. That's where they are. They're the real terrorists. Now, you could argue, I'd say, oh, no, this guy over in the Middle East, he's coming over. He's going to try and bomb us and everything else. Do you know what? If you go back, and I've got to tell you this because I think it's important, and I know you're going to ask me loads of questions, and you feel free to do so. But in 1980, okay, and I'm going back a bit, and the reason I'm going to Afghanistan, The reason I'm going to Afghanistan because my neighbour was in the military. He was in the army. He was a pilot in a helicopter, and he fought for this country, England, in the Vietnam War. Not Vietnam War, in the Afghanistan War. Okay, right. He probably did fight the other one. Anyway, so he's there, but before 1980, Afghanistan produced nothing. They had zero production of anything. They didn't make anything. Nothing. Nada. Zero. But then, all of a sudden, in 1986, after the USA and the CIA backed intervention in the Soviet-Afghan war, because you got to remember the Soviets were fighting the Afghanis in this period, 1980. All of a sudden, the production of opium, which is not a nice thing, by the way, you shouldn't take opium, went up by around 40%. 40% of production of that particular product was made in Afghanistan before 1980. Now, this is the interesting bit, and this is the bit you need to pay attention to. I know you might be American, and I know you might be saying, do you know what? You're talking a load of junk. You're talking a load of baloney. Don't believe a word of what you're telling me. But this is a fact, and you can check it yourself. And don't get me wrong. I don't belittle the American people because I think the United States is very, very similar to England. You're a breakaway society. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. Because after all, King George wasn't that particularly, popular. Anyway, so we have a situation where in the 1980s, the CIA US-backed intervention in the Soviet-Afghan War produced over 40% of the world's supply of opium. But then something very strange happened. Because guess what? The Taliban, I'll come back to them in a minute, the Taliban took over. They rose to power and they took over their own country. Imagine that. Imagine somebody taking over their own country. I mean, that's just unbelievable. But they did it. And then guess what? When they rose to power, they burned all the opium fields. They actually set them on fire. Why would they do that? Why would they set them on fire? I mean, aren't these people selling it to us? Aren't these the ones who are growing? Oh, no, no, are they? Before 1980, they didn't have any. Then all of a sudden, they did have 40%. And then all of a sudden, the Taliban came to power, burnt the lot anyway. Right. When the Taliban decided to destroy all the fields in Afghanistan, now, bearing in mind, my friend, the army pilot, helicopter pilot, hi, Liam, you're right. He's bound to say differently. He's bound to tell me differently. Or maybe not. Maybe he's going to say, yeah, actually, I know that. But, there you go. Anyway, by the year 2000, the opium produced in Afghanistan reduced, right, from that 40% by 96%. Okay? So in the year 2000, the Taliban had destroyed 96% of all the opium production in Afghanistan. But then guess what happened? On the 9th of September 2001, the invasion plans of Afghanistan were on the desk of then President George Bush Jr. Okay? They were on his desk, ready to go. 9th of September. What happened 2 days later? Does anyone remember? Because I do. 9/11 happened 2 days later. Guess what? They were given the excuse to invade. Today, Afghanistan is under the control and production of the United States, and 90% of the world's supply comes out of Afghanistan. Now, call me a cynic. Call me a conspiracy theorist. But I smell a rat. A big, hairy, furry thing, unless you obviously English. I smell a rat, and that rat is telling me that there's something very, very, very strange going on here. Because the Americans don't seem to be closing down these sort of things. They seem to be encouraging it. I wonder why. Wonder why. And I think you'll find it goes back to our friends the Masons and what they know. Because they know a lot of these things. You see, they know certain things like scarcity is profitable. The more you make something scarce, the more money you can make out of it. It sort of makes sense in a way. But that's the way they think. And you've got to remember as well that governments themselves are only there for several reasons. They're only there really for 4 reasons. One is to create laws. One is to establish a budget. And one is to declare war. That's it. That's really it. 3, not even 4. 3. To create laws, establish budgets, and declare war. That's all they are for. We have no further use for them. They are making a lot of money out of us, and we have no use for them. Why do you want a government? Why would you think it was useful? Why do you think it's beneficial to you? Look, some people have said to me, look, if we don't have a government, I think I said this the other week, if we don't have a government, who is going to build the roads? I've got no road. I can't visit my friend because there isn't a road between me and him. How do I get there? Oh, if only we had a government, we could build a road.
You don't need a government to build roads.
Correct.
You just need to employ someone, subcontract, whatever. There's plenty of professionals that can do that job.
Correct. In my pocket, I have a mobile phone. That mobile phone, I can open the phone, I can dial a number, and I can ring someone on the other side of this planet, and I can speak to them. No one has made anyone make that phone. That phone was produced purely out of the self-economy. People created that phone. They made money out of selling that phone. The government were not involved in that phone in any way. This is a pure system, a pure design, if you want, of making something that benefits me and you, and the government didn't get involved. How wonderful is that? How wonderful is that? That you don't need a government to do these things. We need for them to go. Their time is up. We don't need
Gary.
any.
Gary, what you're saying is powerful. There's so much truth in it. It makes total sense. It's eye-opening. It's interesting. It's fascinating. But I think it's time to allow the chat to ask you some questions based on everything you've said this evening, my friend. What do you think?
Absolutely. Bring it on.
Now, this is a part, Gary, where I say, because there's probably going to be a multitude of questions for you, I want to try and give respect to anyone that puts a question in by allowing us the time to go through the questions. So if you can, in your own way, if you can try and answer these to allow me to get through quite a few, that would be great. There was a question I've been sat on for probably 20 minutes. I will not move past it until we go for it, and it brings you back to where we started. Guys, I'm going to start with Andy's question, CPM, but this is officially, as you can see on screen, the live Q&A section, guys. Put your questions in the chat. If you've been listening all the way through, by God, for the last nearly 4 hours, you are a trooper. Thank you so much. If you have enjoyed, hit the like button. If you're not subscribed, I mean, God, what are you doing? What are you doing? Subscribe to the channel, and I really appreciate all of your support. Live Q&A section. Put your questions in the chat now. Ask Gary, an ex-Freemason, ex-Freemason, any question you want. An experienced antiques and coin dealer. This is your time to ask anything you want. But we are going to start, Gary, with CPM Invest, who is a good friend of mine, Andy, who is a similar age to yourself. We're going to ask his question, which is simply this. Question. Would Gary answer his first question differently after everything he has spoken about? Now, Gary, your first question was, if you were the Prime Minister, what would you want to leave as your legacy?
Again, that is a very, very good question. Would I answer it any differently? Would I change my view? No, I wouldn't, because we have to consider where we are right now. We don't know what's ahead. We can only guess. We can think what's going to happen. But, you know, we've done this before in history. Never really works out. It's always slightly different. But as a firm answer, would I change my view and say to myself, do you know what? If I was the Prime Minister and I'm leaving, what would I want to be remembered for? It's got to be that. It's got to be I abolish income tax. Because it would free up so many people. Can you imagine the amount of people that would rejoice? I mean, there'd probably be parties in the street if a politician actually said that. And I would love to be remembered for something as spectacular as saying, you know what? You don't need to give us any more money. I mean, why would you want to give them any more money anyway? You know, we earn it ourselves. We work hard for what we get. You know, some of us have worked a long time for what we get. We want to give our children and our relatives, we want to give something to them. We want to move something on. And all the government wants to do is take it away from us. They don't want you doing that. I mean, you can't even die without being taxed, for heaven's sake. Why on earth wouldn't you?
It's true. It's true. You can't die without being taxed. Your estate is taxed.
Correct. And I'm sure we all know that. So, no, my answer still stands. Let's abolish income tax. Let it be gone.
Great answer. I think there'd be a lot of people that would love that. Gary, this is not me being rude. This is me saying this. I've got to push through these questions, mate. That's a good answer with context, a deep question. It's difficult to answer some of these questions quickly, but we're going to try our best and we're going to get through as many as we can, guys. Gary, there is a lot of questions coming through for you, mate. Let's try and get through as many as we can, okay? So Kalilo says, question for Gary, given your knowledge of the Freemasons and, of course, more, all your knowledge, is there anything that you can enlighten us on silver and gold stacking, do's and don'ts?
Yes.
Let's hear it. Good question, yes. Kalilo.
It is a very good question, and I hopefully am going to give you a very good answer. Do not buy anything that does not have a value on the coin. Right. Now.
Why?
What do I mean by that? Okay. So we have, and I'm going to show you this. Here we go. So here we have I'm sure you've seen these before. This technically is a silver sovereign.
Yes, a silver sovereign.
A timeless first, as they call it. Now, this is worth £20 in silver at the moment, and it's a £20 coin. Do you know what? You need to buy these. Seriously, you need to go out and you need to buy them. Not only do you need to buy these, you need to buy the £50 coins. I think I showed you one of those earlier. If I didn't, oh no, they're over there. There they are. You need to buy the £100 coin. There he is. I showed you this one earlier. It's a bit awkward in this sort of. I'll try and get it behind me. Trying to get a focus on it. It really is difficult, isn't it, to get a focus in? Anyway, that's a £100 coin. Whether you can see that. Oh, there it is.
You can see it.
Yeah, £100. There you go. It's hiding there in the bottom left. Is it an ounce, 2 ounces, something like that? Anyway, the point is, you need to be buying these. You see these all over the internet. You see them being sold. Nobody wants them. Nobody wants them. Banks won't take them. Banks don't want them. but they are legal tender, and you do not pay income tax on them. You do not pay inheritance tax on them. Buy them because not legal. It's not advice, by the way. But anyway, you need to buy. So I said, yeah, I think you need to buy these because in the future they will be worth a lot more than what they're worth today, and you won't pay tax on it. You've got to remember, it's all about this. They just, not this government, all governments, not this one in particular. This one is bad, but there's been a lot worse. Let's be honest.
Well, Gary,
yes,
I have to challenge this. And I agree with what you're saying to an extent, but right now, how can you pitch a silver sovereign to a community of stackers where if they go online now based on what you've said and look at buying a silver sovereign, have you seen the prices of one of them in comparison to the silver, regardless whether it has a face value? The premiums on a silver sovereign is diabolical. Or am I wrong for looking at it that way? You tell me.
First of all, I'm going to say that's probably true in what you just said, but you have to
they
bear
are,
in mind.
mate. What was it? £20 worth of silver, maybe a bit less actually at the moment. Really, with what's happened with the dip of silver, you're paying like £80 to get one of those sovereigns. Why would I buy that, regardless whether it's got a face value and if it makes sense in the future? Why would I buy that?
Well, you wouldn't at £80. Good, Bennett. Even I wouldn't. No. I mean, this is the problem. You're dealing with. Look, right. We live in a society that basically trades off each other. I'm trying to explain this in a term that everyone will understand. We live in this economy that we need to make money. Everybody needs to make money. Right. Okay. Right. So, for instance, we can't be ethical. Ethics does not come into it. We cannot. We're not an ethical society. When somebody says to you, "Look, go to Joe up the road because he'll sell you a silver 1 ounce coin and he'll only charge you a couple of pounds over spot." Okay, fine. That's great. That's good. That's good. Now then, most people are charging £10, £20 over spot. Okay. Are they ethical? Well, no, because they're making money out of you. You see, we live in this world where everybody is trying to make money out of you.
Businesses are not ethical. Businesses are not ethical, and you've told me this on a phone call, mate. And I think this is where you're going. If businesses were ethical, if I come to you, Gary, and I said I really want to buy that gold sovereign that you've got, and you're selling it for, just say for example, I've made this up, guys. This is just for an example. Gary is actually fantastic when I go to him if I want anything. But if Gary said, "Oh, I'm selling this gold sovereign for £800," if Gary was ethical, he'd say, "But there's a guy down the road selling sovereigns for £770." That's not how businesses work. That's being ethical. If businesses were ethical, businesses would run out of business.
Correct. And that's the problem. You can't trust businesses because they cannot be ethical. If they were ethical, they'd go out of business. The ones who have gone out of business, you can trust them because they were ethical. This is the problem. We live in a world where you can't trust anybody.
This is where everyone's spam's rigged.
Yeah.
Hashtag rigged.
Well, this is it. I say to people, look, if you have got a coin to sell, go on the internet, type in this address of this website. I give them the address of a well-known website in Birmingham. Type in what you've got. They will give you a price. Me, will pay you that price. Oh, why? Because if you drive over to Birmingham, that's what they will give you. But because you're here, I'm going to save you the journey because I'm going to give you the same amount. I am being ethical based on what they're saying. Now, a lot of people are going to say, hang on. Depends what the other firm is offering. Well, what they're offering is pretty much close to the spot price of the metal. I am quite happy to give people the spot price of the metal, or in some cases, or in many cases, more than the spot price of the metal. Now then, we have to ask ourselves, why would I give more than the price of the metal? Two reasons. One, I want it. I want it because I know it's going to go up in value. Secondly, because I know it's going to go up in value. So I am buying it because I'm hedging. I know I am doing the right thing. I would sooner give you my £1,000 or $1,000 for Americans in plastic or paper than than give you more. Because I'd rather have the metal. I want the metal.
Which is what all of us as silver stackers believe in. Gary, I want to get through some questions. We've got loads, mate. I don't know what time. I can't really set a time limit on an answer, but there's that many questions. If I don't set a time limit, we're not going to get through them, mate.
Just keep it going. I got all night.
I'm gonna have to just go through them and don't take it the wrong way. If I just say, look, Gary, we've got to move on to the next one, it's gonna have to happen. There's so many questions. Treat it as a quick fire. If you want to give a humorous reply, great, or a factual reply, great. But here's your next question. Question from Robot Toaster: where did the Masons hide the Holy Grail?
Well, do you know what? They think it was in Rosalind Chapel, but do you know what? I don't think it existed at all.
Wow. Should we leave people on that cliffhanger and move on to the next one? No? In silence? Gary? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah. No, I'm here. I'm waiting for the next one.
The next one is quite simply this, Gary, from Mr. E. The question is one word. Why?
What? Why what?
That's not how this works. The question is why, Gary. Tell us why.
Why did England lose? Why was the moon? why was the moon landing to light? What's the why? Why what?
Why, Gary?
Right.
Great question. That's funny.
It is a good question because it's very simple and very, very okay. So I'm going to answer this as a Mason because I think it's going to be a Mason question. Why? Why? It could be why did I join? Hey, yeah, it could be why did I join? Why did I join? Because I wanted to know. I wanted to know things that I didn't know. I was curious. I needed information. There's actually a television series like that back in the 70s. That's another story. Go on, carry on.
Yeah, that's all we need to know, Gary. That's good. Question from Kim Harris. Question for Gary. Do you prefer stacking gold or silver, and why? Which metal plays a more important role going forward for individual stackers in the coming years?
Right. Okay. Now that is a good question. I do like that question. Right.
I'll give you 1 minute on that, mate.
Right. You need to be stacking gold. Silver is lovely. Don't get me wrong. I love the silver stackers. I'm with you guys. I know where you're coming from. But gold is the metal you need to stack. It's what can I say? It's a forever metal. It's a forever metal. It will be there long after we've gone. So you need to be gold. Go with gold. And long term, I think the question is over the years going forward. More importantly, what would it play in the long years? Do you know what? The most important metal in the long term probably would be silver. Ironically enough, it's a totally opposite answer. I know, but I would stock gold now short term. I would stock silver long term. Because silver going forward is going to be connected to AI, robotics, global warming, these panels they stick on roofs, all the rest of it. There's going to be a lot of money made in silver in the future. But gold, short term, 5 years. 5 years is short term. Silver, long term, 20 years. Yeah, that sort of period. So yeah, you need to be in gold short term, silver long term.
There we go. That's interesting. I think a lot of people see a similar perspective on that from what I've heard in the community. Next question, David James Flood says, question for Gary. Do you have any book recommendations on the topics covered on this show?
That's a very good question again. Yes, I probably would have a recommendation on the book. It would probably be, well, I've obviously talked about Glubb before, John Glubb before. You've obviously listened to that. But you're talking, I think you're talking about metals more so than the events that we've got. I think, all right, okay. Let's assume for 1 minute you're not talking about the metals. If you are, come back to me and I'll give you another answer. Let's assume you're talking about the generalization of what we've been talking about. And what book would I recommend? Get this one. If I was going to recommend you a book based on what I know, do you know what it would be? It would be the Egyptian Book of the Dead. That's it. The Egyptian Book of the Dead. Specifically, spell 125. You can look it up if you want. But it'll be the Book of the Dead.
The Egyptian Book of the Dead, spell 125.
The Egyptian Book of the Dead. Yeah, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, spell 125. What is spell 125? Spell 125 is plagiarism. Plagiarism by the biblical book. The biblical book came out with something called the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments was ripped from spell 125 of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It's plagiarism. There you go. If you're talking about another book, I'll give you another answer. Go away.
Next, mate. There's so many questions, mate. I've got to push you on. Question for Gary from Gimli. Do you have a pocket piece? If not, what's your favorite coin of all time? Going to push you for an answer of that, mate.
Well, now, do you know what? It's funny you should say that because earlier on this evening, if I can find it, I don't even know where it's gone now. Hang on. Yes, and I got this. Now, I'm going to try and show this on camera. I probably need to turn the light on because we're getting a bit dark here. So just a moment. Let me just try and get a bit of light on this. Maybe that. Oh, that might work. Okay, so what we've got is this coin. Now, this coin is very important historically. So let me try and get it on now. It's in a capsule, so it's a bit difficult to see. I don't know if you can you see that, guys?
Take it a bit further back and put your hand behind it like that, mate. That's it. That distance. There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
What's the other side show?
Oh.
There we go.
Try and get it there. It's upside down. Is it up? Hang on.
Yeah, it's upside down.
Yeah, turn it the right way around. Okay.
Yeah. The shield.
Okay, yes. Now this is Henry VIII. Henry VIII in his very early years. Now this is a very, very rare coin. You will not find another one. Believe me, you won't. It's historically very interesting. I love it. I think it's just, where is he? There he is. Henry VIII in his early years. Okay.
Yep. It's
so that would be like, yeah, it is nice. Hammer coins, lovely things. Anyway, that's what I've got for you guys. So it's a pocket piece, and I've had it for a while. I've done some research on it, and I mean, you see, I don't really value coins. I look at coins as historical interest. Yes, I know I'm called the Coin Exchange, and I know I buy and sell coins. Yes, I know all that. But when you get to some of these early coins, like these hammer coins in very good condition, it's more the history behind it, not the value. I don't necessarily see it. If somebody said to me, "I'll give you this much for it," yeah, I'll probably take it. I think, to be honest, I think that particular coin, that coin you just seen, is valued at over £2,000. But would somebody give me 2,000? I don't think so. But
Well,
that's what it is.
Well, Gary, I'll tell you this. It's my 30th birthday in November, and that's a very nice coin, mate. But it's time for the next question.
I've
Question
already
for
got
Gary.
Well, funny enough, Craven, I actually did buy you a birthday present, but unfortunately, it escaped from the box, so I'm not actually sure where it is at the moment, but I'm sure it'll turn up.
Oh, no. Well, anyway, mate, there's always a time for that. We've got time yet. It's not till November. Shiny Silver says, question for Gary. What do you think about people stacking platinum or palladium?
That's a question as well. Can I just say one word?
Of course, that'll be
Brave.
easier. We can move on to the next one.
Brave. Very brave.
Brave.
That's two.
Or brave.
Brave. B-R-A-V-E.
Brave. So, long story short, because we've got loads of questions here, I'm trying to keep up. You don't believe in it, yes or no?
It isn't a metal that you would naturally buy for stacking. It's a commercial metal, yes. It's used in industry a lot, but it's not really a metal that most stackers do. You've got to remember, it's all about scarcity. Now, these are scarce metals, don't get me wrong. And theoretically, there is profit in scarcity because the less of them there are, the more money they're worth. The problem is you've got to find a buyer. A buyer will readily buy gold or silver, mainly because they understand what it is and they can pass it on to another buyer quite quickly. When you've got these sorts of odd metals, although they're rare and they have value, it's a more difficult sell. It's great buying it. It's great saying, look at this, I've got this, this is palladium, this is what it. Yes, that's lovely, but you've got to find someone who's going to take it off your hands. Not now or in the future. It's ever. You've got this huge margin. You've got years and years to worry about who's going to buy it off you. I mean, it just is the way. I mean, it's a thing you might find. The government might buy it. They use these sort of metals and all sorts of things. But do you necessarily think that the local guy down the road is going to buy it?
So would you encourage people listening to focus more on silver and gold?
Personally, I would, only because it's more known. It's more of a compliant metal. People know what it is. They'll buy it readily. They're not going to argue about it. It can be easily tested. When you get into other metals that nobody knows quite what they are, I mean, I know what they are. I can get my XRF machine out and I can test it and I can tell you exactly what it is. But yeah, okay, I know what it is. But the guy down the road, if I bought something off you that was palladium, the guy down the road would say, well, that's nice. What is it? Palladium. Yeah, but what do I do with it? Well, I don't know. You buy it, I suppose, and keep it in your safe and see what happens. Well, yeah, but it doesn't work, does it? It really doesn't. You need to have a lot of people. This is why money works. This is why we go back to all this money nonsense. Money works because everybody knows what it is. If you don't know what it is, you ain't going to buy it because you ain't going to take a chance.
Gary, talking of people, my friend, there's a lot of people with questions for you. I think we've given that one justice. We're gonna move on, mate. Question from Robot Toaster. Seriously, Gary, there is loads of questions. We'll try and pick the pace up if we can. Some of these questions are deep, and it's hard for Gary to answer them quickly. But I don't think you realize how many questions have come through for you, mate. Gary, question from Robot Toaster: are you still a ham?
Yes, I am, and I'm a UK G8 prefix. If you know what that one is.
There we go. A UK 8 prefix. That'll do. Interesting stuff, by the way. There's a lot of people that have bought into our conversation from earlier because that was mentioned a lot earlier. So well done, Robot, on listening to that. I appreciate you tuning in for the whole show. Shiny Silver, question for Craven. This one's for me, Gary. Where's Little John hiding today? You see, I took Little John to Cardiff Gold with me. He went to Cardiff in my bag. He is still in that bag. Forgive me for that. He's not here with us, but he's downstairs, probably watching the World Cup final. Sorry. Last time I mentioned that he was in a cardboard box, I got crucified. He's in a bag. It's a Jack Wills bag. It's very comfortable. You know, it's open, so he's got air. It's all good. It's all good. Brilliant. Right. Gary, quick fire on this one, mate. Gary, favorite song and why?
Ooh. Now then. Quick fire. Right. Blondie. I would probably say Telephone Line. Why? Because I think in my early life I seem to spend most of my life on the telephone. I'll go with that one. Telephone Line, Blondie.
Okay. Next question's from Shiny for me. Question for Craven. How many lemonades have you drunk tonight? 6. There you go, mate. I love my lemonade. You know I do. Stacking with Craven. A quote from Galilo. What'd you say, Gary?
I was gonna say, what was that? Lemonade? What's lemonade?
In this cup is Australian lemonade, mate. That's what it is. Anyway,
Australian
next
lemonade,
question. Yes. Australian lemonade. You should try it if you ever get a chance. What do you think about the fad of stacking copper, Gary?
I think the clue is in the question. It's a fad. No, don't waste your money. Forget it. No. Just no. Don't do it.
There you go, guys. Simple as. Straightforward. Guys, by the way, after this question, there is no questions in the queue. There was loads, and then it's come to a stop. So if you have questions for Gary, I recommend you get them in now because there's no queue. Your question will be read out next. You won't be waiting. Drop a comment with a question for Gary about anything, and I will read it in the next few minutes. Or if there's no questions, we will move to a live giveaway sponsored by Apex, and it'll be at the end of the show. So that's up to you. If you've got more questions, put them in now. But we've got one more, which is a good question. From I'm Bringing Silver Back, which, Gary, by the way, I think this is one of the best names, if not the best name in the community. I'm Bringing Silver Back. So, question, Gary, if you could replace the government, what would you replace it with? You can take a bit of time on that one if you want, because we're waiting for questions.
Again, that's very interesting. What would I replace it with? Well, my initial response is I would replace it with me, because I think I could do better than the government can. In reality, I think we would probably replace it with a local government. You see, the way I look at it, government should be a cycle thing. We should all be able within our local community to give opinions and directives and one thing and another, make laws, if you want to call them then, for 2 years. After 2 years, they are repealed, they disappear, and a new team comes in power. That way, we don't have the problems of people having careers out of politics. We don't have people being corrupt or made corrupt from politics. They only have 2 years, and then they move on. Now, that makes more sense to me because, as I say, we do need some form of, not government. I wouldn't call it government, but I would call it a way of guiding people. We need a guide locally. So, yeah, what we need is a local guide or guides who will be there to look after our interests. And then after 2 years, they will be replaced with other guides to look after our interests. In that way, we wouldn't have this constant government overreach. And let's be honest, that's what it is. I mean, okay, can we just very quickly go back? And we've got time, I know that, because you're saying waiting for questions to come in. But if we look at it,
Gary, there's questions.
Well, just before that one, before we look at that question, just one thing. We have to consider where we are in this world as we live in, this country. Right. During the reign of Queen Victoria, we owned, that is the British Commonwealth, the government, the whatever you want to call it. We owned the empire. We owned a quarter of the planet. A quarter of the planet was under control of the British government.
Wow.
Right?
I didn't know that.
Yes. No. And this is something you can look up, so I'm not making this up. And that quarter of the planet that was controlled by the British at the time was ruled over by the Queen and 5,000. That is 5,000 people working in government. In other words, 5,000 civil servants. We had 5,000 civil servants running a quarter of the planet. Please tell me that I am not going mad by wondering why we now have millions working in the government and we are yet just an island in the middle of nowhere. Can anyone enlighten me to why that has happened? Because I have no answer to that one.
When you put it like that, it's crazy from a numbers point of view and the scale of things. That's crazy. That really is crazy.
It is. And that's the worry. Because
I can't enlighten you. I don't know.
No, exactly. Well, no one knows. That's the thing. I mean, even I don't know. No one else knows. But we've gone down that road. We controlled a quarter of the planet with 5,000 civil servants, and yet today we can't even control an island with over 2 million civil servants. So something has gone terribly gone wrong. Yet for some reason we don't acknowledge it, we don't see it, and of course, I mean, it's just human nature. We close our eyes. It's happening next door. Who's going to worry? It's nothing to do with us. It's only going to be something to do with you when it knocks on your door and says, "Give me your house. Give me your bank account. Give me your car keys." And that day will come. And unfortunately, no one's going to be ready for it. Yes, we'll all have gold. Yes, we'll all have silver. But how fast can you run with a bag of gold? Think of it.
Depends how much you have, I suppose.
Well, you've got to consider, why did they bury it in the ground in the first place? But they couldn't run with it. It's too heavy. You can't run with a bag of gold and silver. Sadly, that's the way it is. This is lovely stuff, don't get me wrong. I love gold. I love silver. The feel of it, that weight of it, the way you look at it. It's just absolutely wonderful. And sometimes, it reminds me, it's like a beautiful woman. You look at a beautiful woman and you say, wow, that is so nice. Well, gold is the same. You look at a piece of gold and you think, wowee, isn't she lovely? And,
It's true. It's true.
Well, that's it.
You're not wrong.
It's true. That's where that's our adoration for it. We've adored this metal since the beginning of time. This is nothing new. We stamp designs on it. We stamp things that look nice. But you've got to remember, we've been looking at this since time began. And it's always been luxurious, lustrous, beautiful. Oh, yes, I love looking at this metal. And, that's it. It's just the way it is.
That's it. That's gold. That's gold, baby. Gary, it's time to move on with the questions, mate. I'm going to have to move on because we have got questions for you. The first one is for me. Will Craven ever get a poucho from Silver Serpent? Mate, I don't know. I might get a poucho to store gold, silver, whatever. I haven't put too much thought into it. I have boring boxes and safes and stuff to put my silver and gold. I don't own a poucho, Gary. A poucho is literally like a pouch, like a leather pouch. People name them. They're very popular in the community. They're very cool. I don't own one. So, yeah, maybe we can look at that serpent in the near future. Kalilo, Gary, question for Gary. Will you please come back again for a second interview? That is a question, by the way, Gary.
I actually think I was going to say yes, because we have to do a second one. It could even go on to the third one. You've got to remember, I've got loads of information here, and I haven't even touched on half of it. I really haven't. There's loads more. And you know, it's what I mean. We haven't even talked about. Well, we just haven't. I mean, it's just. I mean, I've got pages and pages. I mean, well, Craven will tell you because I showed him a few pages of notes. These are. This isn't a script, by the way. I've got to tell you this, guys. We're not talking a script. We're talking of notes. I've got pages and pages and pages. I mean, I must have 30 pages of notes, and it's only just to refresh my memory. Because you got to remember, my memory may be vast, but I do need a prompt every so often. And these are my prompts. And if I can give you anything at all that helps you through your stacking career, your life in general, then I want to give it you. I don't want you to be missing out. I want you to benefit from what I know. I really, really, really do. I don't want you going away thinking, well, it was all right, but I didn't really learn anything. Well, if you didn't learn anything, just ask me. Just ask the question. Because if you ask the question, I'll give you the answer. You know, I'm going to be honest about it. If I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. But you know, I'm trying to be as honest as I can. I was a Mason. I was there. I've been there. I've done it. I've got a T-shirt somewhere, and I've seen not everything probably, but I've seen most things. And as I say, I can give you some input on what's going on in the world as best from my understanding. You got to remember, just like you, I don't know everything. I really don't. But I do have an input because I know some things that maybe you don't know. And those things that you don't know might help you make that decision. Because this is what it's all about. You're sitting there thinking, should I buy gold? Should I buy silver? Is this all just hype? Is this all just rumor? I mean, are we really going down the track? Is this country really finished? Listen, guys, I think it really is. I really, really, really do. And I really want you to be there at the end. I don't want to lose anyone. If I can help anybody on their journey, then I want to be the guy that does that. There are other people out there who obviously feel the same as me. I'm sure there are. And they want to help you too. And
yeah,
you know,
the thing I will say, Gary, just to cut in there, is we have the stacking community is very supportive. It doesn't matter how many ounces of silver and gold people have. It doesn't matter how long they've been doing it. People acknowledge that people are trying to do better.
Yeah,
people are trying to exchange some what they can afford of their hard-earned cash into something that endures, not something that promises you and lets you down and depreciates. Yeah, it's very supportive, mate, but I appreciate that. And I think the summary I would make, I think it goes without a doubt, guys, saying that I think it's inevitable that I'll find a way to convince Gary to come back on this show again in the near future. What do you say to that, mate, before we move on to the next question?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for that. You know that. You know, I'll come on. I mean, I've enjoyed tonight. We've had a great time. I mean, let's be honest. We talked about all sorts of things. I mean, you could argue and say some of it is like, pie in the sky stuff. It isn't really. I've given you what I know, right? And if you don't believe me, that's fine. I understand. If you do believe me, great. We need to move on. We need to be prepared. And you know what? I want to show my sincerity because I really, really do. I think that the people who have watched this tonight deserve a chance. And I'm saying that. I'm actually sort of tongue in cheek. Okay, I'm tongue in cheek. But I'm going to say this to you. They deserve a chance of something that I want to give. I want to give you, the community, something back because I've enjoyed tonight so much, and I really have. And I think it's only fair and fitting that I give something back because that's what it's about. We share things, right? Now, I'm not a member of the community. I know Craven has come on and spoke to me before, and he's come and seen me. He's come to the place. He's been there, but you guys have been here from the beginning. I've not been here from the beginning. I know that, but I want to be able to contribute something And tonight is the 50th show. It's a 50th show tonight. It's a mark, isn't it? It's a watermark. You've got
a milestone.
Yeah, you've got 50 shows under your belt. Let's do something different. And this is what I've got. Now, all right. Now, don't get excited. Don't get excited.
You've got me all excited, and then right when I'm there, you're like, "Yeah, don't get excited." You just built this up so much, Gary. Don't say that. What have you got?
No. I want to do a giveaway. I'm going to donate to the channel a gift from me, and that gift really is to show my sincerity and my support for the channel. Now, normally you would see you have giveaways. I know all this. I've watched the programs. You've got these giveaways. It's normally poker chips and a couple of silver coins and this sort of thing. And normally you see sort of this sort of thing. You might be giving away maybe a nice. I don't think. Can you see that? Is that a bit blurry?
Go a bit further back, mate, from the camera and put your hand behind it. That distance is fine. Just put the hand behind it. Yeah. Oh, okay. 2010 Britannia. Not your normal Britannia, but that's nice.
No, but I'm not giving that away. This is not. This is the teaser. This is the teaser. I'm not giving this away, guys. But I'll put my hand there.
What is this build-up, Gary? You're killing me.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Turn it around now. So do you know what this is?
Well, it's a gold Britannia. I couldn't see where it's a 1 ounce, half ounce, quarter. I couldn't see £100. So that's a 1 ounce, right?
It's a 1 ounce Britannia, yes. And I have to do it this way because hang on, let me just get it the right way around for you. I have to do it this way because obviously you wouldn't be able to actually see what I'm. Anyway, so there's the gold Britannia. It is a real gold Britannia, by the way. I'm not just making that one. Okay. Okay. There's a gold Britannia. Am I giving this? Wait a minute.
It's clear. Yeah. You might want to go like 3 inches further back and put your hand behind it.
I showed you that because I couldn't show you the design on this particular one because of the size of it. There we go. There it is. This is a well, it's a 2014 Britannia. This actually is a 40th, which is why I can't get it in focus. It's only small. It's a 40th ounce Britannia, and it's the same design as what you saw on the other one, which is the reason why I showed you the other one. I'm sorry to tease you guys, but that was the only way I could show you what
I was a bit taken back then, like, what are you doing with a 1 ounce gold Britannia in your hand, Gary?
Yeah, so basically, what you're going to get is this. Now, I'm going to donate this. I'm going to give this. You can see the serial number there that's underneath, if you can see that. I'm going to give this coin to Craven, and then Craven will probably, I don't know, gift it out or whatever he wants to do with it. It's up to him. But this is a donation from me because I've enjoyed so much tonight. I really have, and I'm hoping that this isn't a bribe, by the way. No, don't go down that road. I'm giving this coin in because I think the community need help on this is a obviously you've been talking about these before, haven't you? You've been talking about the small coins, yes,
fractional, yeah,
yes, your little fractionals. 40th. I know it's nothing big. Oh, all right, I know it's worth about what 75, 80 quid, something like that. But at the end of the day, I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it away.
That is 2.5% of your way to an ounce of pure gold. It's certified. It's in the original assay. It's beautiful. That's amazing, Gary. Thank you so much. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but to anyone that is watching, just know that from Gary, that beautiful donation is going to find its way to one of you guys.
That's it. It's for one of the guys out there. and I appreciate the channel. Do you know what? I've really enjoyed watching all of your shows, and this really is my way of saying thank you for everything that you've done for the community, because I really, really do think you're doing a great job. And I enjoyed the show, and I will come on again at the drop of a hat. I would be there in a heartbeat. I really would.
Wow. Thank you, Gary. Generally from me, I'm not very good at these speeches. I talk all the time, but sometimes, guys, I'm human being. I don't always have the words. That's very generous. Just thank you. What more can I say? Thank you so much for putting that up. And I can't wait to give that to someone in this community, whoever wins it, through whatever we do on your behalf, mate, from you. Thank you.
Yeah, and as I say, I appreciate it. And good luck to whoever wins it. Good luck. And I hope that the future is as good for them as it's been for us.
That's lovely. That's lovely. And I can see a limited edition there for those guys that appreciate a limited mintage. Not everyone does, but for some that do, it's less than 10K.
Yeah, limited to 9,650. It is a limited vintage. You got to remember, I've just said earlier, I don't really rate limited. It doesn't really mean anything to me, but it may mean something to someone. I hope it does. And if it does, then fine. That's great. You enjoy it. You enjoy it as a limited coin. But at the end of the day, it's going to buy you food. It's going to buy you something in the future. And I hope you win it. I hope you get it.
What happens if it disappears, Gary? If I say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, mate, I lost it."
Oh, I'll let you explain that to the community, not me. At least I'm going to hand it over. That's the end of it.
There you go. Look, guys, I'm sure it's flowing through the chat now. Loads of thank yous to Gary. I need to catch up with the chat, but that is amazing, Gary. Thank you so much. It's very generous. I appreciate you supporting the show and also coming on the show for the first time. Definitely going to do it again, Gary. That's amazing. I am very, very thankful. I can't express that in words enough right now, but I am. And I will tell you that privately as well. I didn't know what you were doing there, but thank you, my friend. We're going to keep going through questions. I really would encourage a quick fire approach to these questions now, Gary, and then we can, because I mean, where I've paused on the chat is 20 minutes ago. Are you ready to blast through 20 minutes of questions?
Absolutely. Keep going. Let's go.
Give me your best approach to answering a load of questions in the shortest way you can. We've had in-depth all night, but Gary, I want to hear the side of you that is blunt, direct, and to the point in a couple of sentences max. Is that okay?
Yeah. You go for it.
You got it. Right. I'm going to come at you thick and fast. I will not slow down now. So, are you ready? I'm going to switch my tone up. Gary, Shiny Silver wants to know, Gary, what are your top 3 favorite coins you own? Let's go.
Probably my own. Let me see. Right, I've got an ancient Greek coin, Athenia. I think I've shown it to you, Craven, on some occasions. Silver coin. That's nice. It's ancient. I also have my coin that I showed you earlier, which was the mine disaster. I think that's great. I know it's not a coin; it's a medallion, but hey ho. And the other thing I've got is a 1987 20p stamped on a 1p planchet. Very rare.
Copper.
It is.
Is that the one you showed me when I visited you?
Yes, probably that's it. It's a 20p coin. Yeah.
Do you have it with you?
I will have. Yeah, let me just find it. Give me a second. Let me have a look. See if I can find it.
Guys. For you guys looking right now, Gary does not understand how quick I'm going to come in with all your questions. If you think, oh, God, Craven never reads our questions, guys, I'm about to obliterate Gary with your questions. So sit tight, hold on. We're not at the end yet. There's plenty more to go, including a giveaway powered by Apex Bullion. Thank you so much to Benson for putting that giveaway on, guys. we're not there yet. Thank you so much to everyone that supports. If you are enjoying the show, hit the like button. And Gary, what is that you've got to show us?
Well, if I can get it to focus.
Go back a bit. A little bit. Oh, there you go. No, you're good. That's fine. Yeah.
Right. So what we've got here is a 20p, but it's stamped on a 1p planchet. So it weighs
an error coin.
It's an error coin, yeah. And it's 20p. And if you can find another one, I mean, you'll see fakes of them. They've tried to make them look like bronze and copper by sticking them in acid and all sorts of things. This is a real one. It was confirmed by the Royal Mint that they actually manufactured these back in 1987. Yeah, the rarity of it makes it worth, I don't know. The last one I saw was about £1,300, 1,300. I don't know whether.
Wow.
But yeah, I was going to say. So turn it round. Obviously, on the other side, as you can see it, we've got there's a 20p. But it's actually perfect. You would think it was a 20p, but it's actually gone wrong in some way. But it actually is purely stamped on a 1p planchet. I've weighed it. I've checked it on XRF, and obviously the Royal Mint confirmed that they did make them, so we know it's a real one. So yeah, if anyone out there is a collector of error coins, well, this is the error of errors, I would have thought. So that's that. But yeah, I love that one. It's nice. That's one of my favourites. I've got others, but that one in particular. Yeah.
That's crazy, because you don't see stuff like that every day. I remember seeing it in person. Metal wise, guys, for the purists, that's worth like pennies, if that. But in terms of an error coin, this is the interesting debate we have all the time. It's worth over £1,000. That is crazy. But Gary, I cannot. With these questions, I cannot allow any more attention on that. I'm sorry. We have to go. I'm going to be mean. I'm going to be the Simon Cowell on the panel right now.
Okay, what do we got?
Here we go. I thought you were going to say, but what? No, right, Gary, I'm going to go quick. Gary, what do you think of the 5 peso silver 1 ounce Libertad first edition ones? Are they worth paying the premiums on them?
No, absolutely not. No.
Next question, Gary from Shiny Silver. Gary, oh my God, how are you going to answer this quickly? I don't know. Gary, do aliens exist and have you been contacted yet?
Yes. No.
Aliens do exist and you haven't been contacted.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. Yes, that's right.
Yeah. No, that's what I like. Leave people with questions for episode 2, because if people want to hear me and Gary talk about aliens, we can do that. But yes. I'm afraid we're going to have to leave you with a cliffhanger.
Talk about aliens.
Yeah, right. Next question, Robot Toaster. Gary, are there any coins that you hate simply because of the design or other reasons?
That is a good question. Is there any coins I hate? Right. I think probably the worst coin that's ever been made, in my opinion, because obviously it is only my opinion, is probably the 1797 Halfpenny. Now, I'm not going to say it's a bit bizarre, really, but why that one? Okay, so we had a problem because in the latter part of the Georgian era, they were creating coins with very poor designs, and they wore down very quickly. So if you wanted a nice coin, let me just give you some idea. If you wanted a nice coin around that sort of period, you would have to be looking at. Oh yeah, here we go. Right, okay. So here we got here. I'll stick it down here somewhere. So this is a 1799 George, the second farthing. Can you see that, or is it a bit difficult?
It's a bit. I'd keep the coin still, but put your hand behind it more, and tilt it a bit towards us. Yeah,
Getting
sort
away
of.
with- Mm.
I can
Well,
see it. It's hard to get it right, but yeah.
yeah. Well, the problem is they were very shallow designs, and they used to wear down very quickly, and really a bit of a pain in the neck. If you collect these sort of coins from this sort of period, it isn't really a good time. So yeah, I wouldn't bother really. If you found a good one though, they can be worth money because collectors obviously can't find nice ones. They're always worn down, and they're always in a bit of a bad state. Other than that, probably the cartwheel tuppence. I love the cartwheel tuppence, but they're always knackered. They're always dinged to hell because they were so heavy. People dropped them and one thing and another, and they wore down quite quickly, like this guy.
What, this?
That's the fella. Yeah, yeah. If you got one of them, well, good luck to you. Yeah. In fact, I think I had one here. There's the penny. Don't have any better. But there's the penny. Again, I mean, what have I got on that? 65 quid, 17.99. Oh, it's a half penny. Sorry, I apologise. But you look at it and you think, well, nothing wrong with that. Well, there isn't really. It's a nice coin. But problem is, they didn't last long, and invariably, everyone you see normally is worn to death very, very quickly. But the lovely coin when the original. Anyway, there you go. This is one of my coins from my. Yeah, this is this. Yeah, this is at the original coin collection that I had originally in cabinets in the centre years ago. Now seems to be. There you go.
And you hate it?
No, I don't. I don't hate it, but I feel as though it let me down purely because of the fact that it really didn't stand the test of time. I mean, all right, you could argue and say, yes, but doesn't that mean that there's rare ones out there and they're going to be worth a lot more because the other ones wore out quickly? Yes, that's true. But then coins themselves, if you're a numerist, you tend to look at it and say, you know what, I just love the coin. I like to look at them. Because this is what they do. Numerists look at coins. They're not interested in the value of the metal. They're just interested in what it looks like. Talking of which, you've got people out there now looking at coins. If they've seen one of these, I will eat my hat. I really will eat my hat. This is a half farthing. I don't know if you can see that. But
it's small, I can see that.
Yeah, Victoria half farthing, dates to 1868. It's rarer than any coin that you see today because a farthing or a half farthing or a quarter farthing was made of copper. This one is made of copper and nickel. Copper and nickel was used as a test metal because when they exported these coins to the far-flung areas of the Commonwealth, Ceylon, India, around that part of the world, they used to rot away, and so they wanted to come up with a coin that didn't dissolve as quick, and they came up with copper nickel farthings, half farthings, and quarter farthings. And here you are. Here is one, as you see it. Very rare.
£650?
Yeah, basically. Yeah. It's a lot of money for what it is, but, you know, go find me another one.
Is that what you'd say to someone that came in and said that to you as a dealer?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you're coming and looking at coins, and especially looking at this sort of period, and you're looking at rarities, of which obviously this one is, yeah, you're going to be saying, well, go and find me another one. You can't find these coins. These coins are very rare. I'm not saying that they're overly valuable, but because of the rarity, they have a lot of interest. So there is a demand for them. It's like our guys earlier saying, should I buy copper? Well, yes, if you want to buy copper, you go and buy copper coins. You go and buy copper designs. They're lovely. I'm not saying they're not.
There's a market for everything.
Yes, but will they stand the test of time? Will they be one of these in 100 years? And the answer will probably be no, because there's too many of them around. There's too many copper coins about. You need something that's different at the time that stands the test of time.
Gary, I should have mentioned we have a lot of questions. I'm afraid, seriously, we're going to have to get a version of you now that answers questions in like 10 seconds.
All right.
Let's go, Gary. Let's see if you can do this. Question for both of you from Mr. E. Are you prepping for SHTF, which is shit hits the fan, and got some kind of self-sustaining lifestyle? Question mark. Go on, Gary. You got that one, mate.
Right. Okay. Right. Let's go. Let's go back in the captain's chair. Right. Am I prepping? Right. Shit hit the fan. Yeah. Okay. The answer is yes and no. I do believe that we are in the SHF. Yeah, I think we're in that period. We're in that situation. We're yes. But I am hedging that hopefully it doesn't happen. It probably is not likely that it doesn't happen. But obviously one hopes for the best. So the answer is yes and no. I think really, if you're doing the same as me, if you're preparing for that moment, good on you. I'm all for it. I think we're sort of kindred spirits in that way. And yes, I think you might be probably more on the ball than I am. So yeah, let it roll. Let it roll.
Okay. I'm doing what I'm doing because I don't believe in the monetary system, and ever since I've been doing it, I feel a lot better. Simple. Question for Gary from Shiny Silver. This is interesting. What is the stupidest question that you've been asked this year and all time? If you want to just go with what's the stupidest question you've ever been asked ever by anyone, Gary?
Do you trust the government?
What was your answer, mate?
It was more of a torrent of answers. I mean, do you trust the government? Come on, really? Really?
Next joke.
Well, yeah. Carry on.
Gary, that's it. Gary, I'm going to be brutal now, mate. Next question. Question for Gary. As a Mason, can you tell us your thoughts on the age of Aquarius and Masons?
You know what? That's very interesting because, well, the age of Aquarius is supposed to happen a little bit later. I think it's around about 2100. So it's sort of, yeah, it's a bit in the future. Question is, are we in it? Are we heading towards it? Can I see the question? Let me see the question. Masons, also the age of Aquarius. Okay, the age of Aquarius and the Masons. The Masons don't actually acknowledge anything like this. They don't talk about ages. The Bible talks about eons, which they've translated badly into ages. You're talking, I mean, if you're going down the age of Aquarius after the age of Pisces, Pisces is when we were told in biblical text that he, the man, we don't need to name, he, the man, would be with us to the end of the age, which, of course, in the biblical text was translated as eon, which actually means, yeah, the next part of the cycle, which is, if you're looking, not biblically, but if you're looking through the heavens and you're looking through the stars. I'm trying to think of the word. Anyway, you're going on to the age of Aquarius. Constellations. Constellations. Going to the constellations. You're on the age of Aquarius is next. Can we just say that a question was asked by one of the disciples of said guy, when will you? How long? Will we? Or when will the end of the world be? It's a very good question, and I think that maybe is where you're going with your question. When will the be? Well, it will be the end of the age, and that will be into the age of Aquarius. So basically, what we were told from that point of view is that the world would end at the beginning or during the age of Aquarius, which is a little while in the future. I don't know if that's a question.
I think.
But that's what I've got. But yeah, it's all. You got to remember. I think it was this guy was. I'm saying this guy. You know who he is. I'm saying this guy was asked by one of his disciples, "When will the end of the world be?" And his answer was, "Follow the man that carries the pitcher of water into the house, and then you will know." And basically, that was the answer. It was the age of Aquarius. So the end of the world will be in the age of Aquarius.
There we go.
So yeah,
you gave a lot of info on that one, mate. I respect it, but we haven't got any time for any more. I hope that answers your question, Kim. Next question. Jamie Frost, Gary, just so you know, Jamie Frost is from Japan. I call him the man from Japan. He is British, but he is living in Japan. And he says, question for Gary, would you eat raw horse meat?
Do you know what? I love that question. I love that question because I think I actually have eaten raw horse meat. And I'll tell you for why.
I think we all have. So we short to Tesco.
Yes, but no. I went to France. I was on holiday and I was going through France, and we stopped off at this hotel, and obviously we had an evening meal. And I thought, well, this meat is rather raw and it's rather sweet. It turned out it was horse. Well, do you know what? I quite enjoyed it. I'm sorry to horse.
You're going to some people, especially the vegans, mate.
Exactly. But don't forget,
what's your answer?
Other meats are available.
Yes, of course. Would you eat it? Yes, because you have, and it was nice.
Well, I ate it, but I didn't know I was eating it. But to be honest with you, it was nice. Sorry, vegans.
There you go, Gary. Next question. I'm bringing Silverback. Love that name. Question: who thinks Gary will be disappeared soon?
Well, I do.
Gary thinks so. Gary, next question.
It can't be that.
Gary, I'm gonna fire these at you now, mate. Mr. E says to Gary, will the United Kingdom break up into 4 independent nations in our lifetime? I think Mr. E is a similar age to you.
All I will say to that is Queen Anne. Queen Anne brought them all together, and what's to say they can't all go asunder? So my argument would be, sorry, my answer would be, not argument, my answer would be highly possible. Highly possible.
There we go. I'm looking for the next question, mate, as I consume my sandwich. Will Craven get a Smeagol tattoo? Probably not. Lord of the Rings based? Absolutely. Smeagol? Probably not. Am I missing anything, guys? There's a lot of conversation. Here we go. What's the filling in Craven's sandwich? Yes, it was slipped through the door by Miss Craven. It's ham, cheese, and sweet chili sauce. It is very, very nice. Don't knock it till you've tried it, guys.
Can I just say here about your well, you mentioned earlier about tattoos, was it? You told about your tattoos, and I was just going to say, what you really need to consider is maybe you should have a Masonic tattoo.
I'm not a Mason. I'm also, and this is not said to offend anyone, I respect all religious views for what they are, but I am not religious. I am agnostic. I don't say that there isn't a God out there. I'm not against that idea. I just can't say what I believe in, but I'm not part of any religious belief, any religious faith. I am agnostic. I used to say I'm atheist, but then I learned what that meant. And I think my belief is more agnostic. So why would I get a Masonic tattoo?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think of myself when you just said there that you're agnostic, and I say to myself, well, thank God I'm an atheist. I mean, who knew? So no,
we can't skip past that. I'm sorry, Gary. How can you come on? How can you say you're an atheist and you're also an ex-Freemason? Well, once a Freemason, always a Freemason, right? But you are an ex-Freemason. Some people will be thinking, how the hell did that happen? Why did you leave? What's gone on there? Well, you can't be an atheist to be a Freemason, right?
No, that's true. You can't be an atheist to be a Freemason, but you can be an atheist when you're not a Freemason.
So why did you leave?
Now, that is a very, very good question. And this is something that I don't know whether I should share with the audience, but do you know what? Because it's the 50th show, because we've done what we've done tonight, don't forget, we've been on here for hours. I mean, this is unprecedented when a show is concerned. All right, we had a little bit of a break when everything went wrong. Not too sure what happened there, but anyway. So, okay.
I'm sorry, Gary. I am getting some really, before when I said there's a really strong crackly noise when you're speaking, it's come right back, mate. I don't know what it is. It's come right. Have you done anything different in the last minute?
Absolutely nothing. No, I've not moved. I've not changed anything. So, I don't know.
No idea what it is, mate. I can hear it clear as day. The only reason I say this is because I don't wish to interrupt you, but if that's what the audience can hear, that's very distracting.
Well, yeah, I don't blame them.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. I don't know. Should we try one more time? Because basically, guys, before the end of the show, we've got the questions that are left. I'm going to whiz through them. We've got a giveaway wheel, and we've got our final bit. Gary, do you want me to try and do the good old technical turn it off and on again with you? Because I'll be honest with you, if I can hear that, I don't want my audience to have to hear that because it is quite distracting, even just for me listening.
Okay, well, if it's an issue, yeah, we could do whatever you say, so no problem.
It's not your fault, mate. This happens regularly. But if we can try and fix it now, I'd rather do that. Do you know what? You set a record. This is the most times I've kicked my special guest from a show.
Well, I was just going to say, because, I mean, I can hear you as clear as day. I don't know if there's an issue there, but I can actually hear you very well.
Yeah, sorry. There's something there. Let me kick you, rejoin. I'll be back in 30 seconds myself, and then we'll move towards the end of this. Let's see if we can get this working again, mate.
Okay, let's go for it.
Guys, give me 2 tickles, and then, whilst I'm gone, hit the like button if you're enjoying this one. This is a marathon. I'm loving it. If you enjoy these deep, long, in-depth conversations, just let me know. We can do this more often. 50th episode, special. But I'll be right back. I have been here for 5 hours, and I need to, I need to go to the gentleman's room. Be right back in a sec, guys. Oh, wrong side. Hello, everyone still there. I thought everyone was going to run for the hills. You didn't. Thank you so much. Gary, can you hear me?
I can, absolutely.
Oh my goodness, you don't have that horrible crackle. Right, Gary, seriously, I am going to, now I'm glad we've got you back. I'm going to whiz through this, mate. I don't know if we'll have time for all this, but we're going to try our best, right?
Yeah,
I'm going to ask for one or two word answers to try our best.
Okay.
That's it. That's literally it. Silver Serpents, for Craven and Gary, do you ever listen to music in languages you don't know? Don't tend to.
Yes, I do. I like Indian music. I like Russian music. Crazy, I shouldn't say that really. I like different music. I like it. I don't know what it is about them. It's not the words, obviously, because I have no understanding of the words. But the actual rhythm is very interesting. I do like it. So the answer is yes.
Go. There you go. That's it. Mr. E. Gary is is Gary like Wurzel Gummidge when he stacks and sells and puts on a different head either or for either or?
Wurzel Gummidge. No, you gone back a bit there, maybe. Wurzel Gummidge. Am I putting on a different head for when I buy a stack? No. The simple answer is I buy, I sell, I stack. I can't put it any other way. I can't put it any other way. That's it. I buy, I sell, I stack. Some things I stack is because it makes sense to stack because it's revenue inclined. I buy sovereign. I buy marked coinage. I buy things that you spent in the past. I buy coinage. I buy things that there are no taxes on. I buy things that I don't need to declare taxes on. Anything else? Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Gary, that's it. That's all I can give you on that one, mate. I'm so sorry. Next question. Benson, Collectibles, friend of the channel, friend of mine, very close friend. Question for Gary. Did you think that mythical creatures was true as they are talked about in the past all over the world when no one had contact with each other, like dragons?
Yes, I absolutely believe that they are real, and I actually think people really saw them. And he is right. Benson is correct. There are mythical creatures out there that aren't really mythical. So, yeah, I'm with Benson on that one.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what? True Legends putting something out. These questions are too loaded for quickfire. Gary, I am sorry. The fact of the matter is we've been running over 5 hours, and I'm trying to get through questions because I respect everyone that's taken the time to ask a question. So I want them to all get answered because we're 15 minutes behind in chat. And the questions are nearly impossible to answer quickly, guys. I'm sorry. And it's a difficult job. And Gary's doing a great job. So hit the like button for Gary. Right. What have we got? Any more, guys? I'm scrolling through. Don't forget, we have a live giveaway to announce. Here we go. Oh, do you know what? I thought we were going to get through a podcast without this being asked, Gary. You follow my show, so you will have seen this. Question from I'm Bill, bringing silver back. Will Miss Craven get a ring soon? My answer is yes. There you
go. Can I just interject in that question?
Is it this?
Well, I think Miss Craven deserves a ring. And don't forget, you already have one, don't you? I know it doesn't fit, but I did give you a ring, and it was for Miss Craven.
She had it. It just didn't fit. It just didn't fit. That's all. So I'm keeping it safe.
No, it didn't fit. And you know what? Me being me, maybe I've got something that might fit. Maybe that's for the future. We'll see.
Guys, you've been bugging me for ages, for months. Is there a ring for Miss Craven? Maybe Gary's the man to make that happen. Who knows? Maybe Miss Craven wants something specialized and custom made. Who knows? She's actually very, very easily pleased, and that's one of the things I love most about her. But question from her herself, my better half, Miss Stacking with Craven. This one's for you, Gary. Question from Miss Stacking with Craven, is do you have jam and butter on a crumpet or just one? So either just jam or just butter.
Wow, that's always like saying, do you have cream and jam? If you went down to the likes of Dorset or Cornwall, it's cream jam. Yeah. Do you know what? No. You if you've got a crumpet, it has to be butter. I'm sorry.
Okay.
There's no other. Why would you put jam on a crumpet? No, sorry. Butter.
Listen,
That's it.
Gary,
Wait,
Gary.
whoa. No. You have to be. It has to be Cheshire butter. Cheshire butter on a crumpet. There you go.
Gary, listen. One thing I encourage on this show is people's opinions. You've spoken your opinion on the matter. That's okay. Some people might disagree. There's always someone out there that disagrees with opinions. I respect your opinion. But we're going to move on. And it's funny what you just said, my friend, because next question from Shiny Silver is Gary Scones. Jam on cream or cream on jam?
Right. Well, this has been now. Do you know what? This has been an ongoing question for a long, long time.
It's like what came first, chicken or the egg, right? It's seriously deep.
Yeah. So a lot of people will say jam on cream. A lot of people will go cream on jam. You know what? If you don't know the answer, you shouldn't be eating the product.
You're not going to give an answer to that.
That's the answer. If you don't know the answer, you shouldn't be eating it.
Next question. Is the Masons not unlike Hotel California? So is the Masons not unlike Hotel California? You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
You know, yeah, that again is a very, very good question. Now, listen, it is yes. First of all, the answer is yes. You can never leave. That's true. You can check out. I checked out. Can I leave? No. You can't leave something that you've joined because you've joined it. I mean, it's not like a stamp club, for heaven's sake. It's not like you've gone down to the local library and you've sort of said, can I join the library and borrow some books? Mason's a little bit more complicated than that. But the answer is the same. Yes. If you check out, you cannot leave because you're always going to be a Mason. I'm always a Mason. I can't change it. I can't delete it. I can't alter it. That's it. I am a Mason. You ask me a question, I will answer you as a Mason. Good or bad. That's it. I'll be honest with you. I'll tell you the truth if I can. I'm going to say I'll tell you the truth if I can. It's only because I've got an oath and I'm going to stick to it. I'm going to stick to my oath. Whether it's good or bad because I'm sticking to it, I don't know. But I will do that. But I will try and help you. I really, really will. So you can ask me anything you want in that point of view. Next.
And answer this one then. Question from David James Flood, which was for the chat, but I want to pose it to you, Gary. David James wants to know, should I buy a gold sovereign or more silver as my next purchase?
Gold sovereign. Gold sovereign. You go and you buy gold sovereigns. Silver is a very long-term project. I mean, I've got silver. Don't get me wrong. It's yeah, okay. I've got I don't know 40, 50 kilos of the stuff. Why would I have so much? Because I know it's going to go up in value over time. But gold is always going to go up faster than silver. There's a lot of people out there saying, no, silver is going to be better than gold. It's going to go up faster. It isn't. It isn't. It just will not. Gold will always go up faster than silver. So, yeah, go buy your gold sovereigns. It's nice to have silver. Don't get me wrong. Gold sovereigns is security. I've got gold sovereigns. I've got more gold sovereigns than I've got silver. Does that sort of give you a clue?
Is this where we go back to what you said, Gary? If you're asking the question of silver or gold, we go back to gold for the short term, silver for the long term.
Yes, basically that is the case. If you buy gold, you're looking short term. Short term is within 5 years. Silver, long term, 20 years. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, you know, if you're the age that I could be, if you're over 50, do you really, really want to buy something that's going to take you 20 years to get the money back? You can leave it to your children. Do you know what? I'd do? I would buy gold for you. I would buy silver for your children. I really would. That's the way I would look at it. Gold is going to rise within a few years. You're going to make money. You're going to be able to cover yourself for your losses. You're going to be able to eat food, which is lovely. Silver is going to take a lot longer to rise in price, and therefore it's going to be a long-term investment, but it will be wonderful for your children to know that you've left them all this silver because they will benefit from it. Do it. That's the way I would do it. Oh, and this isn't financial advice. Sorry.
None of this is financial advice, guys. We are not financial advisors, and this show is purely for entertainment, and we share opinions, and you can do with that opinion what you wish. I strongly recommend you all do your own independent research, but I appreciate you tuning into the show, and just know that my special guest this evening is someone who is very credible and knows what he's talking about. My next question is from Jamie Frost, the man from Japan, who says, question for Gary. This is interesting. Do you have any Japanese pieces?
Yes, I have some early or mid 19th century pieces that are shogun pieces. They're very interesting items, and I don't normally talk about them because I don't have many of them. I don't know a lot about them. I've been doing some research over the last few months into them. I bought them a couple of months back. As I say, they're very interesting items. They're very small. Obviously, we've got some glyphs on them.
Yeah.
The answer is yeah. I do own some, and I find them fascinating. I didn't buy them as an investment or anything like that. I bought them out of pure curiosity.
I like that. But Gary, this is something that was sent to me from the person who's asked this question. Jamie Frost from Japan, who asked you that question. Can you see me on camera or not?
I can see you. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Oh, you're showing me something. Oh, yeah. Okay, a banknote. That's nice.
Do you recognize that?
Yeah, it's a Japanese. It looks like a Japanese, or it could be Korean. It looks like a Japanese banknote, and I'm sure you're gonna fill me in on the information.
No, because I don't know what it is. It's got 1 million on it. It's the denomination. And what makes me curious is the blank white circle in the middle. But I think they are sort of spoof notes. I don't think they're real. And Jamie makes them and hands them out to the community. So it's really, really cool. He does a lot for the community. Shout out to Jamie Frost. Guys, check out his YouTube channel if you haven't already. He sent me a really cool 1/4 ounce silver Indian buffalo that he cut out around the Indian head and engraved SWC, my channel brand, on the back of the coin. So yeah, shout out to him. But next question. Emerald Coast Stacker from across the pond. Does Gary have a spot price number that he plans to sell all of his AG/AU? So is there a number where you would sell all of your silver and gold?
That is, again, another good question because as an Emerald Coaster Stacker, I like that, Emerald Coaster Stacker. The answer is quite simply no. I don't have a price that I plan to sell. So you've got to think long term here. We are looking at maybe 5-10 years. I've got a lot of gold. I've got a lot of silver. Am I going to sell it? No. Did you buy it higher than the price is today? Yes. Well, why don't you sell it? Because I know it's going to go higher again. It's all cycles. It doesn't really matter what the price is today. I mean, I don't know what the price of silver is now. 40 pounds in the UK an ounce. If somebody came along to me and said, I want to sell you this silver coin at 45 pounds an ounce, I'd buy it. I'd give them the money. I'd buy it. You could argue and say, well, hang on, no, that's crazy. Why are you paying more than the silver price? Well, because I'm thinking long term. I'm not thinking next week, next month. I'm thinking
Gary,
10 years. Yeah.
When you're saying this is a coin dealer, there's a lot of people here who would buy any silver at £45 an ounce.
Well, yeah, I don't blame them.
We're in the UK. The guys across the pond in the US buy it at spot in their local coin stores, and I'm so jealous. But here in the UK, with taxes, premiums, all of that stuff, if we see a 1 ounce silver Britannia for £45 an ounce when spot price is £40 an ounce, £41 an ounce, we are buying it.
Yeah.
Facts.
Well, of course you do. I mean, that's the whole point is, you see, the metal is worth more than the paper. And then that's it. That's the end of the argument. If somebody comes on to you and says, I've got 10 silver Britannias and I want you to give me £50 each, I want to give me £500. Would you do it? Of course you would. Well, why wouldn't you do it? You would do it because you know that the paper is worth nothing. This is the thing. Paper is worth zero. The metal, however, is worth more. Now, the question is, how do you transmute the metal into currency? How do you go on? So you buy the metal at spot price, more than spot price. It doesn't really matter what you pay for it, to be honest, because when the time comes, and this is the thing that we're talking about tonight. It's all about when the time comes, when it happens, when that bank account goes to zero, when the government runs out of money, when it all falls apart, when there's no authority anymore, when there's no police, when there's no fire brigade, when there's no ambulances. What do you do? That's where we are. And that's what you have to think about. So if you spend a bit more today above the spot price to buy the metal, do it. Just do it. Go for it. Buy it. Do it now.
Especially in the UK.
Well, yeah, especially in the UK. You cannot go wrong. You cannot go wrong. Now, all right, I'm actually saying, if you've got no money, if you are living paycheck to paycheck, as the Americans call it, don't do it. Don't buy any silver. You can't afford it. Unfortunately, you're stuck. You're really in a bind at the moment, and I do feel for you. But if you've got the spare money to buy silver and it's not going to affect your lifestyle, you can still pay your bills, then buy it. Do not put your money in a bank. No, do not do that. Buy silver, buy gold. Because if you do not do that, if you do not buy gold or silver, you will lose your money. Everything you have saved up for will be gone. That's it. End of. Buy gold,
well
buy
said.
silver.
Gary, we've answered the question well and truly. Your next question is from Bo Collects Coins. Question for Gary. Are you a CIA agent in disguise?
Yes. How did you spot it? My God, it was easy. How did you know that? My word, I'm blown. My cover, it's gone. Oh, my word, what am I going to do? No, I'm not.
Question for Craven from Silver Serpents. Will Little John and the Terminator ever set aside their differences and team up. I think they will. A little birdie told me that they will. There are bigger enemies in this world, and I think they will become friends. So yeah, stay tuned for that one. Any more questions, guys? We are moving towards the end. I can't see any more. We're up to date with the chat. This is where I will say, Gary, well done. You have survived the interrogation of questions. We're 5.5 hours in, my friend. It's time to move over to Little John's Wheel of Wonder. What do you say to that?
Do you know what? Yeah, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. And I hope that those people in the draw tonight will win. I'm all for you guys. Come on. I'm rooting.
Listen, Gary, you have a big role to play in this. Let me tell you that for nothing. So if I put this how I like it, which is about there, and I move this a little bit, we have, is that about right? Let's get rid of this ad. We have 34 entries. You guys can see what you need to see at least. And let me remove that comment. So good luck, guys. This has been a marathon this evening. What a 50th event, a special episode, a special live podcast. It wouldn't be anything without all of you guys that tune in and support. Thank you so much. If you have enjoyed, hit that like button, show some support, subscribe if you are new to the channel so you don't miss a future episode. We have Silver Serpent saying Merry Christmas, everyone. It's a bit early for that, but I do love the spirit. Guys, this month of my podcast has been very kindly powered by Apex Bullion. It's a Discord group full of good people. There's something in there for everyone. Positive support, lots of experience. And yeah, the link will be in the description if you wish to join. I have all the entries sent to me. So yeah, this is predetermined before this live. It's not something I can change. If you entered and followed all the rules in Apex Bullion, then you will be in the giveaway wheel. Simple as that. I've got East End Day saying I'm not in it, my friend. This list has been sent to me, I'm afraid. So yeah, I'm sorry if you're not in it. It's there was quite strict rules. So maybe I was the first to enter with the Pokedex. Do you know what? Because it's Brits and Sobs, let me just do a quick check. Are you really not in there? All right, mate. If you've been missed, you've been missed. It's Brits and Sobs, guys. He's a living legend. We're not going to waste time on this. We're just going to get him in there. This is a very generous giveaway put together by Benson's Collectibles, Brits and Sobs. I have added you guys. That is it now because that is a conclusive list. We have this every week, guys. If you want to be in the giveaways, join Apex Bullion. It's not me. They have very kindly powered this month. I'm happily running this giveaway on my live, but you need to enter through Apex Bullion. That's not me directly. So, yeah, Gary, your role now for the 35 people entered is to give me a countdown from 5. Wish everyone good luck, and I'll spin the wheel, mate.
Okay, so it's up to me, is it, really? So,
yes.
Okay. Yeah, well, okay, so here we go. So let's go from the top and say, oh, there you go. Okay, so we just need a countdown. And
give us a countdown from 5. So 5, from 5 to 1. Say go and wish everyone a good luck, mate. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go from. They've always said that this is fixed. You do know that, don't you?
Listen, this is part of the channel. Everyone says fixed. Everyone says rigged. Callum's counting down the numbers before we. Everyone's saying good luck. Callum's like, come on, Gary, count down the numbers for God's sake. I want to see it. I'm not in it, but I want to go. Let's go.
Right. Here we go, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit the button.
Let's go, guys. Little John's Wheel of Wonder has now been about to get ready for the next 60 seconds. If you have enjoyed tonight's 50th episode, a special episode with the infamous Gary, then please do hit the like button and subscribe to the channel and let me know if you would like Gary to come on for a part 2. I think we're going to make it happen. We've had lots of positive messages. Gary, the wheel is starting to spin. It's starting to slow down. Who's going to win? I believe some beautiful copper pieces. Don't forget the stickers are really nice. It can't be Brits and Sod's can it? Who's just been at it? No way. Guys, spam rig right now. No, it's not British Swords. Is it shiny silver? Oh my goodness, guys. I think it is shiny silver. It is! Shiny silver! And as he says every single week, Emerald Coast is unsubscribing from the channel. You tell me that every week. I don't blame you, my friend. Everyone unsubscribe right now. Shiny silver, you are our winner. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Send Benson a message, not me. Send Benson a message as he has donated and put this giveaway together. This is powered by Apex Bullion. Link in the description. Make sure you join Apex for future giveaways, fun events, and just a really good community. So, yeah, congratulations to Shiny Silver. That's amazing. He is here as well to claim his prize. He says, woohoo. Well done, mate. You deserve that. You're a big supporter of the channel. You're always here to support. You're a friend of mine, and I really, really appreciate you. So that's that. Gary, we've been speaking for 5.5 hours. This has been a marathon. I expected nothing less when I embraced you on the stage. It's taken 50 episodes to get you on this show. It's been a pleasure. There's two things I want to say before we go. Firstly, thank you. So technically 3 things. Yeah, 3 things. The first thing is, thank you. It's been an absolute honor having you on my show. We're going to do this again. I think it's inevitable. It needs to happen. There's so much more. There's so many rabbit holes to go down with you. I'm really proud to have you on the channel. The second thing is you answered a question at the start of the screen that was left from last week's guest. So now I'm going to ask you to leave a question for next week's guest. Now, Gary, next week I haven't got 1 guest. I haven't got 2 guests. I've got 3 special guests because, guys, next week for episode 51 of Sundays with Craven, I am joined live from 7 p.m. We are back to the normal time. 7 p.m. next Sunday, I'm going to be live with Cobra Stacker, McDonald Bullion, and Creative Precious Metals, Andy. They're all going to be joining me live from 7 o'clock on the dot every single week Sunday. You do not want to miss it. We have a good old chinwag. That is a guarantee. Gary, what is your question to leave to 3 guests?
Now that, do you know what? These questions that keep coming tonight are so good. And they make you think, don't they? They make you realize of just how important or unimportant you could be. Right. So we have 3 guests next week. We need to ask them a question.
And by the way, it can be anything. There's no rules. It doesn't have to be silver. It could be what's the meaning of life. This is like just anything. There's no rules. Anything, go as wild as you want, and you can sit back next week, Gary, and watch them suffer depending on how hard it is of a question.
You know, I mean, you've basically put in place something which could be it could be a nightmare really for the next 3 guests who are coming. Do you know what? Here we go. All right, you ready for this? The question I would ask the next 3 guests on the show next week. I'm sorry, guys, but this is the way I'm thinking. Who shot JFK?
You see, that's one that people had the opportunity to ask you tonight, but they don't have the opportunity now. Wow, who shot JFK? Okay, was it an individual? Was it a group? Was it internal? That's a great question. I'll take great pleasure in asking that question on your behalf, Gary. What an honor it's been. Before I close the show, do you have any closing words for the people still listening, for those stackers, coin collectors, enthusiasts, potentially some silver pourers in the audience, anyone that's interested in this space that enjoys these kind of conversations? Do you have any closing words to share to them?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, come on, listen, guys, you've done very well. You've been here throughout, and I appreciate your attention. Can we just say what Donald says? I appreciate your attention to this matter. hey ho. No, in all seriousness, no, it's been great, and I've enjoyed being on the show. And do you know what? I look forward to the next one, and I know there will be a next one because the answers are out there, and they're still unanswered. You know what? I can answer them.
There's a lot of love coming through in the chat. I think people definitely enjoyed the show, the stream. Thank you so much to everyone that's put positive comments in, that has liked the stream, that is subscribed. Love to you all. I hope you all go and have yourself a wonderful week. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening. Go and smash your goals next week, whether you're working, whether you're doing something for yourself, whatever you're doing next week. I honestly wish you all the best. Appreciate all your support. I appreciate Gary being here. And on that note, guys, this is the end of a 5.5-hour marathon, the 50th episode. I'm very proud to come to an end. I'm very proud to be here. It would be nothing without you guys here listening and you guys asking questions. So from me to you, thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I will see you in the next one. Goodbye. Take care.